Today marks the 15th anniversary of The Wise Man's Fear by Patrick Rothfuss, and to celebrate, I'm officially announcing Kingkiller Chronicle Month on the channel. For the rest of March, I'm going to be posting a bunch of new Kingkiller Chronicle related videos, but today I wanted to just post a huge marathon of all of my previous Kingkiller Theory videos, what I'm effectively calling Season 1. And now that Season 1 has come to an end, that means Season 2's beginning, and I have a bunch of new Kingkiller Chronicle theory videos in the works. A couple quick things to note with this marathon video: this isn't chronological order, I'm kind of grouping these theories together by subject. I cut out all of the sponsored segments and the repetitive intros and outros so you can dive right in. Another thing to be aware of is that some of these are from like 2017 or 2018. I was much younger at the time, and my pronunciations was a work in progress. I pronounced a lot of things wrong, so you may see some fluctuation with some of those early theories, but in later theory videos, I did try to stay close to the audiobook pronunciations. With all that said, let's get into it. The door sat still as a mountain, quiet and indifferent as the sea on a windless day. This was not a door for opening. It was a door for staying closed. What's behind the four-plate door? Now, before getting into theories, let me clarify which door I'm speaking of. This is the door that's located in the Archives, the great stone building at the university that houses 10 times 10,000 books. It's specifically found in the Stacks, a section of the Archives that's only accessible to students admitted to the Arcanum. We get the description for this door in Chapter 43 of The Name of the Wind, which I'll summarize. It's described as being a single seamless piece of gray stone with no hinges, handle, or sliding panel. Its only features being 4 copper plates that, along with everything else, are flush with the wall. Each of the copper plates have a hole in the center, which are undoubtedly keyholes. In its center between the plates, there's a word chiseled deep into the stone: Valeritas. This word is obviously of some importance. Not only is it chiseled on the door, but it's also engraved on the 10th anniversary edition of The Name of the Wind. It is fair to say that I have a gentle madness where secrets are concerned. If something is kept from me, I cannot help but pursue and uncover it. But this particular secret drew at me more than any other. The university is the heart of all civilization. The Archives is the heart of the university. What then lay there in the heart of the Archives? What was Valeritas? It's hard to say exactly what this word means, but I think it's inspired from the Latin word veritas, which means truth. The reason being is that veritas is actually commonly used in the mottos of many real-life colleges and universities, most notably Harvard University. And if there's a mysterious locked door with a word meaning truth written above it, then you better bet there's some secrets behind that door. This leads me to the first theory. Now, if the door is an enclosure of truth, then perhaps behind is knowledge hidden from the public, unaltered histories with all the details intact, information on the Chandrian and Amyr. It's evident that this information has been scrubbed from the Archives. In fact, many people think that Master Lauren, the master in charge of the Archives, is a member of the Amyr. When Lauren discovers that Kvothe is requesting books about the Chandrian and Amyr, he meets with him to discourage this search, and afterwards he even crosses out his ledger requests. Supposedly to stop Kvothe from looking childish, but I think it's more so to stop any other curious eyes. And shortly after is when Kvothe is banned from the Archives for being caught with a lit flame. Thanks, Ambrose. Lauren even has a giller named Auri whose job it is to retrieve rare books from around Temerant and bring them back to the university. I think there's a possibility some of these are being locked behind the four-plate door. While it's clear that Lauren has a love for books, I think he also wants to be in control of what information is out there, which definitely feels like a for the greater good attitude of the Amyr. And if this is true, who knows how many of the other masters are also Amyr, and maybe they've hidden other powerful powerful artifacts behind the door as well. Maybe there's some type of book on shaping that ends up getting Kvothe kicked out of the university. We know there's rumors that he steals some hidden knowledge from the university and that he's eventually kicked out. There was that brief moment in The Name of the Wind where he was sentenced to expulsion, but it was immediately suspended. So I don't really think that counts. I think next time he'll be kicked out for good. And I assume that breaking into the four-plate door and stealing hidden knowledge would do the trick. This could also be what Devi is after, as we know she desperately wants access to the archives. As for why I think this could be a book on shaping, it's kind of just a hunch, but for one thing, the words chiseled above the doors leading into the archives read Vorfellen Renata Mori, which Willem states that this means the desire for knowledge shapes a man, or something close to that. That's his rough translation, and it likely means something slightly different, though I think it does have to do with shaping. And also, on one of Pat's blog posts, he was commenting on fans' tattoos, and when he saw that someone got a tattoo of that quote on their arm, he said, "Woo boy, you better hope I wasn't lying when I said what that translated into." Which is why you should probably wait until you know exactly what something means before getting it tattooed on your skin. Now, after his first encounter with the door, it goes pretty much unmentioned until the end of the first book in chapter 86, when Kvothe asks Elodin if now that he's Relar, he can know what's behind the door. To which Elodin replies with, "You don't aim for small secrets, do you? Valeritas, God, I can still remember what it was like, standing down there looking at the door, wondering. Merciful Telu, it almost killed me." This last line could obviously be him talking about the mere curiosity that almost killed him, or maybe it's talking about the mental strain of trying to open the door that ended up sending him to Haven. Speaking of which, it's interesting how Elodin's cell in Haven had copper in the walls, like how the four-plate door has copper, and many fans have speculated that copper is an element that namers don't have power over. I won't really go into that theory here, but maybe it means that the copper on the four-plate door is keeping somebody or something within. Now we know that Elodin once was Chancellor of the University for a short amount of time, and it's possible he knows exactly what's behind the door. Maybe there's something behind it that literally almost killed him. One of the biggest clues we have for this theory comes from the dream that Fela has. In her dream, Valeritas was the name of an old dead king. His tomb was behind the door. This is interesting, as the archives has been described as looking like a giant barrow. I couldn't find the exact quote on this, but it is mentioned on the fandom page. There's even a part of the archives called the Tomes, but because of its crypt-like quietness, students often call it tombs. But if the archives is in a sense a burial place, then this is pretty ironic. And there's also a deleted scene from the Wise Men's Fear that Rothfuss posted on his blog. And in the scene, Kvothe asks Puppet if he finds it odd that there's so little information about the Amyr in the stacks. To which Puppet replies, "Oh certainly, there should be scads of books. Barrows full." Here's that word again. Now where else have we heard the word barrows? Okay, well it's actually used quite a bit in these books, but future Kvothe says he has stolen princesses from sleeping Barrow kings. Princess and king being plural could be a misconception of the story being falsely told over time, and Kvothe just rolling with it, as it wouldn't be the first time this has happened. And if you know the theory of Auri being Princess Ariel, which I did make a video on, well, Auri could be the same princess that he steals. Here's one key passage I forgot to mention in that video. "Underneath the university, I found what I wanted most, yet it was not what I expected, as is often the case when you gain your heart's desire." Chronicler found himself thinking of a story he had heard, one of the many. The story told of how Kvothe had gone looking for his heart's desire. He had to trick a demon to get it, but once it rested in his hand, he was forced to fight an angel to keep it. What if Auri, or maybe a book of secrets that she gives him, is his heart's desire? She's kind of been there for him like family, and we know that Kvothe loves her like a sister and would do anything to protect her. The demon could be the Barrow King, if we're assuming this king is locked behind the door. And there is actually many theories connecting Auri to one of Telu's angels, but in this case, I just really hope she isn't. Personally, I'm not really sure if she's an angel, but I think she is connected to the moon. But if there is a Barrow king locked behind the door, who is this king? In the Wise Men's Fear, Felurian mentions a powerful shaper who stole the moon and created the Fey Realm. He's now shut beyond the doors of stone. It's obvious that the Great Shaper she's talking about is Eax, also known as Jax, as both Bast and Hesp have said he's the one who stole the moon, and by pulling the moon into the Fae, he sparked the creation war. In one story, Jax builds a folding house, a house with multiple entrances, different times in different rooms, and multiple seasons. The bedroom is mentioned as being in Twilight, just like Felurian's Twilight Glade. It's quite evident that this house is a representation of the creation of the Fae realm. Now, during the greatest battle of the Creation War, known as the Black of Drosentor, Lanre sealed the enemy behind the Doors of Stone before he died, and was brought back to life by Lyra. Meaning this same enemy could very well be Eax, as we know he has also been shut beyond the Doors of Stone. And maybe the door he was sealed behind is the Four-Plate Door, and this door remains in the one unfallen city that we learn about in Edema Ruh. 6 of them betrayed the cities that trusted them. 6 cities fell and their names are forgotten. 1 remembered the Lenthani and did not betray a city. That city did not fall. 1 of them remembered the Lenthani and the Empire was left with hope, with 1 unfallen city. But even the name of that city is forgotten, buried in time. I believe this city buried in time is Bellin. Bellin was the city that Lanre and Lyra saved from a surprise attack from a foe that should have overwhelmed them. And it's a common theory that the underthing below the university is the ruins of the city Bellin. The evidence being that the letter that Kvothe sends to Ambrose at the university has the address as Bellany Baron, which almost sounds like Bellin Barrow. I think Bellin was the city that survived the Creation War but was then buried in time. Now, Eax is described as a luckless boy. The Lackless family, a surname that's gone through many changes over the years, is often described as being luckless, meaning that Eax could possibly be the founder of the Lackless family. And it's pretty much canon that Kvothe's mother is really Natalia Lackless, meaning he would be of Lackless blood. Now, the Four-Plate Door is very similar in description to the Lockless box. This ancient box has no handle, lid, or hinges, and is assumed to have been passed down to every Lackless heir since Remembrance. And Eax is mentioned to have trapped the partial name of the moon in a box. Also, the mysterious thrice-locked chest in Coat's room in the Waystone Inn is similar to the door and box as well. It's practically seamless and has no hinges, its only features being a lock of iron, 1 of copper, and 1 that is unseen. Could these all be Lackless relics that are connected in some way? And what about the door, the one that we hear about from the 2 versions of the Lackless rhyme? Assuming that Eax is the founder of the Lackless family, I think it would only make sense that the door he was shut beyond is the Lackless door. And I'd argue that this door is the very same Four-Plate Door in the university. Everyone likes to think of them as separate, but hear me out. Codicus, the dude who was poisoning Mayor Elveron, said this to Kvothe. I've heard that on the oldest part of the Lackless lands, in the oldest part of their ancestral estate, there is a secret door. A door without a handle or hinges. There's no way of opening it. It is locked, but at the same time, lockless. No one knows what's on the other side. Now, this door is located on the oldest part of the Lackless lands, and their family is very, very old. In fact, their lineage can be traced back further than a millennium, and if it weren't for the burning of Keloptena, it's suspected that records could be found that would place their lineage as one of the oldest ever known. I'm gonna throw this out there, but I believe the Amyr burned Keloptena to hide the records of the Lackless lands and where the door is located, so that no one would ever seek it out and try to free Eax. And few would expect that the university would be on ancient Lackless lands. The Amyr have a select few who know of this secret and are guarding the Lackless door. In order to keep their eye on it, they built a university overtop the old ruins of Bellin. The highest part of those ruins, the Four-Plate Door, remains in plain sight only to those that are allowed into the Arcanum. Yet no one really knows what it is, and the Masters don't really talk about it because it's a secret better left alone.
Not many folk will take your search for the Amyr seriously, you realize. The mayor, however, is quite the extraordinary man. He's already come close to them, though he doesn't realize it. Stick by the mayor and he will lead you to their door.
It just so happens that the mayor, after dismissing Kvothe from Ventus, has agreed to further his education at the university by paying his tuition. I think in the third book, this will bring Kvothe back to the four-plate door. Now, if this door is basically a prison, you would think that there'd be a prison guard close by. I think this role falls on a very unsuspecting character, the mysterious person that's living deep in the archives in a reading hole directly one floor below the four-plate door. I'm talking about Puppet, nicknamed that because he carves wooden puppets of people. For some reason, he's allowed to live in the archives, and with a room filled with candles at that. I mean, if Simon and Will were able to find him, then I'm sure that Master Lauren is well aware of his presence. But why would Lauren allow him to have a lit flame? I was struck by a sudden idea. Puppet, I asked, do you know what is behind the locked door on the floor above this one? The large stone door? Puppet looked up. He gave me a long, stern look. His eyes were serious and clear. I don't think the four-plate door should be any concern to a student, do you? I think he definitely knows more than he's letting on. I've seen this idea from both Reddit users Dothrak and Marvo76. They mention that maybe Puppet keeps candles burning so that if they turn blue, he knows that the Chandrian are there and can sound an alarm to the masters. So to sum up this theory, I think that EX could be locked behind the door, and I think the four-plate door, the Lackless door, and the door of the Amyr that's mentioned by the Cthaeh could all be the same. As for the Doors of Stone, which happens to be the name for the third book, I don't think this refers to a single thing. I think it's both the four-plate door as well as all of the Greystones. The stone monoliths that are scattered all throughout the four corners of civilization and are said to be gateways to the Fey realm. Which leads me to the next theory. The four-plate door being made of a solid piece of gray stone brings to mind the Greystones, or the Waystones, or the Standing Stones, whatever you want to call them. In fact, the entire building that is the archives sort of resembles these stones. It's possible the four-plate door is one of the only remaining workable Greystones. I still think it could be EX's prison on top of this, as imprisoning him in the Fey realm so he can't return would make sense. I would actually go so far as to say that all the members of the Lackless family have a bit of Fey blood in them. In fact, there's rumors around EX mentioned in the books that directly hint at this. Some said he had a drop of fairy blood in him, and that kept his heart from ever knowing joy. Felurian describes EX as having the dark and changing eye. And if you paid attention throughout the books, Kvothe's eyes are described to change based on his mood. Sim, Will, Mola, and Devi all remark on how his eyes go dark when he's angry. Even Diok describes him as a little fey around the edges. Actually, there's many cases where he's described as having fey-like qualities. And this would explain why he's really talented and a lot of people are attracted to him. Kvothe's father even jokes about his mother running off and bedding down with a god, maybe referring to a Fey or even EX himself. Come to think of it, there's an interesting part of the book when Kvothe is walking with Felurian and they begin walking nightward toward the dark part of the Fane realm to build his shade. Kvothe uses sympathy to make a light, and Felurian instantly tackles him to the ground. And they hear a terrifying movement nearby, like there's something lurking about. It seems like whatever was out there could sense Kvothe's heartbeat, as Felurian actually sucks the breath out of him, temporarily stopping his heart, and then breathes her breath back into him. Anyway, this strange dark place is described as being the center of the Fey realm, and maybe this is where EX's prison is held, and where the four-plate door opens into. So maybe opening the door will be opening Pandora's box. It will free EX as well as unleash a flood of Skrael and other creatures into the mortal realm, possibly even opening all of the Greystones and activating them, thus causing the disaster we see in the current day during Coates' time at the Waystone Inn. But wait, before discussing how the door could be opened, it's time for Bonus Theory! Real quick, I believe this theory originates from this Reddit user. Not gonna try and pronounce that, but if you're familiar with the Kingkiller subreddit, you've probably read some of his theories. In short, he brings up the idea that maybe the four-plate door is the flute that Jax plays. Jax is said to have played a stone flute from the tallest tower in the Folding House. Now, many people do think that the Folding House could be the Underthing. Personally, I still think that the Underthing is the ruins of Belen, but I think it could also be connected to the Fey realm in in some way, like the Underthing was the mechanism that was needed to open up the gateway to the Fey realm. I don't know, there's a lot of strange gears and mechanisms in the Underthing that must have been used for something. Anyway, at the top of the Underthing would be the door. The round keyholes on the four-plate door are reminiscent of the finger holes on a flute. So maybe the name of the wind or music is the key for the door. It's actually rumored that Kvothe knows a song that can open any lock, so maybe that's what it's referring to. Kvothe and Jax also mirror each other in many different ways. Jax plays his flute to draw out the moon, like how Kvothe playing his lute brings Auri out of her hiding. So maybe like how Eax or Jax started the creation war by pulling the moon into the Fae, Kvothe will open the door and bring Auri with him. Or maybe there's just absolutely nothing behind the four-plate door. It's just a test to awake the student's sleeping mind. They get a pat on the back. Anyway, with all that, let's quickly go over some ways that the door could be opened. It's possible the Lackless box could contain a partial name or piece of the moon that's needed as a key. And it would make sense to hide this in a box that seems impossible to open and keep it all the way in Ventus, since I suspect they don't want people opening the door. Since I think the Lackless door could be the same as the four-plate door, then the two versions of the Lackless rhyme seem to be telling us the things needed to open it. I did go over these rhymes briefly in another video, so to save time, I'll write in a comment below what I think each part means. Also, Auri gave Kvothe a key from the Underthing, and maybe this is needed. And maybe in the Underthing there's even a back entrance to the door. And there's also the four doors of the mind, which are mentioned numerous times in the books. These include sleep, forgetting, madness, and death. The fact that there's four of these makes me wonder if they are directly related to the door in the archives, but I'm just not really sure how to connect that idea. How do you think the door is opened? Even now, after going through numerous Reddit theories and searching through the books myself for clues while preparing this video, I still can't say with absolute certainty what's behind the door. Honestly, I feel like it could be any of these, even multiple of them, though there's always the possibility that come the third book, we could all be wrong.
When the heart fighters to blue, what to do, run outside, run and hide. When his eyes are black as scroll, where to go, near and far, here they are. See a man without a face, moves like ghosts from place to place. What's the plan, Chandrian.
The Chandrian are a group of 7 mysterious beings who act as the main antagonists in the Kingkiller Chronicle, and they're what fuel Kvothe's revenge story. They're also known as the Seven, the Rinta, and the Nameless. These beings are said to have specific signs associated with them, signs that can act as a warning, letting you know when they're near. The most well-known of these being blue fire, which is often seen burning in the wake of their attacks. To most people in the world of Temerant, the Chandrian exist only in folklore and myth, sung about in children's nursery rhymes. Despite this, people still often regard them with superstition. Speaking the name of any member of the Chandrian is strictly taboo, as it's said that speaking their name will draw them to you. While their goal is unknown, the Chandrian seem to be erasing any trace of their existence by killing those who have information about them. There's hardly a record of them in the university archives, which is odd considering it's the biggest library in the world of Temerant, though it is unknown whether they or the Amyr are responsible for this purge of information. The suspiciously absent amount of historical records on the Chandrian and the superstition people have about them make it very difficult for Kvothe to locate any true information about the Seven. Now, considering they hunt down those who speak about them, I'm potentially putting myself at risk by making this video. But I guess I'll take that risk. If this video gets demonetized, then you know who did it. Today I'm talking about everything we know about the Chandrian. Chapter 1 of The Name of the Wind begins during the frame story at the Waystone Inn. Here we see Old Cobb telling a story about Taborlin the Great, who knew the names of all things. The tale chronicles Taborlin's capture by the Chandrian, or in later cases, the Wizard King Siphus. Taborlin is locked in a high tower with no windows or doors, which sounds oddly a lot like the four-plate door at the university, as there is evidence to believe that it's the highest point of the ancient city of Bellin, which we now know as the Underthing. Eventually, Taborlin escapes his prison by speaking the name of Stone to break the wall and the name of the Wind to lower himself from the tower. This is the very first mention of the Chandrian, in little more than a fairy tale of them hunting after the mythical Taborlin. A seemingly simple fairy tale, though I'm sure there is some truth to it, but a fairy tale is just the kind of story that Kvothe finds when he later goes hunting for any information on the Chandrian. Now, I think it's important to go back to Kvothe's initial motivation for hunting the Chandrian. As painful as it may be, we need to go back to his childhood and that fateful encounter. Kvothe's father, Arladin, privately composes a song about the Chandrian, specifically involving the transformation of Lanray, who we later learn becomes Haliax, the leader of the Seven. Arladin agrees to play part of the song at Abenthee's farewell party, and shortly after Abenthee departs, the entire troop is attacked and murdered by the Chandrian. This is when Kvothe first encounters them, sitting around a fire after killing his Edema Ruh troop. We see the telltale Chandrian signs: blue fire, rotting wood, rusted metal, death and destruction. Now only 3 are described. There's Cinder, who's all bone white except for his deep dark eyes, and a bald man with a grey beard, who's most likely Grey Dalsenti. And then there's Haliax, who is wrapped in Shadow's hame. Now, something to note is Cinder's sword is described to be very similar in appearance to Folly, which is the sword mounted on the wall in the Waystone Inn, which has led many fans to believe that Kvothe later kills Cinder and takes his sword. Now, in this entire scene, Cinder is especially cruel, and Haliax reins him in by calling him by his true name, Ferula. Now, in this first encounter, we do learn from Haliax that the Chandrian have some sort of goal, something that they're seeking, although it doesn't give us much of a clue as to what that is. We also learn who their enemies are, the Amyr, the Singers, and the Scythe, and it's most likely one of these that shortly after scares them off. We don't learn much more about them until later on with the Mothen farm incident. A wealthy family in Traben find a vase depicting the Chandrian. They show this vase at a wedding, and everybody is murdered, besides Denna, who's knocked unconscious by her patron. Nina describes some of the figures on the vase. There was a woman holding a broken sword, and a man next to a dead tree. Another man with a dog biting his leg, one with white hair and black eyes. There was one with no face, just a hood, with nothing inside. There was a mirror by his feet, and there was a bunch of moons over him. You know, full moon, half moon, silver moon. And there was a woman with some of her clothes off. Nina later paints an image of the vase which has an 8th member, a Cthaeh, a high-ranking member of the Amyr. In the Wise Man's Fear, Cinder makes his second appearance while in the Eld Forest near Vintas, where he's leading a group of bandits to attack tax collectors. Though his purpose for this is unknown, but Kvothe and his team kill all the bandits, but Cinder manages to disappear, and it's later revealed by the Cthaeh who the bandit leader really was. Now, there's a pretty popular theory out there that Cinder is actually Denna's patron, and the fact that they were both in Vintas around the same time fits in with this theory. Now, with the basics out of the way, let's talk about their origin. Now, we don't know the complete canon origin of the Chandrian, but we do hear multiple stories that have some parallels. There's the story of Menda and Encanis, which Trappist tells, and here we see the demon Encanis, with a face of shadow and a voice like a knife in the minds of men. Encanis leads 7 other demons and destroys 6 cities, but was prevented from destroying a 7th city on the 7th day, and on the 8th day he was caught and struck down by Telu's hammer. He's then bound to a massive iron wheel and cast into a pit of fire. Some fans believe that these demons refer to the Chandrian, with Encanis being Haliax. Other theories point to Encanis being the creature that's now bound to the tree in the Fey realm. Next, we have the story of the Creation War, a war that Felurian says was set long before Men or Fey, a war that was between 2 factions of creatures who practiced naming. One group called Knowers, who knew the name of all things but lived in harmony with them, and the other group known as the Shapers. who took the art of naming one step further to change that which they knew the true names of, creating many new and wondrous things. Needing a place to practice their art, the Shapers created the Fey Realm, and here each Shaper built a star that they placed into the empty sky. But unsatisfied with only a star, the greatest Shaper, Eax, pulled the moon into the Fey, causing it to phase between both worlds. It was this action that sparked the Creation War, and according to Bast, was done at the instruction of the Cthaeh. Now Scarpy tells of a great hero during the Creation War named Lanre, who marries a powerful namer named Lyra. He slays a great beast at the Battle of Dracentor and shuts the enemy behind the Doors of Stone. But during the battle, he's killed, and Lyra uses her great naming ability to call him from beyond the Doors of Death and revives him. Sadly, in the following years, Lyra dies, and the loss of his wife drives Lanre into a grief-stricken madness. He sets off on a quest to obtain any power that might resurrect her, which leads him to meet with the Cthaeh. However, whatever power he gains from the Cthaeh does nothing to revive Lyra, and he then attempts to commit suicide, only to discover this new power has made him unable to die, sleep, or even forget. It's at this time when he changes identities from Lanre to Haliax.
I am Haliax, and no door can bar my passing.
Haliax lays waste to 7 of the 8 remaining cities in the Urgan Empire, and amasses a following of 6 others who come to be known as the Chandrian. He attacks the shining city of Mir Torinial, the city that Celatos, the most powerful namer, rules over. He binds Celatos by his own name and forces him to watch the destruction. Lanre then tries to recruit Celatos to join him and the Chandrian in destroying Temerant, but Celatos drives a stone into his own eye, breaking the binding and cursing Haliax so his face is always in shadow, and so he and his followers will have their names turned against them and have no peace until the end of the world or the Elu fall nameless from the sky. Then Celatos goes on to form the Order Amyr, who are the main enemies of the Chandrian. Now the Amyr are known by most to be founded by the Talon Church. However, according to Felurian, there never were any human Amyr, so the mortal Amyr were most likely inspired by whatever beings the original Amyr were. Now, to mention another theory, the Amyr are always standing defiant against the Chandrian with a bloody outstretched hand. That's one of their main symbolic images, and the skin dancer that attacks the Waystone Inn was described in a very similar way. This skin dancer turns to Kvothe and asks the question, Te Rinte, which we could assume is asking him if he's a Rinta, if he's a Chandrian. So if the Amyr were never human, then perhaps they are skin dancers, or they use skin dancers as a tool to hunt the Chandrian. Now the word Chandrian derives from the Temic term Chandian, which means 7 of them. Temic is an ancient language predating Tema by about 1,000 years, which was the ancient language of the Amyr. Now the words above the 4-plate door in the archives of the university are also written in Temic, and they read Vorfelin Renata More, which Sim roughly translates to the desire for knowledge shapes a man. Now Renata and Rinta are pretty close, and if this has to do with shaping, maybe the Chandrian were originally shapers, and that's what connects these words. They could be the shapers who reshaped their own name, and when you rewrite your name, something always goes wrong. This makes sense with how Aladdin almost pissed himself when he thought that Kvothe changed his name. Perhaps the Chandrian are the only people who changed their true name, though it appears that Kvothe has also changed his name in the frame story, so perhaps he's become one of them, and his curse is silence. Anyway, the Creation War is the most amount of info we have about their origins, and it most likely holds a lot of truth, though Denna's version that she sings in the Song of Seven Sorrows contradicts this by painting Lanre in tragic tones, and it makes Celatos the one who's cruel and who cursed him. Let me know in the comments which version you think is true. Now the Fae also have stories about them. Both Bast and Felurian know about the Chandrian and fear them. So much so that Felurian threatened to kill Kvothe if he asked about them again. There's also the Scythe, who are a faction of the Fane Court who keep anyone from speaking with the Cthaeh, and they're noted as one of the enemies of the Chandrian. But the next origin story comes from Adem. Kvothe asks for information on the Chandrian or the Rinta, and Shaheen tells him the story of 7 cities and 1 city, another variant of the Creation War. She tells him not to mention the story until he's walked 1,000 miles and slept 1,000 nights, and ends the story with a rhyme revealing the names of the 7. Cyphus bears the blue flame, Sturkis is in thrall of iron, Ferul chill and dark of eye, Usnia lives in nothing but decay, Grey Dalsenti never speaks, Pale Alenta brings the blight, last there is the Lord of the 7, hated, hopeless, sleepless, sane, Alaxel bears the shadow's hame. Here we have each Chandrian and their sign. Now we should talk about a few of these. Cyphus is probably the same Cyphus that tried to imprison Taborlin. Ferul is obviously Cinder. Fun fact, Sturkis is Latin for poop. I don't know if that was intentional, Pat, but okay. Also, Usnia is actually a type of fungi that's used to create medicine that's used to treat urinary tract infections, among other things. Grey Dalsenti, we don't really know anything about this one. However, we do know that the Talon priests wear grey, and there's only one Talon priest we've seen so far in the books. When Scarpi is telling the story of Aleph and Telu, a version that extremely deviates from the Book of the Path in the Talon religion, a priest named Erlis shows up and causes quite the scene. He screams at Scarpi and throws a cup at his head and gets Scarpi arrested for heresy, but not before ordering his men to beat him unconscious. This priest is described as having eyes that are smoldering like half-hidden coals. Now, while it is possible that this could have been Dalsenti, many fans believe it could have been Cinder in disguise. Also, in the audiobook, Erlis is given a very snaky voice, just like Cinder's, and he actually hisses at Scarpi for saying Telu's name in his presence. Another theory is that Dalsenti could be one of the Adem, because Adem never speak, and Adem masters wear white, which over time could become gray. Next, there's Pale Alenta. Now, I'm thinking this is most likely a female member of the Chandrian, as the children's rhyme mentions a woman pale as snow. And then there is Alaxel, which must be the true name of Haliax, or Lanray, the man who was brought back to life and was barred from the 3 doors of mine. Now, what's interesting is that Hal is a Latin word for breath, so the etymology fits to make Haliax mean breath of Eax. This could be a major hint that his power is derived from Eax. So that's everything we know about the Chandrian and their signs, but the motivation behind their murderous acts is still unknown. It appears that they have a strong desire to erase as much knowledge about themselves as possible. It could be as simple as them wanting to destroy the world to end their curse, and maybe the use of their name is painful to them. Or maybe there's more that they're hiding. In the Eld Forest, Cinder seems like he's looking for something, immediately before a lightning bolt apparently summoned by Kvothe strikes the camp. I'm not convinced that Kvothe did this. It could have been one of the singers, or angels, or Amyr. Perhaps Telu himself. Now, I'm not saying that the Chandrian are out there, striking like lightning from the clear blue sky, but folk everywhere are afraid of them. There's usually a reason for that. The Kingkiller Chronicle is filled with unsolved mysteries. One of the biggest, which our protagonist spends 2 books searching for, is knowledge about the Chandrian, the mysterious group of 7 known about in myth and folklore all throughout the world of Temerant, and who act as the main antagonist of the series. When it comes down to it, we don't actually know a lot about them, but there is plenty of potential clues. So here are 7 theories on the Chandrian. After Traben was burned to the ground and an artifact was found at the Mothan farm, Nina mentions that on the vase there were 8 figures rather than 7. Now we know that Chandrian means 7 of them, but it could be that Haliax, being the leader of them, isn't included in those 7. So if there is actually 8 Chandrian in total, then it would only make sense for this 8th one to be revealed as a character we already know. So who could this person be? Well, this next theory was sent in to me and was originally created by Daniel Heskett. Rothfuss loves hiding clues in plain sight, and he often plays with words in order to do this. Take for example the Lackless rhyme that I've mentioned in previous videos that holds a lot of clues. Now when Trappist is telling his story in the Name of the Wind, it's mentioned that the 8th day of the week is known as Felling. Now could this be a hint that Fella is the 8th Chandrian? This might sound like a stretch, but let's look over some of the evidence we have for this theory. First off, she's better at naming than Kvothe, and we know that she knows the name of stone. The third book is called The Doors of Stone, so maybe she has a larger purpose in the story going forward, and is needed to open these doors. She's also referred to as Relar Fella before Elladan promotes her, which again, this implies that she has great knowledge and skill for someone her age. Now we know that Kvothe can't find any information about the Chandrian in the archives, and we also know that Fella happens to work in the archives, where she's in the perfect position to remove any information that she needs to. She also happens to be around during some important scenes. For instance, Fella was in the fishery when the fire accident happened. It's described that there was ice on the bone tar canister, and Kilvin mentioned this was most likely caused by the canister's sigildry being damaged. Maybe Fella was the one who sabotaged the sigildry. But to what purpose? Well, this led to Denna meeting Master Ash, who many believe is a member of the Chandrian. And this is also one of the only times that Kvothe bleeds, and Fella could have access to his blood and be the one to use it shortly after for malfeasance. The evidence that it's Ambrose is pretty weak, and to add to this idea, Fella goes out on a date with Ambrose and could have framed him for the malfeasance by planting the evidence in his room. Fella is described as being incredibly beautiful, and yet she dates Sim, who has terrible results with women. If she is working with the Chandrian, then maybe she only dates Sim in order to get closer to Kvothe. Now we also know that she gives Kvothe a cloak which he lost in the shipwreck, and this is one of the only two parts of the book that Kvothe skips over. And it's hinted the parts he skips over have more significance than we think. Could this cloak have been used to track him, and maybe when he lost it, the Chandrian were no longer able to keep tabs on him? We know Kvothe is going to be betrayed at some point. Could Fella be the 8th Chandrian, or maybe just working with them? It's a possibility, though Denna also fits this role. Many fans believe that Denna's patron, Master Ash, who she's oddly protective over, is actually Cinder. And or Breton, as Breton is always absent at the same time that Denna is meeting with Master Ash. Also, there's rumors that Breton does weird pagan crap in the woods. Sounds like a Chandrian. We also know in The Wise Man's Fear that the Cthaeh is told that Denna's patron beats her.
He beats her, you know, her patron. Not all the time, but often. Sometimes in a temper, but mostly it's a game to him. 2 days ago, he used his walking stick. That was new. Welts the size of your thumb under her clothes, bruises down to the bone. Poor girl.
Cinder is considered to be very cruel, which would fit with the Cthaeh's description. We also know that Breton has a walking stick, just like the Cthaeh claims that Denna's patron has. Or is the Cthaeh trying to twist things, and maybe he's actually beating her at a game, like Breton's beautiful games of tack? Cinder also often turns out to be in the same geographical areas as Denna, like in Trebin and Vintas. We should also consider that Kvothe has a knack for guessing true names of things, and his first attempts at guessing Denna's patron's name include Theran, Foru, and Fordale, which are all very similar to Cinder's true name, which is Ferula or Ferul. And actually, if you break them into syllables and take them in order, they spell out Ferul. Eventually, he sticks with Master Ash, which is a synonym for Cinder. Breton's colors are mentioned as being ash gray and dark charcoal. Denna remarks that her patron is light on his feet, and Cinder is also described as having very fluid movements. Not to mention, when Kvothe first meets with Breton, he claims to enjoy traveling and to have recently taken up dancing. And then of course there's Denna's song, the Song of Seven Sorrows. This is a version of the story of Myr Teriniel's betrayal. However, in this version, Lanray is a misunderstood hero. I've talked about the story of Myr Teriniel in previous videos, but it's possible that maybe the Chandrian are wanting to conceal or remake history. Or could it be that the Chandrian are trying to expose some of the lies that have been written down as history? Maybe Denna's version is the right one, and the Chandrian are misunderstood. We know Kvothe showed up and the Chandrian were there. We know he believes the Chandrian killed his troop. However, we never actually saw them do it. There's a scene in Tarbean where Kvothe is beaten half to death by the city guard. He's later found by somebody wearing the demon mask of Encanis who helps him, and Encanis' friend begs him to leave and says if they find us here with him, they will assume we did it. This almost seems like it could be foreshadowing, like the Chandrian actually showed up after the Amyr killed his troop, and Kvothe just blamed the Chandrian. However, the only thing that's keeping me from jumping on board with this theory is that Cinder seems so cruel, and he definitely didn't come off as someone innocent that just arrived on the scene. Throughout the Kingkiller Chronicle, we've seen a darker side to Kvothe, and at one point in The Name of the Wind, the chronicler says, "Some people say there's a new Chandrian, with hair as red as the blood he spills." What's odd is that Kvothe doesn't really get angry about this. Instead, he replies with an almost weary acceptance and says the important people know the difference. Notice how this isn't necessarily a refusal. To me, it sounds like he's become something similar to the Chandrian, but maybe he isn't part of their group. It could be that he ends up killing one of them, and this puts their curse upon himself. At the end of book 1, when the skin dancer is looking for something, it turns towards Kvothe and asks him Temerant, which is suspiciously close to the Adem word for Chandrian. So basically, it could be asking him, "Are you a Chandrian?" So could Kvothe be a Chandrian? I think if this theory is true, one of the biggest clues is the silence that surrounds him in the Waystone Inn. A silence that belongs to him, the cut flower sound of a man waiting to die. If he's anything like the Chandrian, he'll be waiting a long time. Every Chandrian has their sign, and it's possible these signs are curses to the individual. So I would say that silence would be the most torturous thing for Kvothe, as there's no music in silence. There's lots more I could add to this theory, so I think I might have to make a separate video on it at some point. Now, if history is wrong and the Chandrian aren't necessarily these evil beings, then who's their opposition? Well, we know for sure that the Amyr are on opposite ends of the Chandrian. Now, Felurian says that there never have been any human Amyr, so the original Amyr aren't human, but we know there was, or is, a human faction, the Holy Order of Amyr, the mysterious group founded by the Tellin Church and who acted as church knights of the Aturan Empire. We don't know much about the original ones, the non-human ones, but we know that the human ones did gruesome science experiments for the greater good. But now, where are the Amyr hiding? Well, it would be a good cover story for the University Masters to be Amyr. Under the guise of a university, they can easily investigate anything in the name of pursuing knowledge. And being the primary scholars in this world, they're in prime position to choose which version of history is taught and studied. Now, Master Loren knows Arladin as the Bard, and he actively discourages Kvothe from researching the Amyr. He's in control of the archives, and would easily be able to hide information on the Chandrian and the Amyr. For some reason, Master Loren allows Puppet to live within the archives with a room filled with candles. Maybe Puppet is acting as a guard, a watchman who will sound the alarm as soon as the candles turn to blue, signaling the arrival of the Chandrian. Why would the Chandrian want access to the archives? Well, it hides the four-plate door, the door that could possibly hold Eax, who maybe the Chandrian are trying to free. The Masters act as guardians of the four-plate door, which if they are Amyr, then it would make sense for them to be guarding what the Chandrian want. Now, Caduceus is the one that slowly poisons Mayor Alvaron, and he's an arcanist with a gilder, and his actions seem to fit in with the Amyr motto. The Cthaeh says that the mayor has already come close to them, although he doesn't realize it. And he also says the mayor will lead him to the Amyr's door. Now, the mayor sends Kvothe away back to the university and the four-plate door. I believe the four-plate door is the door of the Amyr. There's a strongly supported fan theory that the university is built on the remains of the 7th city of the Urgan Empire, the one that did not fall. The city called Bellin, that was saved by Lanray and Lyra. The address of the university happens to be Bellany Baron, which sounds a lot like Bellin Barrow. And this city is described as being buried in time. It sounds like to me this is the underthing underneath of the university, the most likely place where Celatos founded the Amyr. This all leads to the question, what is Haliax and the other Chandrians' endgame? It's been suggested that maybe the Chandrian want to stop all information about them from spreading, as that's what's keeping them alive. And they just want to die, but they can't go through the door of death. I think the Chandrian are wanting to release something that's sealed beyond the doors of stone. We know from the Creation War story that Lanray was able to conquer a great beast and the enemy was shut beyond the doors of stone. And with the third book's title, I think this is going to be very important. Though my guess is that Kvothe is going to mess things up and accidentally open it for them. And maybe the Lackless box holds the key to opening this door. In the Kingkiller Chronicle, there's one creature that I find to be even more ominous than all 7 Chandrian. The Cthaeh, despite seemingly being bound to a tree within a clearing in the Fey realm, has placed its mark across the 4 corners of civilization. Throughout the history of Temerant, people have sought out the Cthaeh, seeking knowledge or power, and while they may acquire what they came for, every encounter with the Cthaeh has had the same result: world-altering tragedy. The Cthaeh can see all possible futures, and chooses the exact words that make a person go down the path that results in the worst possible outcome for as many people as possible. And as we know, Kvothe has started down that same path, his life now spiraling down into tragedy, and it all comes back to his encounter with the Cthaeh. Now, the Cthaeh is kind of a mystery. We don't really know exactly what it is, but in this video, I want to go over what we do know about the Cthaeh so far, and the influence that its words have had on Kvothe. And then I'll talk about the result of his tragedy in the current day at the Waystone Inn. The red-haired innkeeper gestured at the empty taproom. This is the end of the story, Bast. We all know that. This is not a dashing romance. This is no fable where folk come back from the dead. It's not an epic meant to stir the blood. No, we all know what kind of story this is. There's no doubt that the Kingkiller Chronicle is in fact a tragedy. Actually, according to Bast, it's the worst kind of tragedy, as apparently in Fey stage plays, if the Cthaeh's tree is shown in the distance in the backdrop, you know the story is going to be the worst kind of tragedy. It's put there so the audience knows what to expect, so they know everything will go terribly wrong in the end. Though that's kind of a weak-looking Cthaeh tree. I've never been a big fan of these covers, but it gets the point across. Now, as I already mentioned, the Cthaeh is a creature who dwells within the branches of a tree in the Fey realm. According to Bast, it's regarded by the Fey as the most terrible and malicious being in existence. It's poisonous, hateful, and contagious. It can perfectly see all possible futures and uses its knowledge to reveal information that will hurt and traumatize those who speak to it, creating a domino effect from that person, resulting in the worst possible future it can cause. Felurian says that it doesn't lie. It has the gift of seeing, but only tells the things that hurt. And it's my belief that while it doesn't lie, it tells the truth in a very misleading way. The Cthaeh is supposedly responsible for many of history's greatest tragedies. Eax, or Jax, spoke to it before he stole the moon, which in turn caused the Creation War. It also spoke to Lanray shortly before he betrayed Myr Terinial, the event that created the Chandrian. Apparently, it was also responsible for the Fasting Way War, which we learn about from Felurian. In the story, a young Fey princess became very ill, so a peasant who admired her sought out the Cthaeh in order to take of it a single Rinna flower from the tree, a flower that acts as a panacea, being able to heal any illness. The princess is then healed and she falls in love with the peasant despite being promised to marry into a neighboring kingdom. A civil war then breaks out between the two Fey kingdoms, a war that leaves the fields burned and the earth salted, causing a famine that kills thousands. This is a clear example of the destructive and malicious power of the Cthaeh. I swear it on the doors of stone, I'm telling you 3,000 times, there is nothing in my world or yours more dangerous than the Cthaeh. Because of this danger, it's the job of the Sith to keep anyone from having contact with the Cthaeh. If any of the Fae can be said to work for the good, it's them. Their oldest and most important charge is to keep the Cthaeh from having any contact with anyone. I can't for all the salt in me guess how you slipped past them, Reshi. If anyone manages to come in contact with the Cthaeh, the Sith kill them. They kill them from a half-mile off, with their long horn bows. Then they leave the body to rot. If a crow so much as lands on the body, they kill it too. The Sith are also known to have hunted the Skin Dancers until they were extinct, and they're one of the few groups specifically named by Haliax as a fear of the Chandrian. So why was it that they weren't around to stop Kvothe from speaking to the Cthaeh? We don't really know for certain, but maybe the Cthaeh knew the exact moment that the Sith would be distracted with something else, perhaps chasing the Chandrian, and this small window of time is when Kvothe would come to speak to him. But let's hope they don't find out, because according to Bast, if the Sith knew that Kvothe had spoken to the Cthaeh, they would have no problem tracking him down and killing everyone in the scene, plus burning his into the ground for good measure. I'm not trying to let the Chandrian off the hook, but this does sound an awful lot like what happened to Kvothe's parents, as well as what happened at the Mothen farm. Anyway, it's about time we go over Kvothe's encounter with the Cthaeh. During his time in the Fae, Kvothe wanders off while Felurian is working on his shade. He finds himself in a field following a winding path that seems to be avoiding a lone tree, so he walks off the path, distracted by the colorful butterflies around the tree. He's watching a red and gold one of these when suddenly the butterfly is cut in half, and he realizes that there's countless dead butterflies beneath the tree. Kvothe mistakenly believes this voice is coming from the tree itself, but the Cthaeh says that it's no more a tree than a man is a chair. It goes on to tempt him with its knowledge about the Chandrian, but it actually doesn't really reveal anything new. It hints that the leader of the bandit group he defeated in the Eld was in fact Cinder. It also mentions that he'd have to make his way to the storm wall before he could hope to get any answers to his questions about the Chandrian. Now this to me seems like the Cthaeh wants Kvothe ignorant about the Chandrian, but at the same time he wants to set him up to try and kill Cinder. This is likely the one being that he's met that would have knowledge about the Chandrian, but it hardly tells him anything new. It then teases him about his time spent with Felurian before turning its voice to Denna, revealing that she suffered abusive physical treatment at the hands of her patron. The stress of all of this is what causes Kvothe to flee from the Cthaeh. Now, he never was able to see what the Cthaeh looked like, besides as a blur or some sinuous movement about the tree. For all we know, Patrick Rothfuss himself could be hiding in its branches. However, the word sinuous, along with the odd hissing noise it makes at one point, brings to mind a snake, and it's hard not to put together a Garden of Eden reference. Here's Kvothe, naked, talking to a malicious creature in a tree that tempts him with knowledge. And like how the serpent poisoned the minds of Adam and Eve by offering them knowledge, the Cthaeh's poison sinks deep into Kvothe. Now, before I talk about the effect this conversation had on Kvothe, let's quickly talk about the butterflies. This whole time, the Cthaeh has been killing butterflies, which right there is evidence of how evil it is. And knowing Rothfuss's writing style, this most likely is significant. The very first butterfly that it kills is red and gold, and many fans have speculated this could symbolize the Calanthus family line. Roderick Calanthus is the current king of Vintus, and the Calanthus royal house colors are red and gold. The theory is that each butterfly represents a death caused by the interaction between Kvothe and the Cthaeh. The longer he talks to it, the more people that are killed. And there's speculation for all the other colors, such as the blue and black butterfly representing Cinder, but I'm not really too sure about the other ones. I'll leave a link to a post by Reddit user The Yillist that goes over theories for each butterfly. It is interesting though how this plays into the theme of the butterfly effect. In chaos theory, the butterfly effect is the idea that a small change can make a much bigger change. The term comes from the analogy where a butterfly flaps its wings in Chicago and a tornado occurs in Tokyo. We know the Cthaeh can cause a butterfly effect, causing bigger and bigger disasters after speaking to it, and perhaps these disasters are represented in the butterflies it kills. Now let's move on to talk about the influence this conversation has had on Kvothe. I've mentioned how it didn't give much more information about the Chandrian, but the Cthaeh seems to want Kvothe to go after Cinder.
Maybe this Cinder did me a bad turn once. Maybe it amuses me to set a young pup like you snapping at his heels.
Its words about the storm wall is what encouraged Kvothe to go with Tempe to Edema Ruh. Here we know he gains martial arts skills, a better understanding of the Lethani and the name of the wind, and gains some knowledge about the Chandrian's names. Now, if Kvothe never went to Edema Ruh, he never would have found those fake Edema Ruh. He never would have killed them, never would have infuriated the Lady Lackless, and never would have been forced to leave the mayor's court. Why is this important? Well,
not many folk will take your search for the Amyr seriously, you realize. The mayor, however, is quite the extraordinary man. He's already come close to them, though he doesn't realize it. Stick by the mayor and he will lead you to their door.
Kvothe needs to stick by the mayor, but he's kind of messed things up. However, the mayor is now paying for his tuition fees for the university, so perhaps by following the mayor's coin back to the university, this is what the Cthaeh wants? It also seems to be making a joke. My guess is that the stick by the mayor is referring to Breden's walking stick. Breden, Kvothe's tack-playing friend in Vintus, is close to the mayor. And it's a common theory that he is Denna's patron, since her patron also uses a walking stick. Many people also believe that her patron could be Cinder. This leads me to what the Cthaeh said about Denna.
He beats her, you know, her patron. Not all the time, but often. Sometimes in a temper, but mostly it's a game to him. 2 days ago, he used his walking stick. That was new. Welts the size of your thumb under her clothes, bruises down to the bone.
It is obviously trying to make him furious, and is setting him up to go after Denna's patron. And this is what puts me on the fence. On one side, I empathize with Denna if she does have an abusive relationship with her patron. But on the other side, I don't trust anything the Cthaeh says. I could easily see it twisting its words to manipulate Kvothe. I've mentioned this theory before, but I think it could be that her patron is training her in combat. He's beating her at a game of sparring with a staff. And if he is training her to, say, become an Amyr, then I wouldn't doubt that the training would be brutal, leaving her with countless bruises. We know that Denna is able to defend herself. She pulled a knife out to defend the woman in the alley in Vintus, and in the name of the wind, she teaches Kvothe how to properly grip a knife. And it's also most likely that her patron is teaching her Yillish knots as well. I'm not 100% sold on this theory, but we do have cases where Kvothe and Denna seem to be mirroring each other, and if they did have the same goal of defeating the Chandrian, or maybe even if they had opposite goals, I think it would make things interesting. Kvothe has already promised Denna that he wouldn't try to find the identity of her patron. He swore it on the ever-moving moon. But after listening to the Cthaeh, I can't see him keeping this promise. And if Kvothe does end up killing her patron under the assumption that he abuses her, that would be an even more terrible disaster. Now, let's talk about Kvothe's tragedy in the present day. He's changed his name to Kvothe, which means disaster, and secluded himself to live the life of an innkeeper in a small town, almost as if he's in hiding, and it seems that he's lost some of his abilities, which could possibly be because he locked his true name within the thrice-locked chest. At least that's the assumption. He's somehow messed everything up. He kills a king, which starts a war. There also seems to be fey creatures like skin dancers and Scrael that are now flooding into the mortal world. Possibly a result of him opening the doors of stone, or maybe breaking the bond that binds the Cthaeh to its tree. He's caused pretty much all the problems in the world, and now he's waiting to die. Now, maybe this means that he's waiting to lure the Chandrian into a trap at the Waystone Inn and sacrifice himself in order to kill them all. Whatever it is, Kvothe is in quite the pickle. One thing I didn't mention about the Cthaeh earlier is Kvothe's comment about its smell. He mentions that it smells like smoke, spice, leather, and lemon, which is oddly similar in description to his lockless box, as well as the thrice-locked chest and the mounting board for folly, which we know those are made of roa wood, but maybe there's some connection between the lockless box and the Cthaeh. I swear it on the doors of stone, I'm telling you 3,000 times, there is nothing in my world or yours more dangerous than the Cthaeh. I'll quickly go over the basics of what the Cthaeh is. It's a creature who dwells within the branches of a tree in the Fey realm. It's regarded by the Fey as one of the most terrible and malicious beings in existence. It can supposedly see all possible futures, and uses its knowledge to send those who speak to it down the worst possible path, creating the biggest disaster it can manage. Now, from the short encounter Kvothe has with the Cthaeh in Book 2, there really isn't a lot of information on who or what it is. However, piecing together other bits of folklore from across the four corners, we can begin to see a few different possibilities arise as to its identity. Let's start with one of the most popular theories, that the Cthaeh is Celatos. This is one of those theories that I started to pick up on my own during my second reread, however, I was not the first person to come up with this theory. I've seen a lot of other Reddit users, such as Thistlepong, who have done a much better job at compiling all of the evidence. I'll leave a link to a bunch of the Reddit posts down below if you want to check those out. We first learn about the legendary namer Celatos from the story of Lanre, told by Scarpi the storyteller in Tarbean, in chapter 26 of The Name of the Wind. Scarpi prefaces the story by saying, "Who would like to hear the story of a man who lost his eye and gained a better sight? Once, years and miles away, there was Myr Terinial, the shining city. It sat among the tall mountains of the world, like a gem on the crown of a king." The story goes on to tell us that Celatos was lord over Myr Terinial. Just by looking at a thing, Celatos could see its hidden name and understand it. He was the most powerful namer of anyone alive in that age. And he was well loved by the people. Such was the power of his sight that he could read the hearts of men like heavy lettered books. Myr Terinial was one of the 8 remaining cities in the Urgan Empire during the Creation War, and the only one left unscarred from the centuries of war, thanks to Celatos using the power of his sight to keep watch over the mountain passes leading to the city. However, the other cities did not have this protection, but they looked towards Lanre, a warrior of renown, and his wife Lyra, a powerful namer, who were both allies of Celatos. They fought battle after battle together, trying to unite the cities to push back the enemy. During the largest and most terrible battle of the Creation War, known as the Black of Drosentor, Lanre was able to conquer a great beast, and the enemy was shut beyond the doors of stone. What this beast and enemy were are up for debate, but a good guess would be that the enemy was Eax. Eax was the most powerful shaper who stole the moon and brought it into the Fey realm, the action that sparked the Creation War, and apparently Eax spoke to the Cthaeh before doing this. As for the beast that Lanre slew, it's possible this was some type of Dracus. Now, during this battle, Lanre was actually killed, but his wife Lyra was able to revive him by using her naming skills to call him back from beyond the doors of death. However, a few years later, when the war almost seems like it's coming to an end, Lyra dies for an unknown reason, though the rumors were that she fell ill. The loss of his wife drives Lanre into a grief-stricken madness. He then sets out to find a way to revive her, and he sought knowledge where knowledge is better left alone, and gained it at a terrible price. Now, even with his newfound power, he wasn't able to revive Lyra, and after his journey, Lanre returns to Myr Terinial and binds Celatos in place by speaking his name. "Selanxi, I bind you, by the name of stone, be still as stone. Eru, I command the air, lay leaden on your tongue. Celatos, I name you, may all your powers fail you but your sight." He then forces Celatos to watch, unable to move, as his army destroys Myr Terinial. As the hold begins to weaken, Celatos then picks up a jagged rock, and Lanre asks him if he can kill him. But Celatos speaks of how he was deceived, how his sight failed him. He then raises the stone and drives it into his own eye. With the last of the binding broken, he throws the rock at Lanre's feet, and uses the power in his blood to bind and curse Lanre, so that his face will always be in shadow and his name turned against him, giving him no peace for him and all who follow him. We know that Haliax and his followers become known as the Chandrian, the ones who betrayed and destroyed 6 of the 7 cities in the Urgan Empire. Now, in Scarpi's second story, Aleph, presumably the creator of Temerant, returns after the Creation War and meets with Celatos One-Eye and attempts to recruit him into his rank of angels. However, Celatos declines, since he would need to leave behind all personal goals and wouldn't be able to go after the Chandrian and avenge Myr Terinial. Instead, he forms the Order Amyr, who vow to oppose the Chandrian and to not let anything prevent them from attaining the greater good. So what evidence do we have that Celatos, the founder of the Amyr, could be the Cthaeh? First of all, Cthaeh gouges out his eye with mountain glass, or obsidian. Now, the only other mention of something similar is the description of the contents of the Lackless box. At one point, Kvothe says that by the weight of the box, it feels like it contains stone or heavy glass. And in one version of the Lackless rhyme, there's a verse about this Lackless heirloom. In a box no lid or locks, Lackless keeps her husband's rocks. Ignoring any innuendo, it's easy to assume that this is the same mountain glass that Cthaeh used to gouge out his eye. Now, the box is also described as having a very distinct scent, a spicy smell that's almost like lemon. This is a sign that it's made from the very rare Roa wood, the same wood that the thrice-locked chest is made out of, and the same wood of the Cthaeh's tree. And I'm pretty sure that the reason why this wood is so rare is because it originally came from the Fey realm. So it's possible that the mountain glass with Cthaeh's blood on it is sealed within the Lackless box, and the power in the blood, combined with the fact that the box and the tree are made of the same wood, could be the thing that's binding Cthaeh, or the Cthaeh, to its tree. It's also noted that the wood of the box likely has iron and copper in it, which possibly could help with the sympathetic binding. And I should mention that it's possible that Kvothe, or Kote, used on himself this very same technique to lock his name within the thrice-locked chest. We know that Cthaeh gave up his eye and gained a better sight. Let's say his foretelling abilities became so powerful that the only way to protect Temerant from his influence was to bind him to a tree and keep him locked in the Fey realm, guarded by the Sith, who would strike down any who tried to make contact. Until presumably Kvothe opens up the Lackless box and breaks the binding, messing everything up as usual. After all, he does have the nickname Broken Tree. Maybe the reason he's forced to change his name is to right his wrongs by binding the Cthaeh back to its tree, using the power of his own name. Kote mentions that he's faced worse than the Cthaeh. Maybe he's referring to the effort needed to finally put Kvothe to rest, giving up 2 letters of his name. Now, I know that some people have tried to debunk this theory by bringing up that Lanre spoke to the Cthaeh before betraying Myr to Riniel, and Cthaeh hadn't been given the name Cthaeh at that time. I kind of find this to be a weak argument. If Lanre spoke to Cthaeh beforehand, which he would have because they were allies, then he spoke to the Cthaeh, if this theory is true. It doesn't matter when the Cthaeh was bound to its tree and given that name. Small details like the time frame are things that get lost when a story is told over time. Now, the one issue that I had with this theory is that Cthaeh is depicted as a hero, not the cruel monster that is the Cthaeh. And this is where we need to remember that we're only getting one side of the story, the one that makes Cthaeh the hero. If we take a look at Denna's version of the story, the Song of Seven Sorrows, it actually contradicts Scarpi's about Lanre being a traitor, and instead claims that he was the one who was betrayed, and Cthaeh spoke cruel and biting words. This sounds a lot more like the Cthaeh in my opinion, especially the phrasing of biting, as we know that the Cthaeh is known to have a bite, which I'll talk about a little later on in this video. Now, Denna's version of the story I actually think would be more reliable, as she had a lot of resources and spent her time doing her research. Where Scarpi's story, it could just be another deception to put our hero down the wrong path. The next theory is fairly simple. It's the theory that the Cthaeh is represented as the Tinker or the Hermit in Hespa's story, which she tells to Kvothe during their time in the Eld Forest. This is the story of Jax, which was told to Hespa by her mother every night, and her grandmother taught it to her mother, so we can assume it's been told for many generations. Though, like most stories, I'm sure it's lost some detail or been embellished over the years. In this story, Jax is a luckless boy. Take note that this most likely means he was a forefather to the Lackless family. He lived alone in a broken house at the end of a broken road. One day he makes a bet with a tinker who attempts to find something in his packs that would make the boy happy. He shows him various different and wonderful things, but Jax wants the moon. Jax really loves the moon, and staring at it is just not enough. To make a long story short, the tinker loses the bet, and Jax takes all his packs as well as his walking stick and the hat off his head. though he does give the Tinker his old broken house. He then heads out to seek the moon, and eventually comes across an old man in a cave. This man is a skilled listener and namer, who's listening for the name of the wind. He tells Jax of names, and explains the treasures that the Tinker had in his third pack: a stone flute, a metal box, and a bent piece of wood. The hermit shows him how the bent piece of wood can be unfolded over and over again to make a bent house. Now, it's pretty much canon that Jax's folding house is a representation of the creation of the Fey realm. He creates a house with multiple entrances, doors, and windows, and a very different sky, with a different set of stars and no moon. Not to mention the bedroom is described as being in twilight, like Felurian's Twilight Glade. Anyway, Jax doesn't take the advice of the hermit and instead continues on his journey and ends up using the stone flute to lure the moon. He traps part of the name of the moon, Ludus, inside the metal box, causing the moon to share its time with not only the mortal world, but also the world in his folding house, the Fey realm. So there's also the possibility that the Lackless box is also the box that holds part of the moon. Or maybe the stone flute that Jax used to lure it. So why would the Cthaeh be the Tinker or the Hermit? Well, we know that Eax, or Jax, spoke to the Cthaeh before he stole the moon, and that's what sparked the entire creation war. We know he spoke to a Tinker, who he most likely pissed off, and he also spoke to the Hermit. I even think the Celatos theory could be combined with this one, as we know that the Tinker has some special spectacles, which could represent Celatos' special sight. But also, we know that the Hermit was a powerful namer, and he lived up on a mountain. Celatos was a powerful namer who ruled over the mountain kingdom of Myr Terrenial. Maybe before Jax became a Shaper, he spent some time with a master namer like Celatos. And finally, the theory that the Cthaeh is Encanis. Now, I won't go over the whole story of Telu and Encanis, but I will touch on a few key details. Encanis is the enemy of Telu and the most powerful demon in all existence. Now remember, Bast mentions that there are no demons, only Fey, so we can assume that Encanis was a powerful Fey. And there's a few clues that could link Encanis to a certain tree in the Fey realm. First of all, when Telu strikes the demon with his iron hammer, there was a sound of quenching iron and a smell of burning leather. The Cthaeh is also described as smelling like leather, as well as smoke, which is also related to Encanis. But to go even further, think about what the sound of quenching iron sounds like. It sounds like a hissing snake. And while Kvothe never saw what the Cthaeh looked like, he mentions a sinuous movement in the tree, and the Cthaeh even hisses at one point. This again would play into the sort of Garden of Eden parallel that I mentioned in the last video. Since Encanis is pretty much the Temerant version of the devil, it would make sense that he's the creature in the tree who offers to share its knowledge at a heavy price. Now another thing, later on when Telu captures Encanis and chains him to the iron wheel, he asks him to choose a path, and Encanis doesn't respond honestly, he lies. And what happens? The iron wheel rings like a bell, and Encanis arches his body in pain. Every single time he says a lie, the same pain washes over him, and the wheel rings like a bell. This is very interesting because the Cthaeh supposedly cannot lie, though it's pretty clear that it purposefully misleads people by not giving enough information or context. So this makes me wonder if the Cthaeh actually can lie, just that if it does, it'll cause immense pain, and the wheel or the tree will ring out. Which I have to mention, this reminds me of one line from the Lackless riddle, a ring not made for wearing. Maybe that ring is the ring of Encanis' wheel, or the Cthaeh's tree. Things are getting complicated.
Bonus theory.
Try to stick with me a little bit longer because this theory is going to try and link a lot of things together. Bast describes the Cthaeh as contagious and says anyone influenced by the Cthaeh is like a plague ship sailing for a harbor. Now, when Kvothe gets back from speaking with the Cthaeh, Felurian was horrified and concerned that it may have bitten him. After checking him over for any physical sign of a bite and looking into his eyes to see if he was broken, she comes to the conclusion that he wasn't bitten. But what is the effect of this bite? Well, obviously, we know it's contagious, which is why the Sith, and yes, it is Sith, not Scythe,
Sith.
keep anyone from having contact with it. Now, the Sith are also known to have hunted the Skin Dancers until extinction, or so they thought. I think there's a possible connection between Skin Dancers and the bite of the Cthaeh. Let's go back to the very first person known to have been influenced by it, Eax, who most people assume is the enemy during the battle at Drossen Tor. When we learn of this battle from the Adem perspective, it's said that the enemy moved like a worm in fruit and poisoned 7 others against the Empire, who went on to destroy the cities, but one remembered the Lethani. Like a worm in fruit, this is kind of odd wording. It does make me think of the snake-like qualities of the Cthaeh, but it also makes me think of a skin dancer jumping in and out of bodies. Now, I've seen several theories while lurking in the Kingkiller subreddit that suggest that Eax was a skin dancer and jumped into Lanray when Lanray was killed, before Lyra revived him. When Lyra dies, Lanray takes on the persona of Haliax.
I am Haliax, and no door can bar my passing.
The enemy was supposed to have been shut beyond the doors of stone, but this makes me think that the skin dancer in Eax has inhabited the body of Lanray. Maybe it's telling the truth when it says it's no longer the Lanray you knew, and boasting that the doors of stone couldn't stop it. Many fans think that Haliax could mean breath of Eax, and I think this fits in well with this theory. Actually, the great beast that Lanray fought was described to have breath of darkness that smothered men. And Haliax has a face of shadow. He bears the shadow's hame. Now, hame is apparently a kind of yoke used for an ox, so it's kind of implying that something else has got the reins and is controlling Lanray. Now, this also brings me back to the Encanus theory, as Encanus also hid his face in shadow. It's also said that he destroyed the same amount of cities as Lanray, but I don't think this means they are one in the same. Rather, Encanus is the skin dancer that either possessed or poisoned Eax, and then Lanray, and is now bound to the tree in the Fey realm. Now, when Encanus was bound to the wheel, after 10 days he began cursing in unknown languages, and trying to scratch and bite Telu. This sounds an awful lot like what we've seen from skin dancers so far. At the Waystone Inn, the mercenary, who ends up being a skin dancer, arrives speaking in unknown languages. Anyway, when he's killed, they were expecting to see a dark shadow or smoke as the skin dancer left the body, but maybe it jumped into someone else too quickly. This again has the same dark shadow description as Encanus and Haliax and the beast at Drossen Tor. But what was the skin dancer's goal at the Waystone Inn? Well, it's clear that it was searching for something or someone. At one point, it looks at Kvothe and asks the question, Te Rinte. Rinta is the Adem word for Chandrian. It also sounds a lot like the Rinna flowers that grow on the Cthaeh. So, it's searching for the Chandrian and it's asking Kvothe if he's one of them. Assuming that skin dancers are an agent of the Cthaeh, why would they be after the Chandrian?
Maybe this cinder did me a bad turn once. Maybe it amuses me to set a young pup like you snapping at his heels.
If it is Encanus, maybe this bad turn relates to Cinder turning the wheel that Encanus is bound to. I don't really know, but I'm gonna take a leap here and say that maybe the Chandrian were poisoned by the Cthaeh, but are now trying to stop its influence and the power it has over them by changing their names and trying to eliminate all information on their true names. So in some respects, the Chandrian are tied to Encanus by carrying his signs, but are on the run trying to escape his influence. And this leads me to Kvothe. Did he change his name to Kvothe in order to escape the Cthaeh, essentially becoming a Chandrian himself? We've seen a darker side to him throughout the books, and there's several things that hint at this happening, which I'll save for another video. But I think we all know what his Chandrian sign would be. His sign is the third silence, the greatest silence of the three, the patient cut-flower sound of a man who is waiting to die. Only he can't, cursed with immortality and a torturous silence that makes no room for music. I could go on and on, spiraling into different theories, but I think this is a good place to stop and summarize this bonus theory. So I think there are some clues leading to the possibility that the Cthaeh is some type of master skin dancer, a fey creature with the ability to jump into other people's bodies and take control of them. And I think that Encanis is the one behind all of this. I think through his contagious bite, he took control of Eax, Haliax, and maybe Celatos at one point. One thing that's really interesting though is that there is a quote about how skin dancers can make someone rip out their own eye, and obviously we know that Celatos did this. But at this point, I can't say that any theories are definite because we don't know which stories are true. Is it Scarpy's story or is it Denna's song? But I will say that I'm positive the Cthaeh plays a bigger role in the books than you might think. Actually, I think he's a bigger antagonist than even the Chandrian. And since we know that our hero messes everything up, I'm pretty sure that he's gonna open the Lackless box, open the doors of stone, and break the binding on the Cthaeh. There's many secrets and mysteries within the pages of the Kingkiller Chronicle, many of which I've talked about, but still, so many more mysteries remain, and there's a lot of Kingkiller videos I need to make. Make sure to let me know your ideas. But one of the most intriguing mysteries is the secret order known as the Amyr. Throughout the Chronicle, we've heard of the Amyr in myth and in passing references, yet they seem to play a large role behind the scenes, being the main opposition to the Chandrian. And while they've now gone into secrecy, their presence can still be felt in the background. Since Kvothe's main desire is vengeance against what the Chandrian did to his troop, it only makes sense that he's going to end up discovering more about the Amyr in Book 3. But we already have a lot to unpack. In this video, I'll be discussing who the Holy Order of Amyr are, as well as who the true Amyr are and their origin. And I'm also going to talk about some theories on characters we've already met that could possibly belong to the secret order of Amyr. And joining me today as the first guest host in any of my Kingkiller videos is Quinn from Quinn's Ideas.
So the Kingkiller Chronicles is definitely one of the great modern fantasy series, and the Amyr are very interesting because they're like a callback to traditional fantasy. Think maybe some of the legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. This is their Knights of the Round Table. It's a play on this kind of mystery band of knight archetype. The Amyr, like most things in the deep lore in Patrick Rothfuss's Kingkiller Chronicle universe, are very intriguing. The Chandrian had enemies. If I could find them, they would help me. I had no idea who the Singers or the Scythe were, but everyone knew that the Amyr were church knights, the strong right hand of the Arturan Empire. Unfortunately, everyone also knew that there had been no Amyr in 300 years. They had been disbanded when the Arturan Empire collapsed. But Haliax had spoken of them as if they still existed, and Scarpy's story implied that the Amyr had begun with Celatos, not with the Arturan Empire as I had always been taught. There was obviously more to the story, more that I needed to know.
The Amyr are listed as one of the enemies of the Chandrian, along with the Singers and the Scythe. But who are the Amyr? When you compare history with mythology throughout the four corners of civilization, there appears to be two separate groups. The mythological Amyr and the more recent Holy Order of Amyr. So first off, let's talk about the more recent. The Holy Order Amyr is a mysterious group believed to be founded by the Talon Church in the early days of the Arturan Empire. They were equal part knight-errant and vigilante. Now you might have noticed the Amyr share a lot of similarities with the real-world Order of the Knights Templar, the Catholic military group that was active from AD 1119 to 1312, and that some people believe went underground and remains in existence in some form to this day. The symbol of the Amyr was that of a tower in flames, and likely this symbol takes roots in the destruction of Mir Terrenial. Now on the pottery found at the Mothen farm, not only is there a depiction of some of the Chandrian, but Nina also reveals a third figure whose bloody tattooed hands make it clear that he's one of the Cthaeh, the highest ranking Amyr. Now this Cthaeh is described as wearing armor with the symbol of a burning tower, as well as an open face helmet and carrying a copper shield. You may remember in a previous theory video I described how copper has a dampening effect on naming. Now the Cthaeh were especially known for doing anything in order to achieve the greater good, and they were a fearful presence in the world of Temerant. Something that's interesting is that Kvothe is puzzled by the fact that the pottery is much older than the Talin church, yet the Amyr were supposed to have been founded by the church. Now at one point, Kvothe is talking to Will, and he discusses how some of the early stories about the Amyr were about the great wrongs that they righted, and then later stories are about the terrible things that they did, such as killing a corrupt judge, putting down a peasant uprising, or poisoning half the town's nobility.
The Holy Order were known to carry out severe and terrible acts, which they could justify by their motto that roughly translates to, "For the greater good." The Count of Gibeah was a secret member of this group who conducted various horrific medical experiments. And when the Amyr eventually moved against the Duke, they found the bones of 20,000 people. Great pits of bones and ashes, women and children. A fact that horrifies Sim, whose ancestors lived only 30 miles away from the Duke and likely were included in that body count. Kvothe tries to justify this, mentioning how the Duke wrote 23 volumes concerning the machinery of the body, and when the Amyr burned his estate to the ground, 4 of those volumes as well as his notes containing important medical knowledge were lost. It was actions like this which is believed to be why the church eventually denounced them, and the order was disbanded roughly 300 years before Kvothe's story begins.
Master Lawrence says that the Amyr evolved from traveling judges, men who went from town to town bringing the rule of the law. They held the power to act as judges in both the religious and secular courts, and members of the order were exempt from the Iron Law. This was an ancient legal system the Aturan Empire brought in conjunction with the Book of the Path, the holy book of the Talin religion, with the iron wheel that Telu used to bind in Canis as an important holy symbol of the Talin church. The legal procedures of the Iron Law were filled with pomp and ritual and contained a number of restrictions against the practice of different forms of magic, such as sympathy and naming. These include consultation with demonic powers, malicious use of unnatural arts, and malfeasance. The punishments for these were severe.
Parts of the Iron Law were left over from darker times. It had been 100 years since anyone had been burned for consultation or unnatural acts, but the laws were still there. The ink was faded, but the words were clear. What we can presume is the true origin of the Amyr actually predates both the Talin Church and the Aturan Empire by several thousand years, and can be found in some of the oldest myths in the Four Corners. We learn about the mythological Amyr in the story of the Creation War told by Scarpi, a war that Felurian states was set long before men or Fae, a war fought between namers and shapers. After the death of his wife, the hero Lanre sets off to find any power able to revive her and eventually contacts the creature known as the Cthaeh. He gains power at a terrible price, yet is still unable to revive Lyra. In his rage, he's transformed into Haliax and lays waste to 7 out of the 8 remaining cities in the Urgan Empire. It is during this period he amasses the following 6 other beings who come to be known as the Chandrian. Celatos, the most powerful namer and lord of Mir Terenial, is betrayed by Lanre, who was once a friend and ally, and is forced to watch his city be destroyed. Near the end of the Creation War, Celatos One-Eye meets with Aleph, who's generally portrayed to be the creator deity of Temerant. Aleph is looking for volunteers from the Ruach, who would like to be transformed into angels and be sent off to judge. Celatos is one of these Ruach, a race of beings that existed long before humans. Celatos refuses the offer and decides to instead form the Order of Amyr. I must refuse, for I cannot forget. But I will oppose him with these faithful Ruach beside me. I see their hearts are pure. We will be called the Amyr in memory of the ruined city. We will confound Lanray and any who follow him. Nothing will prevent us from attaining the greater good.
Now the reason why we know this mythological version likely holds some truth to it is because Felurian was present during the Creation War, and she says that there were never any human Amyr. Those you speak of sound like children dressing in their parents' clothes. If the myths are to be believed, the original Amyr were not human, but Ruach. Later on, some human Aturans must have taken the name and created their own order. Now, an interesting detail is that in Hebrew, Ruach means wind or spirit, but I don't know if that's relevant in any way. Now let's talk about some of the notable human Amyr. I already mentioned the Duke of Gibeah, but now let's talk about Sir Savian, who is known as the greatest of the Amyr. Whether this is something that's been embellished over time, as stories tend to go, or is true, is unclear. We know little of Savian. In fact, it's actually unknown if the character was created by the songwriter Ilian, or the song is a telling of an actual historical figure. The Lay of Sir Savian Tralliard is an extremely complex and tragic ballad recounting the story of Savian and his wife Alwyn. This is the song Kvothe played to win his talent pipes. Now really the only other info we know about Savian is that he spent 6 years with the Amyr, 3 years proving himself and 3 years training. Another Amyr is the one spoken of in the story that Kvothe tells his friends in the Wise Man's Fear chapter 37, the story about Siop. From this tale, we learn that the Cthaeh can do anything they see fit and will be held blameless. They're trusted to pursue any means as long as the end is the greater good. Several examples are given, such as riding 50 miles to stop a trial, killing an unarmed man, strangling a pregnant woman in the street, burning a church, or breaking an old stone bridge. Now during Kvothe's time with Mayor Elveron, it's revealed that Elveron has a fascination with the Amyr, and has even tried searching for them. Elveron mentions that his favorite Amyr was Etrion, and that he could probably recite the 8 Oaths of Etrion from memory. We don't really have any other info on this character. Now this does make me think about what the Cthaeh said to Kvothe. The Cthaeh tells Kvothe that if he sticks with the mayor, he would lead him to the door of the Amyr, and then adds that Kvothe will eventually get the joke. Considering Elveron is now marrying a Lackless, this brings to mind the Lackless door. The 2 versions of the Lackless rhyme speak of 7 things that stand before the Lackless door. So there's a secret door with no handles or hinges that's on the oldest part of the Lackless lands. The Lackless is one of the oldest families in Vintas, and it could be that the ancient Lackless lands extends as far as the university, meaning that the 4-plate door found deep in the archives of the university could be the Lackless door. It does fit the description. This door has no hinges or handle. It's adorned only with 4 copper plates and the word Valeritas chiseled in its center.
The scraps I found suggest that there were at least 3,000 Amyr in the Empire before they were disbanded. 3,000 highly trained, heavily armored, wealthy men and women, absolutely devoted to the greater good. Then one day the church denounces them, disbands their entire order, and confiscates their property. And 3,000 deadly justice-obsessed fanatics just disappear? They roll over and decide to let someone else take care of the greater good for a while? No protest? No resistance? Nothing? It's clear that the Amyr still exist and continue their work for the greater good, and secrecy throughout the 4 corners of civilization. And many fans have pointed out clues that some characters we've already met could belong to the secret order of Amyr. Let's go over the most popular theory first. The theory that the base of operations for the Amyr is now the university itself, and the masters of the university are among their leaders. This would act as the perfect way to keep their organization secret while still carrying out their goals. Under the premise of a university, they can investigate anything in the name of pursuing knowledge. Many of the students are from wealthy families, and as scholars, they can be placed into positions of power. Not only this, but being some of the great teachers of the world gives them the opportunity to control what version of history is taught. They'd be able to censor and alter facts about their group throughout the years, and even remove books from the archive that go against their agenda, such as pruning out any information on the Chandrian. Of all the masters, Master Lauren, who's in charge of the archives, is highly suspected by fans as being an Amyr. When Kvothe searches through the archives and finds suspiciously little about the Chandrian and the Amyr, Master Loren calls Kvothe to his office and tries to persuade him to attend to more practical things, making him feel foolish and childlike for looking into these subjects, discouraging him from seeking this info. When he finds Kvothe in the archives with an open flame, it gives him a convenient reason to ban him from the archives altogether. Loren has very talented gillers like Auri scoring the four corners for rare books, the rarest of which are kept in Loren's private collection. At times, even Master Loren has been known to search out books himself, leaving the university to retrieve them. It's likely his private collection holds some of the information that Kvothe seeks. Now, at the very heart of the university is the four-plate door, and the Masters could be considered the guardians of this door. As mentioned previously, the four-plate door, the door of the Amyr, the Lackless door, and the doors of stone could possibly all be one and the same. If this is the door that EX is locked behind, then it would make sense that the Amyr would want to keep close tabs on it, and they do so by keeping it hidden in plain sight.
Now, it would make sense that Puppet, the mysterious man who lives within the archives and is allowed to live there with open flame, is also one of the Amyr, or at least is working for Master Loren, who has placed him there to guard the door. His room is directly one floor below the four-plate door. Now, Puppet goes very serious when Kvothe asks about what's behind the door and says, "I don't think the four-plate door should be any concern to a student, do you?" I've mentioned this in a previous video, but I think that Puppet could have candles burning so that if they turn blue, he knows the Chandrian are there and can sound an alarm to the Masters. We already know that the university is built on the remains of an ancient city, and this is most likely the city of Bellin, as the address of the university is in Bellany Baron. I think this is enough evidence to conclude that the Underthing, where Auri lives, is the remains of Bellin, one of the 8 cities that survived the Creation War and was protected by Lanray, well, before he became Haliax. And it makes sense that Celatos would position his Amyr in the last remaining ruins of one of these ancient cities. Another detail is that in the Waystone Inn, Old Cobb pronounces Imri, the city close to the university, as Amari. We know Rothfuss loves using language to hide clues, and both Imri and Amari look and sound quite close to Amyr. Moving on, let's talk about other characters that could possibly be Amyr. Caudicus, the alchemist who tried to poison Mayor Alvaron. Why did he try to poison the mayor? Maybe Alvaron's death would actually be for the greater good. Or maybe Caudicus was simply given orders to put him off the Amyr's trail. After all, the mayor had spent his young life looking for them, and we know they like their privacy just as much as the Chandrian seem to. Now I'm gonna push this a little further and say that Alvaron is going to become the Poet King, given that name for the wonderful writing that he wrote for his wife. Ahem, we know who actually wrote it. Kvothe's sword is known as Poet Killer, and many fans believe that he's going to end up killing Ambrose, but what if it's actually Alvaron? Kvothe will realize it's for the greater good and will have to kill the mayor. Now, a lot of fans think that Bredin could also be an Amyr, and this would kind of make sense since the Cthaeh says, "Stick by the mayor and he'll lead you to their door." Now, the stick could be a reference to Bredin's walking stick, and Bredin could possibly even be Denna's secret patron. Now, he is known by the court to do some pagan things out in the woods, so we definitely know there is something going on with this character. Personally, I don't think he's Amyr. I think he's more so a Fae, or he's in contact with the Fae. But if Bredin or Caudicus are not Amyr, then Dagon is one of the prime candidates. Dagon is a character I always forget about, but he was Alvaron's head guard who killed Caudicus. He's described as a bald man who's very cold and ferocious, and he sounds exactly like a character from the stories about the Amyr. Mayor Alvaron says that Dagon would raise half the Eld to catch those bandits, and refers to him as a mad dog on a short leash. To me, this does sound like he could be a justice-obsessed fanatic who would do anything for the greater good. Then we have Scarpy, the storyteller, who has knowledge about the origins of the Amyr and the Chandrian, and he seems to have made enemies with the Talon Church, as we see when he's arrested for heresy. However, Scarpy mysteriously mentions that he has friends within the church, so possibly this means that some Amyr are still secretly infiltrated within the Talon Church. Scarpy, the old storyteller with eyes like diamonds, could be acting as eyes and ears for the Amyr in Tarbean. Now, one of the most interesting theories is that Kvothe could be an Amyr, or becoming one. There's actually a lot of references to back this up. Auri calls him one of the Cthaeh on 2 occasions, and Sim has a conversation where he compares Kvothe to an Amyr. As a child, when Kvothe is trying to use an excuse, his father Arliden uses the term for the greater good. Not to mention there are a lot, and I mean a lot, of instances where it's mentioned that Kvothe has blood on his hands. Now, just like an Amyr, Kvothe is wholly motivated by vengeance against the Chandrian, so much so that when he hears rumors about the blue fire at the Mothan farm, he drops everything to investigate. Almost like a completely different person, he violently threatens a horse trader and rides his horse for at least 60 miles to arrive in Traben. We see that Kvothe, in time of need, will threaten people to absolutely destroy them, salt the earth with their tears, and dance on their graves. And we take his side when he does these horrible things, such as light Pike on fire, or stab the sentry's body over and over in the Eld, or slaughter the false troopers when his life was not actively endangered. There is a dark side to Kvothe that seems to be growing, and in Edema Ruh, Vashet mentions that there is something troubling within him, something hiding underneath, something the Lethani cannot mend. He's performed malfeasance, destroyed a church, slayed a dragon, crawled forbidden paths, saved a would-be king from would-be poisoners, learned forbidden arts, killed unarmed men, and has spoken with the Cthaeh. Kvothe already sounds like an Amyr. Now, I know in other videos I've talked about the theory about him becoming a Chandrian, but honestly I think I'm more on board with this theory. I've always had a fascination for the Adem, with their ancient swords that last millennia, their red leather-wearing mercenaries, and their man-mothers. It's a very interesting culture, and one that I haven't really touched on much in any of my Kingkiller videos. But as I was doing some research for my video on the Amyr, I came across some connections to the Adem that we need to talk about. But before I get into it, I want to give a special shout out to Reddit user Kvothe, because it's his original theory that I'm kind of basing this whole video around. I added a bunch of stuff to it, but if you want to check out his original theory, I will have the post in the description. If you enjoy these Kingkiller theory videos, make sure to subscribe and leave a comment. Now let's get right into the theory. The Holy Order Amyr is a mysterious group believed to be founded by the Talon Church in the early days of the Aturan Empire. However, as we learn from Felurian, these Amyr are more like children dressing in their parents' clothes. The original Amyr were not human. In fact, their origin takes place in a time long before men or fae, and we learn of this origin of the mythical Amyr from Scarpi. In the Name of the Wind, during the brief part of the second story that Scarpi tells before he's arrested for heresy, he says that at the end of the creation war, Aleph, the creator deity of Temerant, is looking for volunteers from the Ruach who would like to be transformed into angels and be sent off to judge. Celatos One-Eye is one of these Ruach, and the Ruach seem to be a race of beings that existed in the Four Corners long before humans or even fae. Now, just a side note, Ruach is the Hebrew word for spirit, breath, or wind. Celatos refuses the offer and decides to instead form the Order Amyr so that he can confound the Chandrian. The Adem are most notably known to outsiders as an elite mercenary force that reside in Edema Ruh, located in the geographically isolated foothills of the Stormwall Mountains, which means Edema Ruh is not part of the Four Corners of civilization. And it's here that we learn from Vashet of a time long ago when the Adem were driven to their current location by something disastrous happening. Long ago, the Adem were upheaved from our rightful place. Something we cannot remember drove us out. Someone stole our land, or ruined it, or made us flee in fear. We were forced to wander endlessly, our whole nation mendicant, like beggars. Finally, we found this thin and windy place, unwanted by the world. We dug our roots deep into the stone and made it ours. Now, the only other time that we see this word mendicant, which means given to begging, is in chapter 48 of The Wise Man's Fear, when Willem is describing the Amyr, how they grew out of mendicant judges. Now, I find the word choice really interesting because it seems like a Rothfuss thing to do to hide a very subtle clue like this to connect these two groups. Now, Vachette says their land was stolen or destroyed. Could this have been the destruction of Myr Terinial and all the other cities that were ruined by Haliax and his followers, which we learned about from Scarpy? Well, later on, Sheehan confirms that the Adem originated from those who survived the Creation War and the destruction caused by the Rinta, also known as the Chandrian. Once there was a great realm peopled by great people. They were not Ademre. They were what Ademre was before we became ourselves. But at this time, they were themselves, the women and men, fair and strong. They sang songs of power and fought as well as Ademre do. These people had a great empire. The name of the empire is forgotten. It is not important, as the empire has fallen, and since that time the land has broken and the sky changed. In the empire there were 7 cities and 1 city. The names of the 7 cities are forgotten, for they are fallen to treachery and destroyed by time. The 1 city was destroyed as well, but its name remains. It was called Terinial. Let's pause here and point out the obvious that the city Terinial is what we know as Myr Terinial, the same city that Celatos was lord over. Now the Adem can trace their lineage through their swords back before the battle of Drossen Tor, and thus they predate the founding of the Amyr. Now Kvothe notes that he is his sword's 237th owner, and he learns that the 3rd owner was a woman named Finnel, who died at the Black of Drossen Tor, meaning that Caesara is more than 2,000 years old and was forged before the Creation War. Its creator was named Chael, who shaped the sword in the fire for an unknown purpose. This seems to imply that its creator was one of the Shapers. The sword's creator, Chael, shaped it, and I don't think that wording is any coincidence. Kvothe describes the blade as being a smooth, burnished gray with a slightly extended handguard. Now, Kvothe doesn't know what metal the blade is made of, and Kilvin does not know of any metals with the same properties.
There are such things, old magics one could say, or old arts now lost to us. These things are scattered through the world, marvelous devices, mysteries.
The Shapers took the art of naming a step further to change that which they knew the true names of, creating many new and wondrous things. They created the stars, the Fey realm, so who, if not a Shaper, could create something so powerful? Now bear with me, but I think that Caesara, this gray, smooth sword, is made from a gray stone. The same stones that we see scattered all throughout Temerant. In Ademre, during his stone trial, Kvothe sees the greystone on top of the hill and describes it as a familiar friend. And we know the greystones may topple over, but they've been around probably longer than even the Aeturan Empire, maybe even longer than the Urgan Empire. I think it's possible that Caesara is shaped from a greystone, the same stones that are said to lead you in and out of the Fey realm, and that are said to be part of Ferinial, the great crossroads where all the roads in the world meet. Now, the fact that the Adem have swords tracing all the way back from before the Creation War means that they could be descendants of some of those remaining Ruach who joined Celatos and formed the Amyr. And this could mean that they're not actually human, but a watered-down race of Ruach. Or maybe that is what humans are in Temerant. Citizens of Ademre are described as being fair in complexion with light or pale skin and hair that ranges from sandy blonde to light brown. Typically, their eyes are gray, which adds sort of a universal air of impassiveness and severity. Now, all of these traits are recessive in nature, and this is something that Patrick Rothfuss himself confirmed in an interview, saying that he deliberately chose recessive traits for the people of Adem. So we know the Adem have a very tight-knit culture and likely have a very pure bloodline. The Adem believe themselves to be culturally superior to other people inhabiting the Four Corners, who they refer to as barbarians. Now, this is primarily because their beliefs regarding outward displays of emotion, something that in their culture is repressed. But perhaps they have more Ruach blood in them than other people in Temerant. I don't know, let me know what you think.
Adem is well known for producing powerful, talented fighters known as the Adem Mercenaries, who can be recognized by their red leather garments. Now, the Cthaeh, the high-ranking members of the Amyr, were recognized by their bloody red tattoos. I think this is a detail that could have been twisted over time. With the rise of the Aturan Empire and the Holy Order Amyr, the red of the mercenaries became the bloody hands of the Cthaeh, who were given exemption from the law to attain the greater good. Now, it is definitely worth mentioning that throughout the Chronicle, there has been a lot of Cthaeh imagery or foreshadowing revolving around Kvothe. Not only does Auri call him his Cthaeh, and Sim compares him to an Amyr, but there is many instances where he's described with having blood on his hands, and most notably during his trial in Edema Ruh. As I walked, I raised my left hand and drew my open palm across the razor edge of a hanging leaf. I came to stand before Sheehan, stopping the polite distance from her. I stood, my face an impassive mask. I stood, utterly silent, perfectly still. I extended my left hand, bloody palm up, and closed it into a fist. The gesture meant willing. This same gesture, that of a bloody outstretched fist, is a symbol of the Cthaeh, one we've seen on Nina's painting of the pottery found at the Mothin farm. Now, speaking of this painting, Kvothe's first impression is that the Cthaeh has a symbol of a leaf on his chest. Now, it's only after that he realizes that it's a tower wrapped in flame and that this is an Amyr. I think his first glance could have been significant. This could be Rothfuss giving our subconscious a subtle connection between Adem and Amyr. The sword tree gets the name because of its sharp-edged leaves. The leaves of the sword tree and the Cthaeh Amyr seem to be sort of connected here. And again, this brings me back to the image of Kvothe cutting his hand on the sword tree to make this bloody fist gesture. Kvothe becoming an Amyr is foreshadowed so much, I don't think it's a coincidence in any way. And I think it's even possible that he already is becoming one of the Cthaeh. The Adem seek to live by the Lethani, basically an understanding of what is right and wrong, but it also rules over every aspect of life for an Adem. It can be said that this is the way to live properly, or to live with honor, and this sort of code of honor seems like it could have naturally evolved into the church knights of the Aturan Amyr, which we know eventually became corrupted by their vigilante lifestyle of justice at any cost, or for the greater good. So maybe the original Amyr lived by the Lethani, or they realized that their motto, for the greater good, could be abused, and so they created the Lethani. Now, the origin of the Lethani can be attributed to the legend of the 99 instructive tales, which Wraith told to Aeth. Don't know if I'm pronouncing those names right or not. Anyway, Aeth was the first master of the bow able to shoot a silk shred swinging by the wind, and this story basically chronicles the creation of the first Adem school. But I want to branch off from here and connect the scythe to the Adem. Now, first off, I just want to point out that Rothfuss says the correct pronunciation for scythe is actually Sith.
Can I pronounce Sith? Yes. By the way, I did not steal that from Star Wars. Star Wars, I was first.
But this is not Star Wars, and whenever I pronounce it that way in a video, I get several comments saying I'm pronouncing it wrong, and it's actually scythe, despite Rothfuss saying otherwise. However, I prefer saying scythe over Sith anyway, so I'm gonna stick with that. The Scythe is a faction of the Fey Court, also known as the White Riders, and the members of the Scythe are said to wear crowns woven of holly bows, silver armor, and white robes when they ride into battle and carry longhorn bows as weapons. If anyone manages to come in contact with the Cthaeh, the Scythe kill them. They kill them from a half-mile off with their longhorn bows. The Scythe's oldest and most important charge is to guard the Cthaeh, keeping anyone from having contact with the creature. The group is known to have hunted the Skin Dancers until they went extinct, and Bast mentions that you don't understand them if you use the term good intentions, but that if anyone can be said to work for the good, it's them. This sounds an awful lot like the Amyr and their motto, for the greater good. Now, Vashette gives her reason as to why the Adem fight. She says, "We Adem are paid to guard, to hunt, and to protect. Just like how the Cthaeh guard the Cthaeh, hunt skin dancers, and protect the world from the Cthea's influence. Now we know that the Cthaeh are excellent marksmen, and from a song we learn of their white horn bows. Now in the Adem origin story, Eighth's bow was also made of horn. And to connect this even further, white is the color the heads of the Adem schools wear. Vashet and Sheehan explain how there's different Adem schools, and it's possible that the very first school, founded by Eighth, which is likely very, very old, works in the Fey realm, and the leaders of that school are what the Fey call the Cthaeh. The blood-red leather of the Adem pick up imagery of the Cthaeh, the highest of the Amyr. The highest of the Adem wear white, like the Cthaeh in the White Rider's Hunt. So the Cthaeh work for the good, guarding the Cthaeh tree and protecting the world from its influence, and hunting skin dancers. Felurian says there were never any human Amyr, and it's likely the Cthaeh are not human. The Cthaeh could be the origin of both the Cthaeh and the Adem. Now to briefly branch off of this theory, the Adem and the Edema Ruh are likely related groups as well. Possibly the Edema Ruh branched off from the Adem and continued wandering, never finding refuge in Ademre, but instead made their own home on the road. And even now they're still driven off by people and treated like beggars or thieves. Now real quick, remember that Sheehan describes a time when they were not Ademre, when they were what Ademre was before they became themselves. They were people that sang songs of power. And you may remember who Haliax lists as the enemies of the Chandrian, the Amyr, the Singers, and the Cthaeh. What if he's talking about one group here and not three? After all, the Adem often give their titles in three. Maedra can mean the flame, the thunder, or the broken tree. Vashet introduces herself as the hammer, the clay, the spinning wheel. Tempi means iron, and it means to strike iron, and it means angry. I think it's possible Haliax is talking about one group. The Amyr, the Singers, and the Cthaeh are all one. In summary, the Amyr and the Adem seem to be very similar when we look at their origins. Maybe they're one and the same. We know the Adem trace their lineage all the way back to the time of the Creation War and the destruction of Mir Terinial, and we know due to some destruction or cataclysm, they were driven away from their original land. They seem almost pleased that Kvothe wants to hunt the Chandrian, and they have passed down the true names of the Chandrian for generations and generations. Almost like their original goal could have been vengeance, to confound the Chandrian. The mysterious leaders to the Adem schools wear white, and we can make some connections there with the White Riders, or the Cthaeh that guard the Cthaeh. Not only do the Cthaeh sound like the original Adem that founded the schools, they also share the same goals: to guard, to hunt, and to protect. And then of course there's the Edema Ruh that I think share some type of history with the Adem. It kind of reminds me of the Wheel of Time. I don't want to spoil anything for that series, but there's something very similar in that series. The Kingkiller Chronicle introduces us to a world that's rich in lore and mystery. A place where songs hold the weight of history, names wield the force of magic, and myths are told and retold until their origin can no longer be found. But I just want to know about the Tinkers. What's up with that? Seriously, the Tinkers are one of the most intriguing elements in the world of Temerant, in my opinion. The Tinkers are these nomadic merchants with their rickety carts filled with seemingly mundane items. They traverse the four corners of civilization, trading their goods and services, often offering exactly what one needs before that need is even realized. And this foresight is much more than just coincidence. It hints at a deeper understanding of the world and its workings. These are not just simple merchants. There's something seemingly magical about them and how they can influence someone's life in a subtle way. Listen, all I'm saying is that if you come across a tinker, make sure to buy all of their items.
In this video, I'm going to discuss the nature of Temerant's tinkers and try to unravel the threads of mystery surrounding them. I'm going to be exploring their role in the narrative and their interactions with Kvothe, go over the folklore around them, and of course, dive into some theories about their magical foresight and what role they actually play. Now let's first take a look through history to see where Patrick Rothfuss got the inspiration from. A tinker or tinkerer is an archaic term for a traveling tinsmith who mends pots and pans and other household goods. Tin was an easy metal to work with, and products made of tin were relatively light to carry around. Now the term transferred to travelers who earned their way going from village to village, mending as they went. Oftentimes they were skilled in many crafts, repairing items, selling, and trading hard to obtain goods. In the 13th century, tinkers often traveled in groups, and many Romani people, often known as gypsies, though that's sometimes considered offensive, specialized in the trade of metalworking. Now, tickner or tinkler was a term used in medieval Scotland and England for metalworker, often being associated with indigenous Irish travelers and Scottish Highland travelers, though again the term was often used offensively, and people even used it as a curse word for something insignificant. For example, saying, "I don't give a tinker's curse what the doctor thinks," or sometimes even shortening that to, "I don't give a tinker's about the doctor." Now, tinkers and peddlers were familiar inhabitants of the medieval highways. There were even tinkers' guilds. However, even though they carried on a useful range of trades, they were sometimes viewed with the same xenophobia applied to all wanderers. King James V of Scotland brought in some very savage laws against such wanderers, banning gypsies from Scotland and even ordering them to be killed if found anywhere in Scotland after 1609. However, tinkers who went around fixing common household items were even common in America by the early 20th century. The outlaw William Walters, after getting released from jail, went back to his life as a tinker, a traveling handyman tuning pianos in people's parlors and fixing organs in county churches. Jean Cooper, the great niece of William Cantwell Walters, said, "We always called him Uncle Cant. Seeing Uncle Cant come with his wagon a trinkling and a bouncing, the pots and pans a bouncing against each other. You couldn't help but know it was Uncle Cant." Now, with that brief historical context, we can see that the tinkers of history are very similar to the tinkers of Temerant. Now, you might be surprised that the very first time Kvothe speaks in the frame story, he speaks of tinkers, mentioning a verse after it's said that a tinker's advice pays kindness twice. "A tinker's debt is always paid, once for any simple trade, twice for freely given aid, thrice for any insult made." Now, it is interesting how the final line seems to be of special importance, thrice for any insult made, especially with the importance of threes in the story. This immediately establishes that tinkers are more than meets the eye. Soon after, in Chapter 3 of The Name of the Wind, a tinker going through Noir with a traveling group describes himself as tinker, pot mender, knife grinder, willow wand water finder, cut cork, mother leaf, silk scarves of the city streets, writing paper, sweet meats, belt leather, black pepper, lace and bright feather, tinker in town tonight, gone tomorrow, working through the evening light. Come wife, come daughter, I've small cloth and rose water. We also know this tinker sells limes from Tinue, chocolate from Tarbienne, and polished horn from Eru, among other things that are unnamed. And as he's selling his goods, the kids surround him and chant the Chandrian children's verse. Now, tinkers in Temerant are not just a simple job title. Tinkers are a constant in the mythology of Temerant. They're built into the earliest of lore, and they appear to be the humblest beings in the Four Corners and respected among the people, even sung about in songs like Tinker Tanner, an extremely old song said to be older than God. Now, it's a simple song with many verses, and over the years people have invented new ones, meaning that the true original song of Tinker Tanner might even be long forgotten. Now, while Tinker Tanner is sung by many characters throughout the Kingkiller Chronicle, even Kvothe himself, we never do see the full song or even much of it within the books, besides two separate versions of a limerick. In one of Rothfuss's AMAs, he mentioned there's a full verse of Tinker Tanner hidden in the Name of the Wind if you look closely enough, and another verse in the Wise Man's Fear, though not hidden at all. Now I assume the verse from the Wise Man's Fear is the verse sung by the young boy he ran into after leaving the Fae on his way back to Severin. But as for the one hidden in the Name of the Wind, I think I found it in chapter 7 when Kvothe is testing how fast the chronicler can write. It follows the limerick's pattern and structure, and it likely ends in something vulgar, though Kvothe kind of cuts it off at the end. There was a young widow from Phaeton, whose morals were hard as a rock. She went to confession for her true obsession, and then it likely ends with something that rhymes with rock. I'm not sure what though. Or maybe even lay in the Talen's cassock. Now Tinker Tanner has been sung far and wide, and the legends of Tinkers have spread all across the Four Corners, and even beyond. I mean, even Tempe knows that it's bad luck to insult a Tinker. This shows how far and wide the tales of them have been spread. It's said that a Tinker was the one who gave Taborlin the Great his protective amulet, which was likely either a gram or a gilder. A Tinker also appears in the story of Jax, the luckless or lackless boy who stole the moon and pulled it into the Fae, sparking the Creation War. Likely the oldest myth in all of Temerant. And of course Jax is the same being known as Eax, and Felurian says the great shaper Eax is now shut beyond the doors of stone. Now in the story, Jax is a boy with no luck, and everything he touches breaks. He can't have happiness, and he makes a bet with a Tinker, who says that if he couldn't find anything that would make the boy happy in his packs, he would give them all to the boy. But if he found something, the boy would have to give him his broken house. Now Jax doesn't find anything that makes him happy in the packs, but upon trying on some spectacles and seeing the moon, he decides that having her as his own would make him happy. The Tinker loses the bet and gives up all his packs, and Jax gives the Tinker his broken house anyway to repair, before setting off down the Great Stone Road in search of the moon, until eventually it leads him to the mountains. Now I mentioned in my video on Kvothe's Lackless bloodline that I believe the broken house on one end of the Great Stone Road is the underthing of the university, because the Great Stone Road is a direct line from the university to the far east mountains. This is the path that Jax took, so whoever this Tinker was, it looks like the underthing, or the broken house, became the foundation of the university. The Tinker mended it by building a university upon it. Now perhaps the university that trains Arcanists was originally founded by this Tinker. It would explain why Taborlin the Great was given a gram or gilder. Maybe he was the first proven to be accepted as an Arcanist. Now one of the items that the Tinker had in his pack was a book of secrets, and in the Slow Regard of Silent Things, deep in the Underthing, Auri has a book titled Book of Secrets. On the front cover we see the moon and a burning candle. Now Jax goes on to talk to a hermit who I believe could be the Cthaeh, and he opens up one of the Tinker's bags to find a piece of wood that folds out into a house, and the folding house is clearly a representation of the creation of the Fey realm. The house has many doors and windows, many ways both in and out, and again, this represents the Fey realm and how the Greystones around Temerant originally acted as doors to the Fey. It's described as having a different sky and different stars, and it even mentions the bedroom being in twilight, which would represent Felurian's Twilight Glade. So this would mean that a Tinker was holding onto something capable of bringing forth the creation of the Fey realm. Again, these beings played a big role in the mythos of the Kingkiller Chronicle. These cozy folkloric Tinkers are actually extremely powerful, or at least they once were. Is it possible they still have some sort of power? Let's do a deep dive on all the encounters Kvothe has had with Tinkers. In the Name of the Wind, when Kvothe was on his way to Traben, he encounters a Tinker.
Hello there! You've got the look of a lad that's wanting something.
I'm wanting a lot of things, Tinker, but I don't think you've got any of them in your packs. He gave me an ingratiating smile.
Well now, don't go assuming.
Tinker wants his horse, and with Traben nearby, Kvothe is willing to sell it. Now the Tinker reveals to Kvothe that it has one white sock, and laughs, thinking that the name should have tipped him off. Kvothe's sleeping mind named him One Sock. The tinker offers a Loden stone, an iron stone that fell from a star, which appears to be a magnet. Now the tinker also offers to trade him a blanket, 2 bottles of strawberry wine, and a coil of rope, but Kvothe turns down this offer, saying he'd rather just have the Loden stone and the shirt, as the rest would be dead weight in his bag. Now it's important to note how the tinker's expression sours at this, and even Kvothe has a vague feeling that he just insulted the tinker. Now later on, when Kvothe is cooking dinner for Denna, he mentions how he turned down some wine from a tinker, and Denna asks if it was strawberry, since that's her favorite. And then later, when Kvothe and Denna are trying to figure out how to kill the Drakis, Kvothe gets a sinking feeling in his gut when he realizes he could have used the rope that the tinker offered him. This tinker outside Traben knew exactly what Kvothe would need, even though it wasn't what he wanted. So tinkers can see the future, at least well enough to know what a person will need, and to hopefully nudge them onto the best possible outcome. But this makes me wonder what would have happened between he and Denna had he accepted the tinker's offer. Would they have averted the entire disaster at Traben? In The Wise Man's Fear, he talks to a tinker in Vintas before heading to the Eld Forest, and this tinker tries to sell him some boot wax to waterproof his shoes. And Kvothe being Kvothe, he turns it down, only to discover that his boots are constantly soaked. This tinker also offers him some paper and ink, which reminds him that he never wrote Denna, so he gets the tinker to promise to deliver a message to her inn. Now Kvothe ignoring and turning down the trades of the tinkers is not only another great way to parallel him and Jax, but also a great illustration of Kvothe's major flaw. Even though he knows the folklore behind tinkers and how they offer a person exactly what they need, he chooses not to accept the trade. Kvothe is overconfident in his own ideas and actions, and him rushing into something overconfident and ill-prepared and screwing things up badly is a reoccurring event, and I kind of low-key love this about his character. It feels very human. Why waste money on the off chance that a silly rumor about tinkers is true? Kvothe being this talented, overconfident person that's always messing things up kind of reminds me of a tragic Greek hero, rebelling against gods even when it's sure to end badly. And in the end, after denying the tinker near Traben, he barely manages to pull through on sheer luck and ingenuity alone, though maybe he could have avoided the destruction of Traben. One of the things I honestly really like about Kingkiller is that when Kvothe reveals what's behind the myth, the explanation is usually 50% luck. Now I have a strong suspicion that the third encounter with a tinker is going to happen in Book 3, The Doors of Stone, right before some big climactic event. Now there's also mention of tinkers in the narrow road between desires and the lightning tree. It's mentioned that Crazy Martin once punched a tinker, which was very surprising to Kvothe. However, this wasn't any kind of proper tinker, and more likely a man posing to be a tinker. We don't really know if anyone can just become a tinker, or if there's some special process, or a tinker's university out there, but it seems that people posing as tinkers can be a problem. In fact, Abenthy was accused as posing as a tinker by the constable in the city that young Kvothe first meets him. However, Abenthy also says, "I am not a peddler or tinker. I am both and more than both. I am an arcanist." Does this mean Ben is a type of tinker? I don't know. I mean, it would make sense as he appears and teaches Kvothe exactly what he needs to know to go down the path of becoming an arcanist before disappearing. Kvothe uses the book that Ben gave him as reference to the Masters, and the Masters would never let him in if they didn't already know who Abenthy was. So perhaps old Ben was a master at the university prior to becoming a traveling tinker arcanist, which again fits in with the theory of a tinker creating the university and arcanists having their roots come from a tinker. But the real question is, how do tinkers know what people need? Is their foresight some form of magic, or an intimate understanding of the world's interconnectedness, or something else entirely? What are tinkers? We all know that Rothfuss loves to foreshadow and hide hints all over the place, and Felurian gives us a very interesting clue to what the tinkers could truly be. Most Fae are sly and subtle folk, who step as soft as chimney smoke. Some go among your kind and shaden, glamoured as a pack mule laden, or wearing gowns to fit a queen. We know enough to not be seen. Keeping this phrase in mind, the Tinkers could very well be Fae walking among the mortal realm. It does seem kind of odd for the Fae to be glamored as like the actual pack mule or donkey. But I mean, Bast is almost halfway there. And you know what? Abinthy does have some donkeys that he talks to like they're his pets. In all seriousness though, I think that laden means heavily loaded in this context, and Tinkers have large loads to carry, whether it's their cart or a heavy backpack laden with goods to trade. I believe it fits with Felurian's character to call a Tinker a pack mule. Not only do Tinkers serve the people of the Four Corners by sharing news, trading goods, and kindly offering what the people actually need, but from Felurian's perspective, the service to mankind is probably insulting to her. She's constantly referring to humans as children and looks down upon them as something inferior. She might see a Tinker's role as well beneath the Fae and ridicules them, referring to them as pack mules. Honestly, Tinkers being Fae actually fits really well into this world. If you were a Fae and wanted to see the mortal world, what better way to travel than as a Tinker? People are always kind to Tinkers, they don't harm Tinkers, and it's a great way to interact with all types of humans. I think this quote from Felurian is strong evidence that Tinkers are Fae. Now, their ability to predict troubles ahead and what may aid someone in those troubles could be some sort of Fae magic that we just don't know about yet. But what other being in the Kingkiller Chronicle has foresight like this? What creature knows more than they should? The Cthaeh. Now perhaps all Tinkers are what the Cthaeh once was, only the Cthaeh grew too powerful. Those seeking its aid gave it a bad turn one too many times, and it caused the Cthaeh to become malicious and use its powers for evil, causing it to be bound to a tree and guarded for the safety of everyone. The Tinkers have the power to nudge their customers towards the best or worst possible future, just like how the Cthaeh manipulates those that speak to it, sending them back into the world like a plague ship sailing for a harbor. Nobody would dare insult a Tinker. Everybody knows this. It's like it's something that's been passed down. Perhaps this was a lesson needed to be taught, as the result was the Cthaeh. If insulted one too many times, perhaps a Tinker can use their foresight for ill intentions. Maybe the Cthaeh is even the Tinker that Jax rejected, and now it's using its power for evil. Or perhaps all Tinkers are acting as agents or the eyes of the Cthaeh, feeding it information like a hive mind from all over the Four Corners, giving it the knowledge it desires. However, to me at least, this doesn't exactly fit in with how the Tinkers appear to be. They're kind and jovial, and they just don't seem like they're agents working for the Cthaeh, unless it's all a ruse. I believe at the very least that Tinkers travel between both realms. They know the secrets of the old roads of Ferinial, and if they are Fae, they travel Enshaden, heavy as a pack mule laden, in order to blend in. Now, I have seen many theories from people either trying to fit the Tinkers into the groups of Amyr or Chandrian, and I just don't think so. I do bet the Tinkers are magical in nature, but I don't see them as Amyr or Chandrian. We know that Tinkers have been around for a long time, possibly before even the Creation War. Little is known about that time, but it could mean that the Tinkers are what's left of the Knowers, which likely were the proto-human race known as the Ruach, developing their seeing and listening abilities to such a degree that they can tell the future. Maybe not as good as the Cthaeh, but good enough to help the travelers they interact with. Another interesting idea is that maybe the Tinkers are actually angels in disguise, forbidden from using their power in anything but defense, and so they go around mending things and helping people. After all, we do know angels are a legitimate group within the mythos of the Kingkiller Chronicle. After the Creation War, some of the Ruach were turned into angels. But let me know what you think about Tinkers. I think without a doubt they're one of the most mysterious beings in the Kingkiller Chronicle. I think they actually play a surprising role in the background, and they're part of the mythology of this world. Now, while I do think that we're gonna see Kvothe refuse the trade of a Tinker for the third time in Book 3, my guess is that we're not going to get anything concrete about their origin or their nature, because it's just too good of a mystery to solve. I think it's going to be left open. Man, there are some amazing fan theories out there for the Kingkiller Chronicle. In fact, there's a few that I'm almost positive are true. And if you disagree, well, you can fight me in Smash Bros, dude, because there is so much proof. Especially with the theory I'm just about to mention. Also, I just feel like playing Smash Bros all of a sudden. One such theory that I'm quite confident in is the theory that Kvothe's mother, Lorien, is in fact Natalia Lackless, and I really think we're going to see this confirmed in the yet-to-be-released third book, The Doors of Stone. The Lackless family. Now, the Lackless family is one of the oldest families in all of Ventus. Their lineage goes back farther than a millennium, and really it's probably older than that, but unfortunately the burning of Kaluptena destroyed many of the family records. Throughout history, their family name has been changed from things like Lackless to Lackless or Lassleth, but in Kvothe's current time, they're known as Lackless. However, it's important to note that these all translate back to Lackless. This name relates to a legend about a secret door on their family estate which has no handles, hinges, or locks. This kind of sounds similar to the Lackless box, and I'll be talking about the Lackless box later on in this video. There's some long history about the Lackless family ruling over Modeg and Ventus and falling on hard times with peasant revolts and assassination, but today we're just going to focus on the importance of the Lackless family and how they relate to Kvothe. As I'm sure you all remember, in the Wise Men's Fear, Kvothe travels to Ventus to obtain a right of patronage from Mayor Alvaron, who in fact has about as much power as the king of Ventus himself, Roderick Calanthus. Now, after discovering the mayor is being poisoned by his very own alchemist, Kvothe is given the job to put his poetic talent to use and win the heart of Malowan Lackless for the mayor, as he wishes to marry her. Kvothe kinda struggles with inspiration for this task until he begins to think of his feelings for Denna. He's then able to write the letters that are given to Malowan, and sure enough, she's wooed. I mean, Kvothe is a smooth talker. Kvothe is then given yet another job. This time he has to lead a group of mercenaries and hunt down a group of bandits, who we figure out are being led by Cinder, one of the Chandrian. Some other things happen after this, we'll skip over most of it, but Kvothe later ends up in the Fey realm, where he meets a creature known as the Cthaeh, who advises Kvothe to stick close to the mayor, and he will lead him to the door of the Amyr. Yeah, I would still be cautious on what the Cthaeh tells me, that thing is not trustworthy. Upon his return, Kvothe meets Malowan and the mayor, and they show him a Lackless family heirloom, a box that has no visible lid or locks. Now trust me, we will be getting back to this box in a little bit, but first let's talk about what's going on here. So, Kvothe mentions that he finds Malowan's appearance to be very familiar. Though he can't quite place it, he says the resemblance isn't from the university, or from Imre. During this same encounter, Malowan discovers Kvothe is of Edema Ruh blood, and she quickly shows her prejudice and dislike for Kvothe, and she dismisses him from Ventus. Now, why does Malowan dislike the Edema Ruh this much? Here's where things get interesting. We learn that Malowan Lackless had a sister named Natalia, who ran off with a group of traveling performers when she was young, and has since been disowned from the family. This means the only heir to the Lackless family is Malowan, so this kind of explains why she hates the Edema Ruh so much, because she thinks they stole her sister away. But could it be her sister actually fell in love with an Edema Ruh? Oh, now this is where we can start to piece things together, starting with a poem written by Kvothe's father Arladin to his wife.
Dark Lorien, Arladin's wife, has a face like a blade of a knife, has a voice like a prickle-down burr, but can tally a sum like a money-lender. My sweet Tally cannot cook, but she keeps a tidy ledger book. For all her faults I do confess, it's worth my life to make my wife not tally a lot less.
It's important to note the three words being repeated here. In the fourth line, tally is being used as an action to tally up a sum, but in the fifth line, my sweet Tally, it's being used as a nickname, perhaps for Natalia. Now the next time we see the word tally is in the final line, and usually that means it's pretty important to focus on. This is a very clever heterograph. A heterograph is a group of words that sound the same as other words. In this case, not tally a lot less sounds like Natalia Lackless. It's almost like Rothfuss put this in there as like a clever code for us to figure out, and I love it when authors do stuff like this. For me, that's enough proof right there. Also, the way that Lorien reacts to this, she's not really too happy, and she makes Arladin spend the night underneath of the wagon. You gotta love this couple. Now, the next piece of evidence comes from a riddle that Kvothe learned from a young girl when he was a child, and he absent-mindedly repeated this to his mom.
7 things has Lady Lackless, keeps them underneath her black dress. 1 a ring that's not for wearing, 1 a sharp word, not for swearing. Right beside her husband's candle, there's a door without a handle. In a box no lid or locks, Lackless keeps her husband's rocks. There's a secret she's been keeping, she's been dreaming and not sleeping. On a road that's not for traveling, Lackless likes her riddle raveling.
Now, his mother scolds him for this because of the suggestive innuendo, but she also mentions how the rumors about Lady Lackless are just gossip. She seems to be pretty offended, and maybe that's because she is Natalia Lackless. I think we solved the mystery, guys. But wait, there's more. Now, as mentioned earlier, later in Kvothe's life he has to lead a party of mercenaries to defeat a group of bandits that were led by Cinder. Now, after this, they come across a group of performers where a young boy is reciting a different version of the same rhyme.
7 things stand before the entrance to the Lackless door. 1 of them a ring unworn, 1 a word that is forsworn, 1 a time that must be right, 1 a candle without light, 1 a son who brings the blood, 1 a door that holds the flood, 1 a thing tight held in keeping, then comes that which comes with sleeping.
This seems to be a list of 7 different things needed to open the Lackless door, and it lines up quite well with the first version. Now, we actually know where these 7 different things are, because in the first version it says Lady Lackless keeps them under her black dress. That sounds a bit odd, I know, but assuming Lady Lackless is Lyra, it might kind of make sense. Now, you might remember the story of Lanre and Lyra. Lyra was a powerful namer who resurrected Lanre during the Battle of Dra-Centaur, also known as the Black of Dra-Centaur. I saw somebody mention this on Reddit, and it kind of makes sense to me. I feel like it fits in with her black dress. Maybe her black dress is the Black of Dra-Centaur, so maybe the Battlegrounds of Dra-Centaur is where you can find these items? I don't know, it's worth a thought. Moving on to the first item, a ring unworn, or a ring that's not for wearing. Now, there are a lot of different rings in these books. I mean, there's the wooden ring that Malouin gives to Kvothe to mark him as a Ruh. There's all the rings that he gets in Ventus. There's also Denna's ring. Actually, Patrick Rothfuss made a replica of Denna's ring, which has Yillish knots on it, by the way. So that's a very important ring. But there is actually an entire poem about the rings that Kvothe supposedly wears later in his life. But I'd like to point out the final line where he's wearing a ring that has no name. Now, I'm not really sure what this can be. I mean, it's hinted at throughout the book that copper doesn't have a name, so maybe it's a ring of copper. I don't know. Next is a word that is forsworn, or a sharp word not for swearing. Maybe a name of a Chandrian? I know you're not supposed to mention their names. A time that must be right. I don't know. A candle without light. Now, this also goes into the first version where it says, right beside her husband's candle. Now, Lyra's husband was Lanre, and Lanre, if you know the story, he was a legendary hero who had a downfall, and he's the one who became Haliax and started the Chandrian. He's the leader of the Chandrian. And where was a candle without light mentioned? Well, at the Mothen farm when that pottery was dug up, and there's a picture of Haliax, there's also a description of 2 candles, and I quote, "Next to him were 2 candles. One was yellow with a bright orange flame. The other candle sat underneath his outstretched hand. It was gray with a black flame, and the space around it was smudged and darkened." You know, that kind of defeats the purpose of a candle. Like, it doesn't even make light. Is it even a candle? Moving on, a son who brings the blood. This seems to mean that only a male member of the Lackless bloodline can open up the door. So if Kvothe is in fact Natalia Lackless's son, then he would qualify for opening that door. And considering he's the main protagonist, then I'm sure he probably is that person. 1, a door that holds the flood. Now, I think this door holds back the Fae realm, so all of the creatures of the Fae. This would kind of explain why there is Fae creatures leaking into the human world in Kote's lifetime, because we see Skrael and demon-like creatures that are coming into the human realm, probably because this door has been opened. 1, a thing tight held in keeping. Now, I think this is the item which is inside of the Lackless box, which, over here it says that Lackless keeps her husband's rocks inside of the box. And I don't think it's what you're thinking. Now, I think her husband's rocks are the same shards of mountain glass that Selidos used to gouge out his eye to bind Lanre. Now, Selidos and Lanre used to kind of be friends until Lanre turned into Haliax and started destroying cities. So Selidos had to stop him in some way by binding him and giving him the signs that Haliax is known to have now. I find verse 10 kind of interesting. She's been dreaming and not sleeping. Now, Lyra should be dead. I'm wondering if this is trying to indicate that she's not actually dead. Maybe she's stuck in a sort of dreamlike state. Maybe she's Auri. That's a theory for a whole nother video. So with all of this proof, Kvothe's mother could very well have been a Lackless, making Kvothe a Lackless, making Malawan his aunt, who hates Edema Ruh. But if it's proven that he's a Lackless, this would make him an even more important heir than Ambrose. Not to mention he qualifies for opening the lockless door, and I think this door is the same door of the Amyr that the Cthaeh talks about. And perhaps the flood being held behind the door is the Fey realm, and once the door is opened, these two realms are going to intermingle, with Skrael and Fey creatures coming into the human realm. Now, this is all assuming that Lady Lackless is Lyra, and I'm quite positive in this because of the candle thing. The only time a candle without light is mentioned is when it's talking about Haliax, and Haliax's wife was Lyra. This also takes me back to the legend of Lanre, when he became Haliax and he destroyed 7 of the 8 cities. Some of the people in the cities ended up joining him, forming the Chandrian. Now I wonder if the people that joined him are of Lackless blood. Maybe the Chandrian is all Lackless blood. Kvothe, you got some weird relatives, dude.
What if I told you Kvothe is a direct descendant of one of the most powerful beings in the history of Temerant, the Great Shaper Eax? This would explain his high level of skill in certain areas and his penchant for naming. It would also explain why his story ends in tragedy, why he keeps messing things up, and why he doesn't take the time to think before he reacts, and that is because he's a luckless Lackless, just like Jax. Now Eax is the one who started the Creation War and is now locked behind the Doors of Stone. The third book is conveniently titled The Doors of Stone. I believe that Kvothe's greatest folly is that he's going to set Eax free. I'm gonna go in depth to explain who Eax is, the story of Jax, the creation of the Fae, the truth of the Underthing. I'm going to touch on the Lackless Rhyme and the Lockless Box and Kvothe's color-changing eyes, and how he's most definitely part of the Lackless bloodline. Let me first explain who Eax is. Eax, a powerful shaper from the time period of the Creation War, which took place several thousand years before the time period of the book's narration. Long before the cities of man, before men, before Fae, there were those who walked with their eyes open. They knew all the deep names of things. According to Felurian, the war was primarily waged between 2 factions who practiced naming. One group, called Knowers, who knew the names of all things but lived in harmony with them and never exerted their mastery. And the other group, Shapers. Shapers took the art of naming a step further to change that which they knew the true names of, creating many new and wondrous things. Now, these vastly different practices led the 2 factions into conflict. The Shapers grew bolder and more wild, while the Knowers urged them to stop. Seeking a place to practice their skill unhindered, the Shapers created the Fane realm, and there each of them made a star which they placed into the empty sky. However, the greatest Shaper, Eax, was unsatisfied with only a star, and so he used his ability to pull the moon into the Fae, causing it to phase between both worlds, and it's this action that sparked the Creation War. Now, it's said that Eax spoke to the Cthaeh before doing this, and the Cthaeh is the malicious creature bound to a tree in the Fey realm. It can see all possible futures with perfect accuracy and clarity, branching out from a single moment. It uses this knowledge to cause the worst possible outcomes for as many people as possible. It often reveals information that will hurt and traumatize those who speak to it. It poisons them so that they go out into the world and cause chaos. The Cthaeh spoke with Eax before he stole the moon, and Lanre before he betrayed Mir Terinial. It's possible the chaos going on in the Frame story is a result from Kvothe speaking to the Cthaeh. Now, Eax is described as one of the only characters considered a match in power and ability to Celitos, Lyra, and Aleph.
In Scarpy's story, he explains how the Knowers were nearly defeated in the Creation War, but during the Battle of Drossen Tor, Lanray was able to conquer a great beast, and the enemy was shut beyond the doors of stone. And then of course we know that Lanray speaks with the Cthaeh, he's cursed with immortality and becomes Haliax and betrays the Urgan Empire. This leads to the creation of the Chandrian and the Amyr who oppose them. But that enemy who is shut beyond the doors of stone is almost certainly Eax, since Felurian says it was the first and greatest shaper who is shut beyond the doors of stone. Considering Felurian was an eyewitness of this war, I think it's pretty fair for us to trust her in this. I do think it's interesting how even though Eax and the Shapers created the Fey Realm, Felurian doesn't speak of them highly. In fact, she seems too scared or angry to speak Eax's name. Now we learn of another story about Eax, but in this one, his name is Jax. In the Eld Forest, Kvothe is told a story by Hesp about a luckless boy named Jax, who falls in love with the moon. Now names changing over time, or with who's telling the story, is a reoccurring theme within these books, and here it definitely makes sense, as the sound for J and I are often the same in many different languages. Now again, Jax is a boy with no luck, or luckless, and many take this to mean that he is a Lackless. In fact, he's likely the founder of the Lackless family, one of the oldest families in Temerant, with a long lineage filled with misfortune and misery. And it's a family name that's mutated and evolved over time. We're gonna talk more about the Lackless pretty soon. In the story, Jax lives in a broken house at the end of a broken road. Some said the problem was that he never had any parents. Some said he had a drop of fairy blood in him that kept his heart from ever knowing joy. Some said he was cursed, or that he had a demon riding his shadow. Now Jax wasn't able to find happiness, and he ends up making a bet with a tinker who says that if he couldn't find anything that would make the boy happy in his packs, he would give all of them to the boy. But if Jax was able to find something, he would have to give the tinker his broken house. Now Jax doesn't find anything that makes him happy, but upon trying on some spectacles and seeing the moon, he decides that having her as his own would make him happy. The tinker can't give him the moon, so he loses the bet and gives up all of his packs, but Jax decides to give the tinker his broken house and says that it's up to him to mend it. Then the boy sets off down the Great Stone Road in search of the moon, until eventually it leads him to the mountains. I want to pause here to mention a theory. I think Jax's broken house is the underthing of the university. Now, I am not the first person to come up with this theory. Many Kingkiller fans have come to this same conclusion. Looking at the map, the Great Stone Road is a direct line from the university to the Far East Mountains. This is the path that Jax took. Whoever this tinker was, it looks like the broken house, or the underthing, became the foundation of the university. I don't know about you, but to me it just makes sense that the underthing is the broken house, and I think the tinker wasn't actually able to mend it, so he built a university upon it, and that eventually became what it is today. Now, one of the items that the tinker had in his pack was a book of secrets. We know Old Cobb mentions a story of Kvothe finding a book of secrets, and in the Wise Man's Fear, Kvothe does find a book called the Book of Secrets in the archives. This is a strange book on fairy tale creatures, and it has a mysterious passage about the Chandrian, where it says the Chandrian are quite nice to us. And what's interesting is that this page, unlike all the others in the book, has no picture, and it's framed in decorative scroll work. Now later on, we find out the Amyr are known to hide secret messages in scrollwork. Perhaps these are Yillish knots with a hidden message about the Chandrian. I think it's likely we're gonna see this book appear again in book 3. Now it's also worth noting that in the Slow Regard of Silent Things, deep in the Underthing, Auri has a book titled Book of Secrets. On the cover of this book, we see a moon and a burning candle. So what might this book have that's different from the one that Kvothe found? Could this be the original book that once belonged to a tinker gambled away to Eax, the moon thief? I think it's possible. Okay, I'm going off track. Back to the story. Jax heads to the mountains, and here he finds an old barefoot hermit who claims to be a listener and knows about names. The hermit helps Jax open what's in the tinker's third pack, and inside is a bent piece of wood, a stone flute, and an iron box. Jax goes on to use the crooked piece of wood to create the folding house, and this house is described as having different seasons in different rooms, and an unfamiliar sky, and it's because of these details that many fans believe the folding house is the Fey realm. I mean, it even mentions the bedroom being in twilight, which would represent Felurian's twilight glade. Now, the house had many doors and windows, many ways both in and out. And again, this represents the Fey realm and how the Greystones all around Temerant act as doors into the Fey. In the highest tower of this house, Jax plays his flute and the moon comes down to him. He speaks with her and eventually ends up tricking her into giving her name, Ludus, and he traps part of this name within his iron box, causing the moon to travel between the sky in his folding house, or the Fae, and the sky of Temerant. Now there's a few theories here I want to touch on. The barefoot hermit may be the philosopher Tekhem. Tekhem is famous for the quote about the 3 things that wise men fear, and his classic pose is depicted as a barefoot man in the foot of a cave teaching to his students. That seems very much like the hermit. However, some fans think that the hermit is the Cthaeh, as we know that Eax spoke to the Cthaeh before he stole the moon, and he spoke to the hermit who gave him all the things he needed to know in order to steal the moon. Also, the Cthaeh is isolated from the rest of the world, just like the hermit is. And when Jax began to unfold the folded house, the hermit didn't want him to do it in the cave, so Jax went a little further to open up the folded house, but it was much bigger than he expected. So maybe when he unfolded the house and made the Fey realm, it did end up stretching as far as the hermit's cave and trapped the hermit within the Fey realm. Another possibility I've seen some people point out is that the Cthaeh could be the Tinker himself. Tinkers are kind of weird in the Kingkiller Chronicle. They have this way of predicting what you're going to need in the future. Honestly, I should probably make a full video just on Tinkers at some point. But the Tinker is the one who gave Jax the folded house and the flute and the box. Everything he needed to steal the moon. Maybe the ancient version of Tinkers were knowers who knew the things that you needed for the future. Who knows? I'm just brainstorming. Now, in many ways, Kvothe mirrors Jax. He originally lacked the patience to learn naming from Eladin, and this kind of parallels Jax's interaction with the hermit. Jax was too impatient to listen and was too impatient when unfolding the folded house. Jax reminds me of the general recklessness that is Kvothe's major character flaw of acting without taking the time to think. Take for example his interactions with Eladin before he leaves the university. He's much too impatient. Now you may remember when Abinthy was warning Kvothe of the dangers of a clever but thoughtless person. Now Jax is basically a personification of this. He started the biggest war in the history of Temerant, a war that changed the landscape of the Four Corners. And now in the frame narrative, Kvothe has also caused a war and has messed everything up. Kvothe chasing Denna mirrors Jax and the ever-changing moon. In fact, I want to make a full video about Denna and the moon soon. Also, Auri can kind of represent the moon. Where Jax plays the flute and the moon came to him, Kvothe plays the lute and Auri appears. Now we have very little physical information on Eax, but the one thing we do know is that he's of the dark and changing eye. Who else is described as having eyes that grow darker? Willem gestured in my direction. Look at his eyes now. Mola looked at me. They're dark, she said, sounding surprised. Dark green like a pine bough. Will continued. Don't argue with him when his eyes go dark like that. No good comes of it. Then he saw Kvothe's eyes. They had deepened to a green so dark they were nearly black. Kvothe's eyes caught and held him. They were the same dark eyes that Chronicler had seen before. Eyes like an angry god's. Kvothe has his mother's green eyes that have a ring of gold in them, but his eyes change color. They turn dark when he's angry. This is because he's also of the dark and changing eye. I'm convinced he is the son of the Great Shaper. Now, how is Kvothe related to Eax? Well, we already know that he is a Lackless. Kvothe mentions that his mother was a noblewoman who was whisked away by his father, but that she never talked about her family, and they'd only ever visited her relatives once when he was very young. Lady Meluin Lackless is a Vintish noble and the sole heir to the Lackless lands. In the Wise Man's Fear, Kvothe successfully helps the mayor court and eventually marry Meluin. Meluin hates the Edema Ruh because her sister Natalia ran off with a trooper. And when Kvothe first meets her, he's struck by how familiar her appearance is to him. He can't place why, but he says the resemblance was definitely not from the university or from Imre. This is because she reminds him of his mother. Kvothe's mother, Lorien, is Natalia Lackless. which makes it kind of awkward that he was paid to flirt with his aunt. This is one of those well-known theories in the fanbase that's pretty much confirmed within the book itself. However, I've still talked to plenty of people who never really picked up on the small hints and clues, so I think it's still worth talking about. At one point, Kvothe recites a song that his father wrote that got him in trouble with his mother. Now the last lines of the song say, "It's worth my life to make my wife not tally a lot less." Not tally a lot less sounds very much like a phonetic pronunciation of Natalia Lackless. Now shout out to Reddit user Fyrog, who pointed out that the German translation bends the English a bit to get Locker Lass, emphasizing the significance of this line to make it sound like it's close to lockless. Obviously, Rothfuss wanted this clue to carry over into different translations. Now at one point, Arleden says to Lorien, "Did you happen to bed down with some wandering god a dozen years ago? That might solve our little mystery." She swatted at him playfully, and a thoughtful look crossed her face. Spoiler alert, she did. And there's actually a lot of moments throughout the books where Kvothe is referenced as a god. And I think this is a hint that his mother has a secret. Now there's a chapter in which Kvothe sings the child's rhyme about the Lady Lackless, and his mother becomes quite adamant that he shouldn't be singing it. We're led to believe this is because of the innuendo, but it could also be because she is Lady Lackless. Her sister Maelwyn is described as Lady Lackless, so it makes sense that Natalia would be as well. And the way that she reacts, where she says that Lady Lackless is a real person with feelings that can be hurt, it makes it seem like she personally was hurt by the rhyme, because this rhyme is about her. Now originally I wanted to decipher the entire Lackless rhyme, but that's just gonna make this video too long, so I'm gonna make a second video later in the week where I go line by line deciphering it. For now, let me give an overview of what I think. The poem is describing 7 things needed to open the Lackless door. There's a flood being held behind the door, and we know from Felurian that Eax is held behind the doors of stone, which I believe is the same as the Lackless door. Now I think the sun that brings the blood in the poem is not simply talking about the blood of a Lackless, but specifically the blood of Eax, Eax's son. The rhyme mentions Lady Lackless, or Lorien, having a husband associated with the Lackless door. I'm proposing that Eax is that husband. Kvothe is the son that brings the blood. Now how would Lorien get behind the Lackless door to meet Eax? Through her dreams. Both Lackless rhymes emphasize sleep. There's a secret she's been keeping. She's been dreaming and not sleeping. Then comes that which comes with sleeping. I believe that to travel past the Lackless door, you must be dreaming. In her sleep, she's lucid and sort of astral projecting behind the Lackless door, where she had a child with Eax in secret. This is the secret that she's been keeping. This would actually mirror the story of Periel taught by the Talon Church. Periel became pregnant through her dream and gave birth to Menda, who's the mortal form of the god Telu. Now this parallel isn't a coincidence, it's foreshadowing. The 7th thing that she's keeping underneath her black dress is the secret. This suggests a hidden pregnancy, and she accesses the Lackless door through a road that's not for traveling. I believe this is the crossroads of Faerinial, where all the roads in the world meet. This is not a place any man has ever found by searching. It is not a place you travel to. It is the place you pass through while on your way to somewhere else. Traveling through doors while you're sleeping is something we've already seen in the Kingkiller Chronicle. Thela had a dream where she went behind the 4-plate door and discovered that Valeritas was the name of an old dead king and his tomb was behind the door. Kvothe also had some dreams about the 4-plate door, but he was never able to get in. And we can't forget, after the slaughter of his troop and he had to survive in the woods, he had a dream where he was surrounded by greystones. Now I believe he was actually traveling to Faerinial here. Near the end of the dream, there's a mysterious door that appears, but he wakes up just before he's able to pass through it. Now for the record, I think the ring unworn mentioned in the Lackless rhyme is the Ring of Waystones. I also don't think it's a coincidence that Kvothe seemingly spoke with something in his dreams. There was somebody that was guiding him, appearing as other people that he knew, that gave him information he needed to survive, and this wasn't stuff he already knew. Maybe this was even his father, Eax, guiding him in his sleep. Now, Codicus mentions that on the oldest part of the Lackless lands, in the oldest part of their ancestral estate, there is a secret door, a door without a handle or hinges. Now, my argument is that the oldest part of the Lackless lands would be the Broken House, the original home of Jax, the Underthing. And what do we find at the very top of the Underthing? The four-plate door. Codicus mentions no one knows what's on the other side. I believe the Lackless door is the four-plate door, and it's also the doors of stone leading to whatever realm Eax resides in. The Cthaeh told Kvothe to stick by the Mayor and he will lead him to the door of the Amyr.
Not many folk will take your search for the Amyr seriously, you realize. The Mayor, however, is quite the extraordinary man. He's already come close to them, though he doesn't realize it. Stick by the Mayor and he will lead you to their door.
Now, the Mayor paid for Kvothe's tuition to return to the university, so in a sense, the Mayor is leading Kvothe back to the door of the Amyr. I think some of the university masters are Amyr, and they're in charge of guarding the four-plate door. Now, I want to talk about the Lackless box. This is a family heirloom of the Lackless family, and it's a box that has no seams, hinges, or locks. And it seems to be made of the same type of wood as the tree that imprisons the Cthaeh. Now, Kvothe guesses the box contains something several thousand years old made of glass or stone. And I've always been convinced it contains a piece of rock or obsidian that Celatos used to gouge out his own eye and bind Lanray. However, I think it's a possibility this is Jax's box and it holds a piece of the name of the moon. Or maybe it contains Jax's flute. Now, Kvothe suspects that it has Yillish writing on it, a language of knots. He's not able to listen and open it, just like how Jax wasn't able to open the knot on the third bag without the help of the hermit. Now, some fans think Denna's ring, which also has Yillish knots on it, is the key to opening the box. Both versions of the Lackless rhyme seem to link the box with the Lackless door. The first mentions a door without a handle and a box with no lid or locks, while the second has a door that holds the flood and a thing tight held in keeping. We can assume that this all probably leads somewhere, that the combination of these two rhymes is going to play a big role in Book 3. I think Kvothe is the son of Eax, and he's going to set his father free by opening the doors of stone and unleashing a flood of Scrael and whatever else. Now, I should also point out the chronicler's real name is Devon Lockhees. Now, Lockhees is speculated by many fans to be a branch of the Lackless family. Kvothe first meets the chronicler when he's waiting for the Scrael at the ruins of an old crumbling house, a broken house. And in this chapter, he refers to chronicler as unlucky on a few occasions. To me, this seems like Rothfuss hiding some very clever clues. In the Kingkiller Chronicle by Patrick Rothfuss, we learn of two different versions of the Lackless rhyme. Now, this is a cryptic poem that seems to be listing 7 things needed to open the Lackless door. This is a mysterious door without hinges or a handle, and nobody knows what's on the other side. However, there are some clues. I'm going to be going line by line, deciphering these 7 things and talking about what is behind this mysterious door. I think this rhyme is going to be vital in Book 3 when this door is inevitably opened. I think the Lackless door is likely the same as the doors of stone, and Kvothe is gonna mess everything up by opening it. Now, you may have different ideas, maybe you have a different interpretation of this poem. Feel free to let me know in the comments. I would love to discuss this with you guys. If you watched the other video, then you know that Kvothe's mother, Lorien, is Natalia Lackless, the sister to Meluin Lackless, who ran away with an Edema Ruh troop. Now, Meluin is described as Lady Lackless, so we can assume that her sister Natalia is also Lady Lackless. And when young Kvothe repeats the Lackless rhyme, his mother's reaction makes it clear that she's not just upset because the small innuendo, she's upset because she's taking it personal. The rhyme is about her. Specifically, it involves a dramatic scandal of hers, a secret, the 7th thing underneath her black dress, a hidden pregnancy. We're gonna get into it all. Now, taking a look at both versions of the rhyme, they both start off fairly similar, mentioning 7 things. Interesting to note, they stand before the entrance to the Lackless door, not the Lackless door itself. I believe the entrance is Faerinial. You have to access the Lackless door through Faerinial. I'm gonna explain why in a little bit. Also, considering the Lackless family history in the Creation War, I think that black dress could be connected to black Dross, or the Black of Dross-en-Tor. This is described as the largest and most terrible battle of the Creation War, lasting 3 days and 3 nights. And according to the story, more people died at the Black of Dross-en-Tor than there are living in Temerant currently. And it's during this conflict that Lanray is killed and subsequently revived by his wife Lyra. It's also where Eax, the Great Shaper, the enemy, was sealed behind the Doors of Stone, which ended the Creation War. Now I think it's possible that Lanray was the son of Eax, meaning that Lyra took his surname and became the first Lady Lackless. We know that Hal is Latin for breath, so Haliax could be interpreted as breath of Eax, which makes the story even more dramatic. His father became an egomaniac. He wasn't happy with just building the Fae and placing a star in the sky. He had to pull the moon into the Fae realm. Eax caused the entire Creation War, and Lanray was forced to fight against his father, ultimately leading to the death of his wife. Then, Lanray talks to the Cthaeh, he becomes immortal, he's not able to die, and he's stuck in his grief, and this amount of grief is enough for him to go on a big rampage against the Empire. It's very dramatic stuff, akin to like a Greek tragedy, and definitely good material for Arledin. So if this is true, Kvothe could be related to both Eax and Lanray. Anyways, Black Dress could be referring to the location of the Lackless door. The door is at the site of the Black of Dross-en-Tor, wherever this battle took place. Next we have one a ring that's not for wearing, or one of them a ring unworn. Many have theorized this could be the ring that Malouin gave to Kvothe, or it could be Denna's ring, which happens to have Yillish knots on it. And we know the Amyr have been known to use Yillish knots to hide secrets. So maybe her ring isn't meant for wearing, it's meant to carry a secret message. Other ideas: the ring not for wearing could be a ringing sound, maybe the sound of Eax's stone flute, or maybe the sound of a lute, or even the sound of someone singing a name. However, I think this ring is the Ring of Greystones that Kvothe saw in his dream in the Name of the Wind, after his troop was slaughtered. Faerinial. I think Faerinial plays a big role in accessing the door. Next we have a sharp word not for swearing, or a word that is forsworn. I believe this is the true name of Eax. After all, Felurian refuses to speak this name, almost like it's taboo or forsworn. Otherwise, it could be the true name of something else. Maybe it's related to Encanis, who's described as having a face all in shadow and a voice like a knife in the minds of men. One a time that must be right. I think this clearly has to do with the different phases of the moon. The moon plays a big role in the Kingkiller Chronicle. There's a lot of moon symbolism. The pottery at the Mothan farm has Haliax with different phases of the moon above him. Felurian mentions that a full moon allows the Fae to slip into the mortal realm. So maybe specifically it has to be a full moon. Then we have her husband's candle, or a candle without light. This one's tough. I don't know the importance of the candle, but with the Chandrian pottery found at the Mothan farm, there is a candle with an orange flame and a candle with a black flame beside Haliax. If we look at this in a symbolic way, a candle often represents a spirit or immortal life. Bast even references this when reciting a poem to his sleeping Reshi. Haliax has a black candle because he's unable to die, no matter how hard he tries. If Haliax is the breath of Eax, could this be more evidence suggesting that Haliax is controlled by Eax? He is her husband's candle. He's acting as an agent of Eax. In one of my previous videos, a long time ago, I mentioned a theory that Eax, the enemy, was actually a skin dancer. It moved like a worm in fruit. And at the Battle of Dross-en-Tor, this skin dancer jumped into the body of Lanray, meaning that Eax's skin dancer is controlling Lanray, which is why he became Haliax. There's a door without a handle. Now this is the Lackless door, which I believe could also be the 4-plate door. I went over this theory in the previous video, but we know from Codicus that on the oldest parts of the Lackless lands, in the oldest part of their ancestral estate, there's a secret door, a door without a handle or hinges. My argument is that the oldest part of the Lackless lands would be the university, because in the story of Jax, he started off in a broken house. This is the Underthing. It was at the beginning of the Broken Road. He ends up following the Broken Road all the way to the mountains, where he unfolds the Folding House. The Folding House and the Broken House are two completely different things, though I see many fans get these two mixed up. The Broken House was his original home that he gave to a tinker to repair. It's located at the beginning of the Great Stone Road, which is right where the university is, where the Underthing is. What do we find at the very top of the Underthing? The 4-plate door. This is the Lackless door. I believe the Doors of Stone is the Lackless door, which is the 4-plate door. They're all the same. We also know from Felurian, the Great Shaper, Eax, is locked behind the Doors of Stone, just like how the enemy was locked behind the Doors of Stone in the story of Lanray. All three are the same, and the number 3 plays a big role in the Kingkiller Chronicle. There's the 3 silences. 3 things wise men fear, 3 locks on Coat's chest in his room. Tamerant had 3 tools, the key, coin, and candle. Auri gave Kvothe 3 gifts. A tinker's debt is paid in 3. The Adem often give titles that have 3 meanings, like Madre meaning the flame, the thunder, the broken tree. In one of my videos on the Adem, I mentioned a theory that the Amyr, the Singers, and the Scythe could all be connected, and I think it could be the same for these 3 doors. This door leads to whatever realm or prison that Eax resides in. The door sat still as a mountain, quiet and indifferent as the sea on a windless day. This was not a door for opening, it was a door for staying closed. In a box no lid or locks, Lackless keeps her husband's rocks. There's the obvious innuendo there with her husband's rocks, but as for the box, I think this is definitely the Lackless box, and the Lackless is named after the original pronunciation and spelling of the Lackless family, which as we know evolved into the Lackless family. And in the Wise Man's Fear, it's speculated that the Lackless box is at least 3,000 years old and dates all the way back to the beginning of the Lackless family. This mysterious box has no visible hinges, seams, or locks. It's smooth, but carved with a subtle pattern that Kvothe speculates might be Yillish story knots. Now, the wood of the box is described as having a spicy lemon smell to it, and the only other time that Kvothe mentions a spicy lemon smell is during his encounter with the Cthaeh. It's possible the Lackless box is made from the same wood of the tree that the Cthaeh is trapped in. Now, we also know that Roa wood is described as smelling of citrus, so it's likely the Cthaeh's tree and the Lackless box are both made from Roa wood. Now obviously there's something inside the box, and Kvothe mentions that he thinks it's either glass or stone. There are 2 main theories that I've come across in regards to what's inside the box. A lot of people think that if her husband is Eax, then this is likely the same box in the story of Jax, the box that he used to trap part of the name of the moon. So likely it contains a moon rock that binds part of the name of the moon, Ludus, to the Fey realm. Now the other theory is that if Lady Lackless is Lyra and her husband is Lanray, then maybe this is the obsidian, the piece of mountain glass that Celatos used to gouge out his own eye and bind Haliax. Maybe messing with the stones can lift Haliax's curse. Who knows? I'm kinda leaning to the moon theory, to be honest, because it just fits in with everything. Let me know what you think. Now let's quickly finish up the second rhyme, a sun that brings the blood. Most fans believe this sun refers to a Lackless descendant. Since Kvothe is the son of Natalia Lackless and he's the protagonist, it's likely that he's the sun that brings the blood. However, I don't think it's simply talking about a Lackless descendant. I think it's talking about the blood or son of Eax. Again, watch my other video for more details. The rhyme mentions Lady Lackless or Lorien having a husband associated with the door. Now I think this husband is Eax. Arladin joking about Lorien bedding down some wandering god. I think that was actually a huge clue for the reader. You can even see this in Lorien's reaction. Arladin, bless his soul, is actually Kvothe's stepfather, not his real father. I know a lot of fans aren't going to like that idea, but I think it's likely true. 1. A door that holds the flood. This is really interesting. I think along with Eax, there's also a flood of Skrael and Skin Dancers that are locked behind this door. That's why in the present day, these creatures are now running loose. After all, the Scythe were said to have hunted the Skin Dancers to extinction, but I think some of these survived behind the door, and that's why we see them in the present day, because that door was opened. 1. A thing tight held in keeping. Again, I think this is referring to the Lackless box. It's been passed down from the beginning of the Lackless family. Then comes that which comes with sleeping. The obvious answer to this is dreaming. And in the other version, it says there's a secret she's been keeping. She's been dreaming and not sleeping. On a road that's not for traveling, Lackless likes her riddle raveling. Now, I went over this in the previous video, but I'll go over it again. The 7th thing that's hidden underneath her black dress is the secret. This suggests a hidden pregnancy. Just like in the story of Menda, where Periel is impregnated by Telu in her dreams, Kvothe's mother in her dreams traveled beyond the doors of stone and was impregnated by Eax. She accessed the Lackless door through a road that's not for traveling. I believe this is the crossroads of Feyriniel, a place where all the roads in the world meet. This is not a place any man has ever found by searching, and it's not a place you travel to. It's the place you pass through while on your way to somewhere else. It's right there in the text. It's not a place you travel to because you access it in your dreams. Both Lackless rhymes emphasize sleep. There's a secret she's been keeping, she's been dreaming and not sleeping. Then comes that which comes with sleeping. To travel past the Lackless door, you have to enter Feyriniel in your dreams. And we can't forget, after the slaughter of his troop and he had to survive in the woods, he had a dream where he was surrounded by greystones. Now, I believe he was actually traveling to Feyriniel here. Near the end of the dream, there's a mysterious door that appears, but he wakes up just before he's able to pass through it. I also don't think it's a coincidence that Kvothe seemingly spoke with something in his dreams. There was somebody that was guiding him, appearing as other people that he knew, that gave him information he needed to survive, and this wasn't stuff he already knew. Maybe this was even his father, Eax, guiding him in his sleep. Now, the last line, riddle raveling, has a second meaning to it. A derogatory term for Edema Ruh is ravel. So this is strong evidence that Kvothe, one of the Edema Ruh, is that son. Now, how does the 4-plate door fit into this? Again, I do think the 4-plate door is the Lackless door. It's just too convenient that Jax's broken house, the oldest part of the Lackless lands, happens to be right where the location of the Underthing is. So I think it maybe is possible to travel beyond the door in your dreams by using Feyriniel, but the only way to truly open the door and free Eax is by using the 4-plate door. This door is described in a similar way to the Lackless box, and possibly the box is needed to open it. It's located in the heart of the archives, and in a way, you could say that the Guardians are the University Masters, some of which I do believe are Amyr, especially Master Lauren, who happens to be in charge of the archives. I think the prison for the most dangerous man in existence is located in the house of all Temerant's knowledge. Also, side note, it's interesting how the archives is described as looking like one giant greystone. I'm not sure what that implies, but it's very cool. Now, with all this being said, whether Kvothe is the direct son of Eax, if Eax is his father or not, we do know that he is the son of Natalia Lackless, so he is related to Eax. He is a Lackless descendant. Kvothe's red hair, his musical ability, his dark and changing eyes, the way he's impatient and rushes into things, just like the story of Jax. I think it's all leading up to him coming into contact with Eax and causing chaos in the world again. Now, if the right people found out about Kvothe's lineage, that his mother was a Lackless heir, and they wanted to start a fuss with the mayor and Malouin, this would be enough to start a war in Vintas. And this leads me to talk about Denna's research. If Denna and her patron were researching genealogies back far enough to lead them to Lanray's story, it isn't that much of a jump to think that they were actually researching the Lackless family. I think Denna's patron suspects that the Lackless family might have ties to Eax himself. And we all know Kvothe is going to break his promise to Denna and look into her patron's true identity. This is heavily foreshadowed. And I think this is going to cause a lot of problems. Anyway, let me know what you think about all of this. Honestly, the thing I want to know most about Denna is who her mysterious patron is, because I feel like this will reveal a lot about Denna's motives, and just help us understand her some more. So today I'll be looking at 3 specific theories, starting with the theory that her patron is a member of the Chandrian. This is probably the most believed theory out there. Next, I'll be looking at the possibility of him being bred in Kvothe's tack-playing friend from Vintus. And finally, I'll be looking at him being a member of the Amyr. So let's start off by listing some things we know about her patron. Denna meets her patron at the Aeolian while she waits to have lunch with Kvothe. However, he never shows up due to the fire in the university's fishery, where he saves Fela. Now, when Kvothe does show up late, Dioch tells him that Denna left with a white-haired gentleman. We don't really get too much more information on her patron until Kvothe meets Denna in Trebin after the massacre at the Mothan farm. They're looking for her patron when Denna inadvertently consumes some denner resin, the highly addictive drug taken from the sap of a denner tree. While under the effect of the resin, Denna admits that her patron knocked her unconscious at the Mothan farm. He explains how it would be suspicious if she was found to be the only one who survived. He also makes sure that it's what she really wants, and even gets her to ask him to hit her. Now, for those out there who believe that her patron is a member of the Chandrian, some people seem to think this is kind of a sadistic thing, where he's making her beg to be hit. But then again, it could be that he's genuinely scared for her safety, and this is the only other option. Her patron is very secretive, putting her through tests to prove her loyalty, and Denna is very tight-lipped about him. At one point, Kvothe jokes around trying to guess her patron's name, when suddenly a gust of wind sends an ash tree leaf into his mouth, and he settles on a name for him. The wind has decided for us, Master Ash. Soon after, they get closer to the charred remains of the Mothan farm, and some ash blows into Denna's eye. So this name seems to be kind of symbolic in some way, and we know that Kvothe does have a natural affinity to naming things. Then later in the Wise Men's Fear, we find out Denna lost contact with her patron for around a month since the Mothan farm incident. She then disappears, presumably with her patron, and most likely to Yil, where she learns Yilish knots, and she writes letters to Kvothe from here. Kvothe later meets her in Severin, where she tells him she has an official right of patronage and is working with Master Ash. We also discover that Master Ash is helping her find historical information, and that after searching through genealogies for her patron, she writes a song about the hero Lanre, which she then sings to Kvothe. And this drastically contradicts Scarpy's story about Lanre being a tragedy, with him becoming Haliax, the leader of the Chandrian. Denna's version paints him as a hero. Kvothe, of course, tells her how wrong she is, and things get a bit heated. Later on, when Kvothe is in the Fey Realm, the Cthaeh has a bit to say about Denna's patron.
He beats her, you know, her patron. Not all the time, but often. Sometimes in a temper, but mostly it's a game to him. How far can he go before she cries? How far can he push her before she tries to leave and he has to lure her back again? It's nothing grotesque, mind you. No burns, nothing that will leave a scar. Not yet. 2 days ago, he used his walking stick. That was new. Welts the size of your thumb under her clothes, bruises down to the bone. Poor girl, she's tied to him so tight. Thinks that's all she's good for. Wouldn't leave him even if you asked. Which you wouldn't. You, so careful. Scared of startling her away. And, well, you should be too. She's a runner, that one.
So, keeping all of this in mind, let's look at the possibility of her patron being one of the Chandrian. We know the Chandrian are also very secretive, presumably working towards hiding all evidence of their existence. Denna's patron is also very secretive. She doesn't even know if she knows his real name, and she doesn't share the name she does know with Kvothe. Now, Master Ash being one of the Chandrian is probably the most common theory in the fanbase, with most people believing he's Cinder, and I'll admit there's quite a few clues to support this theory. When Kvothe was jokingly trying to guess the patron's name, we can see Ferul hidden. And this we suspect is the true name of Cinder, which derives from an Adem poem. Ferul, chill and dark of eye. We've also seen Haliax call him by Ferula, causing him to stagger in pain and giving Haliax some type of control over him. Little interesting fact to consider, Ferul in English is a flat-end ruler used to punish children, while Ferula in Latin means rod or cane. This can possibly relate to the walking stick the Cthaeh mentions. Now, as far as looks, Cinder also has white hair. That's about as far as their similarities in appearance goes. I mean, Cinder has some inherently odd features. Not only does he have the curly white hair, but he also has white porcelain skin and pure black eyes. And I would hope that Dioch, when describing who Denna left with, would have mentioned to Kvothe that the man had pure black eyes and the ability to chill the air around him. This is one of the problems I have with this theory, but some people have brought up that it could be some type of glamour effect to hide his appearance, like Bast uses. Denna also mentions that her patron has a way of letting her know he's around. Maybe this is Cinder's sign of, like, frost and cold, or maybe it's some other Chandrian sign. Speaking of which, it's interesting that when Denna was at the Aeolian meeting her patron, Kvothe was dealing with a fire in the fishery that was caused by a canister of bone tar which became unnaturally cold, so much so it was frosted and ate through the metal. The fact that Kvothe was so unnerved about the frost makes me think this was set up by somebody. Now, this next part kind of is a bit of an obvious one, but Kvothe naming him Master Ash, with Cinder being kind of close to Ash, well, it could be another clue. Which leads me back to what the Cthaeh said about Denna's patron, how he beat her with his walking stick. Now, Cinder is known to be exceptionally cruel. You only need to reread the passage where Kvothe's troop is killed to see this. Plus, maybe he now has to use a walking stick due to his injuries in the Eld Forest, as Martin shot an arrow in his thigh. But interestingly enough, right before the Cthaeh goes on about Denna's patron, and I mean like the paragraph right before, he talks about Cinder.
Maybe this Cinder did me a bad turn once. Maybe it amuses me to set a young pup like you snapping at his heels. Why can't you find this Cinder? Well, that's an interesting why. You'd think a man with coal-black eyes would make an impression when he stops to buy a drink. How can it be that you haven't managed to catch wind of him in all this time? That's right, I suppose you don't need me to tell you what he looks like. You've seen him just a day or 3 ago. Don't feel bad you didn't recognize him. They have a lot of experience hiding those telltale signs. Not your fault at all. It's been a long time, years. Besides, you've been busy, currying favor, rolling around in the cushions with some pixie, sating your base desires.
It's definitely interesting that the Cthaeh spoke about these two so close together. I also have to mention the song that Denna sang about Lanray. Could this have been planted by Cinder to try and rewrite the wrongs of what the Chandrian did to Myr Terinial and the Urgan Empire? This theory that Denna's patron is one of the Chandrian is the theory that I was 100% for when I first read through the series. But let's move on and talk about Master Ash being Breton. While staying in the mayor's court, Kvothe meets Breton, who teaches him the court customs of Vintus, as well as a game called Tack. He's an older gentleman with white hair, which is how Denna describes her patron. On their first meeting, he mentions to Kvothe how he loves to travel and that he's recently taken up dancing. We know Master Ash travels a lot, and also Denna mentions that he's a dancer. Also something to note, when Breton leaves Severin to visit family, Denna also happens to leave at the same time. Breton's house colors are mentioned as being ash gray and dark charcoal. Master Ash, maybe? Also, he carries a walking stick, so there's that too. Also, there's court rumors that Breton does some weird pagan crap in the woods, which could be some Chandrian thing. Like I said, I don't really think Master Ash is a Chandrian, but I do think he's Breton, and I think what Breton does in the woods has to do with the Greystones. I could see the people of Vintus being superstitious about this, and I just have a gut feeling the Greystones will come into play more in the third book. Denna also mentions that Kvothe could have already met her patron while staying in the mayor's court, and with Breton not really being too important to the plot as of yet, but having a significant amount of time, I think he's her patron. Also, when he first meets Kvothe, he mentions that his interest in Kvothe is for mutual benefit, and I'm not really sure what he's benefiting from so far. In one of Rothfuss's blog posts, he speaks about his early draft for the Wise Men's Fear, and he says that Vachette and Breton didn't exist at all. Some people think this is evidence that Breton cannot be Master Ash unless he is Cinder, as there's so many clues leading to him being Cinder in the first book before Breton even existed. Personally, I think this is more of an excuse for Breton to be the patron and not Cinder, because honestly I think Rothfuss is fooling us, much like the Cthaeh with Kvothe, to go after Cinder. I think he's using a ton of red herrings to make us think that Denna's patron is Cinder. Which leads me to the final theory, the one that I think is true, that Master Ash is also Breton, and that he's a member of the Amyr. My confidence in this theory could be completely wrong. I mean, watch him end up being a Chandrian when the third book comes out, but to me, the idea of Master Ash being Cinder just doesn't quite add up. It just seems kind of sloppy to me. I don't see Cinder sitting around in the mayor's court playing a gentleman. I don't think his character has that much control. If Cinder's bred in, Kvothe would have noticed his Chandrian signs, as they can't hide their signs. There's also the fact that Denna never actually says anything bad about her patron, and we don't actually know that he abuses her. Yes, there is what the Cthaeh says, and the Cthaeh can only tell the truth, but we also know the Cthaeh is creepy and manipulative. Could it be that her patron beating her with his walking stick is actually training her in combat? There's actually kind of some evidence for this. While in Severin, Kvothe follows Denna to an alley where he sees her threaten a man at knife point who was about to rape a young woman. That was pretty bold of Denna. She even gives the young lady some advice afterwards. I think we need to give Denna some more credit. She's not just some Mary Sue, she's a runner, and she's had problems with guys in the past. That's why she runs, so I can't really see her sticking around with an abusive patron. If her patron is actually helping her, the Cthaeh's words have convinced Kvothe otherwise. And he was already suspicious of this patron, and I mean, think about it, if the Cthaeh wants Kvothe to kill Master Ash, and if he was Cinder, the Cthaeh would have just told Kvothe that he's Cinder. We know Kvothe would have been furious, but instead the Cthaeh is manipulating the truth to get that same effect in Kvothe. He's not really lying, but just kind of putting a twist on the truth. And I could totally see the Cthaeh trying to set him up for destruction by attacking an Amyr. Which, by the way, kind of related, Breden's house colors are comparable to the ashen gray robes used by the Tellin Church, which could be a clue that he's an Amyr. Now, high-ranking Amyr are called Cthaeh, and basically any action they take can be seen as for the greater good, meaning they can take some pretty severe actions and get away with it. With this in mind, Master Ash knocking Denna unconscious at the Mothan farm to protect her could be seen as justifiable and for the greater good. One problem I do have with this theory, however, is why would an Amyr get Denna to write a song about Lanray being a hero? I mean, maybe he's trying to draw the Chandrian into a trap, but if you think about it, there isn't any proof that Master Ash wrote the song. He's been helping her find historical information, but that doesn't mean he approves of Denna's song. Actually, when Denna returns to Severin, she never mentions the song again, and she kinda acts like that didn't even happen with Kvothe, so maybe her patron told her to stop singing it. But think about it this way, maybe Denna is like a parallel of Kvothe. Perhaps her family or someone she loved was killed by the Chandrian, and now she's training with an Amyr to track them down. This could actually be why she returned to the Mothan farm, not just to look for her patron, but maybe to investigate the Chandrian's presence. Also, her patron is teaching her Yillish knots, which we know have some type of magical effect, so maybe this could be used against the Chandrian. I can tell you stories no one has ever heard before. Stories no one will ever hear again. Stories about Felurian, how I learned to fight from the Adem. The truth about Princess Ariel. This is the single time that Princess Ariel has been mentioned in the Kingkiller Chronicle so far, so it's led to a lot of fan speculation, and for good reason. I mean, this is one of the things that's going to be revealed in the long-awaited third book. There's actually quite a bit of clues as to who this princess could be. Now, it could be an entirely new character introduced in the next book, but knowing Patrick Rothfuss, he likes to hide things in plain sight, like right under our noses. Right under the university. I'm talking about Auri. Now, this isn't exactly a new theory. It's been floating around the Kingkiller Chronicle subreddit for quite a while. Let's first start off by talking about Auri. Now, she's obviously a very mysterious character, and she's also probably my favorite. She lives in the Underthing, an ancient network of tunnels and rooms beneath the university that hint at some long-lost history. And like the Underthing, Auri's history is also shadowed in mystery. We don't know a whole lot about her backstory. It is safe to assume that she's broken in some way, whether like Eladin, where the mental stress of practicing naming has taken a toll on her mind, or from some tragic past event, or maybe even from both. It hasn't exactly been revealed yet, but in the slow regard of silent things, we do get some more information. It's strongly hinted that she's a victim of abuse. There's also evidence to believe that she's not only a powerful namer, but also a shaper. The evidence being that she makes the whole world bend to her will as she makes a candle for Kvothe. Now, it's also revealed that she studied with Master Mandrake, the Master Alchemist, so I would say this is proof that she once was a student at the university. Now, connecting her to a princess isn't as far-fetched as you'd think. Throughout the books, there's actually quite a bit of clues that our little moon fae Auri is of royalty. This especially shows in her mannerisms. There's many quotes with her making curtsy-like gestures, eating very formally, and just overall presenting herself like a princess. And even Elodin gives her a formal bow the first time he meets her. Something to note about this meeting is that Auri already knew to address him as Master Elodin, yet Elodin doesn't mention her name at all, as if he didn't want to reveal her true name to Kvothe. But wouldn't people talk about a princess going to the university? Well, not necessarily. Many people still view the university with a lot of superstition, even those in Imre, so it's not that big of a stretch to assume that the princess attended using a fake name. And that name could have possibly been Tabitha. And there was Tabitha, Sim said darkly. She made all that noise about how Ambrose had promised to marry her. She just disappeared. This character is mentioned quite briefly, but it could be the fake name used by Princess Ariel. If Princess Ariel is Tabitha, it would make sense that Ambrose would want to marry her. I mean, Ambrose does flirt with everybody, we see him flirting with Fela, but I think when it comes to marriage, he would want to marry somebody that's of noble blood, and that would help him rise up in the line of succession. There's actually a ton of evidence that some organization, whether it be the Amyr or the Chandrian, are helping the Jackas family rise up in succession, because many people are being killed off. For instance, Caudicus, Mayor Elveron's alchemist, was previously mentioned to be at the Jackas family estate, so it could be that he was sent by them to go poison the mayor. Maybe this organization or Ambrose's family just wanted to get close to Princess Ariel, and something caused her to end up going into hiding underneath the university. Now, the original Reddit poster points out that Tabitha, or Tabitha, is the biblical name of a woman who's brought back to life by Peter, but taking it back to its Greek translation, it means gazelle. Now, the word Ariel is a kind of mountain gazelle found in Arabia. Who knows, this could be a coincidence, but Rothfuss often likes to use cryptic hints like this. The sneaky bastard. Now let's focus on Auri's name. First off, it sounds quite similar to Ariel. Auri means gold, which maybe hints at her being royalty, or it could just refer to her hair. But her name is important, as Kvothe was the one who gave it to her, and this action is what made Elodin accept him as a student. So it must have showed some type of naming skill, maybe just because it's so close to her real name, Ariel. Elodin nodded. "It is a lovely name," he said politely. "And it suits you." "It does," she agreed. "It is like having a flower in my heart." The mention of a flower in her heart is interesting because there's many instances in these books where certain stories mirror other stories, and it's possible Kvothe and Auri's story mirrors the Fasting Way War. This involves a young man that goes to the Cthaeh and takes a flower to heal the deathly ill princess. They end up falling in love despite the princess being betrothed to a neighboring prince. They try to escape by moonlight, but he falls from the rooftop and they're caught. The princess is then married, but ends up stabbing the prince and killing him on their wedding night. This causes a huge civil war, the Fasting Way War. So relating this back to the theory, Auri is a broken and cracked character. Kvothe heals her by bringing her a flower, aka a new name. We can already see the progress of Auri healing. She's gone from running away from Kvothe to making jokes with him. And his music also seems to be helping her. She can't get enough of it, and she even brags about it to Mola and Elodin. This also seems to be the one time when Kvothe plays out his heart without trying to impress a crowd or gain a patron. Though perhaps he's gained one in Auri. Now, it does honestly seem like Auri is beginning to fall in love with Kvothe. So far, his love is more in the protective way, not really the romantic way. Maybe this changes, though it doesn't have to mirror the story identically. But I just can't really see Auri stabbing somebody. I mean, you never know. If this prince does end up being Ambrose, and maybe they have a bit of history, also if Ambrose hurts Kvothe, I could see Auri retaliating. This would also mirror the story of a Ruh man stealing away a nobleman's daughter, which is the same story as Kvothe's parents. Check out my video on Kvothe being a Lackless if you want to know more about that. Playing his lute seems to help her out of this state. Now this also kind of mirrors how Jax played his flute and the moon came to him. Now there's a ton of moon representation around Auri, and I think she kind of represents the moon in some way. Now Auri is so appreciative of Kvothe giving her a name that she plans on doing the same for him. I think this name might be Dualator. My first mentor called me Elir because I was clever and I knew it. My first real lover called me Dulator because she liked the sound of it. It's not Felurian, Kvothe didn't love her, and I don't think lover needs to be sexual in this case. Emphasis on real. I think this is someone who he truly loves and would do anything to protect. Of course, this could end up being Denna, but I think there's a possibility it could be Auri. Lator means rogue or thief in Hungarian, and Kvothe steals Princess Ariel. This is a bit of a stretch, but Rothfuss does play with languages a lot in his names. Now, in Slow Regard, it's revealed that Auri is also making a place for him in the Underthing, and I think in the third book he'll end up having to hide from someone down there. She's also saving a book for him that he's looking for, which most likely has information on the Amyr and the Chandrian, and she uses her Shaper power to make a candle for him. She's letting him into her life, and I think it's quite evident she loves him. Now, I'll quickly mention this since we're on topic, but another thing that can be mirrored is the rescue of the 2 girls from the fake Edema Ruh troop. The girl Kryn is described by Kvothe to resemble a younger version of Denna, and after everything that happened, she's strong enough to help take care of Ellie. Ellie is the blonde-haired girl, the other one that was rescued, and she was in shock the entire time. She seems to be in this sort of dreamlike state, and Kvothe and Kryn try to help her through this. I think these 2 act as symbols for Denna and Auri, as well as the dark side and the light side of the moon. And funny enough, after Kvothe saves the girls from the fake Edema Ruh troop, the story later spreads that he saved 2 princesses from a group of ogres. I've gone this long without mentioning another very important quote by Kvothe. I have stolen princesses back from sleeping Barrow kings. Now, Barrow is defined as an ancient burial mound, or a male pig castrated before maturity, but that's irrelevant. It's strongly hinted that there's a barrow beneath the university. Fela has a dream that she goes through the 4-plate door in the archives and finds the tomb of an old dead king. Elodin mentions the university is built on the ruins of an older university, and I believe behind the 4-plate door there's relics and information on the Chandrian and the Amyr, as well as the tomb of this dead king. Let me know in the comments what you think is behind the 4-plate door, and if you'd like me to make a video on it. Also, quite ironically, the students in the archive call it tombs, not tomes. Oh, and when Kvothe sends a letter to Ambrose in the Wise Men's Fear, it's revealed the address for the university is Bellany Barren. Bellin is one of the 8 cities that remained during the Creation War, and I think the university is built on top of that, which would explain the Underthing. An important clue relating to this is when Elodin meets Auri, he gives her a Sinus fruit. And it's said that the gift of a single Sinus fruit is considered a terrible insult if given to one of the Belladari. Now, I can only assume the Belladari are the inhabitants of Bellin. Now, Auri's reaction to this gift isn't one of offense, but when she serves the beer, she doesn't include Elodin in the second round, because he brought a single Sinus fruit and nothing for Kvothe. It's hard to say if this means Auri is related to people from Bellin, because you think that would make her very, very old. There is a theory that Auri is one of the angels. It's actually one of my favorite theories. I don't have time to mention it in this video though, because this video is already probably going to be pretty long. So I think Princess Auri being Princess Ariel is a really great excuse and opportunity for Kvothe to end up going before the king and gaining the title Kingkiller. The one issue I have with this theory is that we don't hear anything about a missing princess throughout these books. We don't hear of Calanthus having a missing daughter or any other noble house. However, this is Kvothe's story, so we could just be leaving some stuff out for the drama. Now, this is all under the assumption that Princess Ariel is a princess from Temerant. What if she's actually a Fae princess? I mean, Kvothe often does call her his little moon Fae. Also, Felurian talks about how Fae walk between worlds without being noticed. This would also fit in with how the moon goes in between the Fae realm and the mortal realm, and Auri kind of represents the moon, at least I think so. Time moves differently in the Fae realm, so maybe she is older than we think. And it could be that her apparent Shaper magic in Slow Regard could be some type of Fae glamour, or maybe an entirely different type of magic we don't know about. So maybe she's actually a Fae princess and not a mortal princess. I haven't put too much thought into it, so I don't really know. It's all just speculation, but it's interesting.
I have stolen princesses back from sleeping Barrow kings. I burned down the town of Traben. I have spent the night with Felurian and left with both my sanity and my life. I was expelled from the university at a younger age than most people are allowed in. I tread paths by moonlight that others fear to speak of during day. I have talked to gods, loved women, and written songs that make the minstrels weep. You may have heard of me.
Over the course of The Name of the Wind and The Wise Man's Fear, we've heard many legends about Kvothe, and we've seen the truth behind many of these, which often end up subverting our expectations. We've seen him sort of burn down the town of Traben, we saw him speak the true name of Felurian and survive a night with her, but we've yet to see him save a princess from sleeping Barrow kings. Not to mention, we still don't know which king it is that he kills that gives the series its name. There's still many stories that are waiting to be recounted to the chronicler on day 3. And while we still have no hint at a release date for the 3rd book, Rothfuss has recently stated that he's feeling a lot better about it.
Are you feeling better about the book than I have previously? Yes. Better about the state that the book is in, and better about doing the work. I've managed to square away certain elements of my life that leave me with enough emotional space to do more work and have it be better work.
And surprisingly, over the last few weeks he's been more open and has given us some new information, including the identity of a Barrow king. Phaeja, the first king of Vintas. King in life and king in death. In one of Rothfuss's recent live streams, he tells us that Phaeja brought together a bunch of petty squabbling sea kings and formed the nation of Vintas, which is a very important country on the continent of Temerant. The city of Severin is one of its major cities, and this is where Kvothe spends a lot of his time in the 2nd book as he works with Mayor Alvaron. You may also remember that Ambrose is now 12th in line to the Vintish throne. Anyway, he goes on to show us a brand new coin that he made with Shire Post Mint.
This is a Vintish penny, and here you see, this is Phaeja, the first king of Vintas.
If we look on Shire Post Mint, the description reads as follows. As king in life, Phaeja is shown in chainmail flanked by soldiers below the sun. He holds a map and a downward pointing sword. As king in death, the Barrow Drog wizard king Phaeja holds an upward pointing sword and a branch of hemlock. Behind him are greystones and a crescent moon. Phaeja Calanthus was posthumously declared the first king of Tar Vintas. This coin was struck after Phaeja died and is thinner than the coin struck when he was alive. The penny is scored in such a way that it can be bent and broken in two, resulting in 2 vintage halfpennies. If you break this penny to make change, it is only polite to offer the other party the choice of which half to keep. You will be able to buy these coins both on World Builders and on the Shire Post Mint website, and Shire Post Mint made a different version that's slightly thicker. I think this is supposed to be like the ones that were minted when Phaeja was still alive, and these are going to be exclusive to the World Builders charity giveaway. I'll have all the links to these down in the description. Let's take note of a few details. First of all, on the death side, there's Greystones instead of the Sea Kings. Now, obviously, Greystones play a big role in the Kingkiller Chronicle, and they're rumored to be gateways to the Fey Realm. Perhaps Phaeja is locked away or sleeping in the Fey Realm, but somehow has eyes over Vintas. And maybe through Kvothe's perfect ability to screw everything up, he'll be awakened and brought back into Temerant once again. Now it is interesting how there's a tree on the backside. Could this be the tree of the Cthaeh? There's no other tree that I think it could be. Besides being able to lure people with its perfect knowledge of the future, the flowers of the Cthaeh tree, known as the Rinna flower, acts as a panacea. It's able to cure any disease or heal any wound. And beside the tree, there does seem to be some type of flower. Or it could possibly be a Celis flower, which we do know grow in Vintas. This is the flower that Kvothe compares to Denna, in that both are often sought but seldom found, and if you're not careful handling them, then you could lose them. Though I'm not really sure what either of these flowers would have to do with Phaeja. Rothfuss tells us that Phaeja is a dead king, buried in the proper way. A man with the will to make a nation, and a man such as that does not merely die if he does not wish to. He comes back as Wizard King Phaeja, first king, always king, in his barrow watching over the lands. Through his will alone does Phaeja continue to watch over Vintas.
I am always king. I might not live forever, but you will never be rid of me. You'll learn a little bit more about Phaeja in book 3. I mean, Phaeja's already come up in the books. Kvothe literally says, have you not read him? I have stolen princesses back from sleeping Barrow kings. Right?
Now let's go over some theories. First of all, where is Phaeja's barrow? Obviously, it would be somewhere in Vintas. However, it's possible that the ancient lands of Vintas used to stretch out much further. There is the Barrow Hill that's located on the Mothen farm, however, Kvothe seems to believe it's most likely an old fortress rather than a barrow, but I wouldn't rule it out entirely. But what about the university? There's several hints that there is a barrow hidden beneath the university. Kvothe even describes the archives as looking like a giant barrow, and there's part of the archives called the tomes, but because of its crypt-like quietness, students often call it tombs. And not to mention, Fela has a dream that she goes through the four-plate door and discovers that Valeritas was the name of an old dead king, whose tomb was behind the door. I did make a video on what's behind the four-plate door if you want to check that out for some more theories. In that video, I talk about how there's a secret door with no handles or hinges that's on the oldest part of the Lackless lands. Now, the Lackless is one of the oldest families in Vintas, and it could be that the ancient Lackless lands extended as far as the university, meaning that the four-plate door would be the Lackless door, and it could be that this door leads to Phaedra's Barrow. But what about the princess that he steals? I believe this is Princess Ariel that's briefly mentioned in the Wise Man's Fear. I think this princess is going to have a much bigger role in Book 3, and myself and many other fans believe that this princess could be Auri. I made a video a couple years ago going over the theory that Auri is Princess Ariel, so you can watch that for more details, but in short, the Underthing is called her kingdom in the name of the wind, and she's never dirty despite living in such a dirty environment, and there's many quotes about her having royal-like qualities. Elladan even bows to her, and the name that Kvothe gives her means either gold or golden in Latin, which could be a hint at her royalty. Elladan was so surprised when he heard the name that Kvothe gave her that he decided to take him on as a student, so most likely his natural naming ability came close to her true name, Ariel. Let me know your thoughts on this theory. So there you have it, Phaedra is the first king of Vintas and the sleeping Barrow king mentioned on the back of the book. It's still up to debate where his barrow is located and who the princess is that Kvothe steals. However, I think that Princess Ariel is most likely Auri. Pat Rothfuss read the prologue to The Doors of Stone, and while it may only be a page long, there's a lot of subtle information that kind of fits in with the theory that fans have had pretty much since the beginning. It was enough info to excite me again and make me want to make a new season of Kingkiller theory and lore videos on the channel, so let me know if that's something you want to see. In this video, I'll be analyzing the Doors of Stone prologue, and then I'll be going over several theories about the purpose of the Waystone Inn, mainly focusing on the idea that a trap is being set. If you somehow missed out on the news, Patrick Rothfuss made a wager during one of his Twitch streams if a certain amount was donated to his World Builders charity before he slays the Ender Dragon in Minecraft. Then he promised to read the prologue of The Doors of Stone, plus one full self-contained chapter from The Doors of Stone, and a preview from a project that he's been working on, which happens to be a comic taking place in the world of Temerant called The Boy That Loved the Moon. Yes, this is a comic about Jax, the boy who stole the moon, and I can't wait to read it. This ended up going much better than he expected, and there's now over 1 million donations to the fundraiser, and a bunch of stretch goals were added to the prize draw. And Rothfuss followed through with his promise and read the Doors of Stone prologue live in a stream, and that's what we're going to be analyzing. As for the full chapter, it looks like Rothfuss wants to get together a bunch of his voice acting friends and film sort of an audio version of it, and he said that this should drop no later than February. To show that he was serious about the bargain, he posted the first page of the comic on his blog. I'm not too sure if that was the sneak peek or if he plans on showing more of it later on. Okay, now let's analyze the prologue so that we can get to some theories. It was still night in the middle of Noir. The Waystone Inn lay in silence, and it was a silence of 3 parts. The most obvious part was a vast, echoing quiet made by things that were lacking. Now, obviously, it's very similar to the prologues in the first 2 books, and even shares the same title, A Silence of 3 Parts. And leave it to Rothfuss to structure many of his sentences in 3 parts as well. Many of the phrases remain the same, with new descriptions and metaphors. But something interesting that we see right away is that there seems to be more of a focus on the town of Noir rather than Kvothe himself. The slow, dewy hush of folk walking through the grass would have brushed the silence off the front steps of houses with the indifferent briskness of an old birch broom. This prologue, in true Rothfuss fashion, feels very poetic, and I love the way it switches between hard and soft consonants. The first part doesn't really reveal information to note, it's mostly emphasizing the silence and again, the fact that there's no music at the Waystone Inn. But then after that, we get new information on what's going on in the basement of the Waystone Inn, and this is where things get interesting.
In the basement of the Waystone, there was the smell of coal smoke and seared iron. Everywhere was the evidence of hurried work. Tools scattered, bottles left in disarray. A spill of acid hissed quietly to itself, having slopped over the edge of a wide stone bowl.
Now, it is very odd for things to be in disarray. There's always been a big emphasis on Kvothe's obsession with keeping bottles neat and tidy, or wiping down counters and sweeping when it's not really needed. But in the basement, unseen from everyone above, there's tools scattered about and acid slopping over the edge of a bowl. Either somebody else is working down here, or Kvothe is making preparations for the climax of Book 3, and he knows there's a possibility that he won't be returning, so the mess doesn't matter. The description of things being in disarray is enough for us to realize that something extreme is going on. Now, it could be Bast that's making the mess, but the description of seared iron makes me think it's probably not him. We know that the Fae hate iron, and it can even hurt them, but they can withstand it if they need to. But I still doubt that Bast would be messing around with it, considering Felurian was sick for days after tinkering with it. I really don't think Chronicler would be in the basement, so I think it's clearly Kvothe's doing, and it fits in with his skill sets. Nearby, the bricks of a tiny forge made small, sweet pinging noises as they cooled. These tiny, forgotten noises added a furtive silence to the larger, echoing one. They bound it together like tiny stitches of bright brass thread, the low drumming counterpoint to the tabor beats behind the song. So there's also a forge, which could indicate sigildry. Could it be that Kvothe is down here trying to open up the thrice-locked chest? Take into consideration the mention of acid, since there was a conversation in the books previously where Bast suggested using acid to get into the thrice-locked chest. So here we see Kvothe could be trying that. And maybe sigildry is needed to open one of the locks. Now, there's a few metals in the Kingkiller Chronicle that are described to have special properties. For instance, in the crockery, we see copper doors and window frames, and even copper web in the walls. Considering the rooms are meant to be keeping namers from escaping, it's pretty clear that copper is a weakness against namers. The Amyr had copper shields. Also, Rothfuss has mentioned that a copper sword would be good against a namer. So you can pretty much consider it canon that copper is a namer's kryptonite. The thrice-locked chest has a lock of iron, one of copper, and one that is unseen. Now, iron protects against Fae, or at least discourages them, and copper protects against naming. The third lock is more interesting, a lock that is unseen. Now, it's possible this lock is silver, and maybe it's unseen because you need to open the other locks first. This would fit in with Taborlin the Great having a iron, silver, and copper penny. But I think it's likely the unseen lock is more magical in nature and is the one that's giving Kvothe a hard time. Now, we should also take note of the mention of brass thread. This reminds me of the copper web in the crockery, and brass is an alloy of copper and zinc, so it's an interesting metal to bring up. Master Loren has a brass plate on his door. In the Wise Men's Fear, we see Kvothe orders 3 brass-bound barrels for the inn, which are most likely to accommodate Bast by not using iron. In the Slow Regard of Silent Things, Auri has a gear made from brass. Also something noteworthy, in Book 2, Denna specifically doesn't want brass on Kvothe's loot case. Maybe this is because brass has some sort of magical property that dampens the effects of music. Or rather, a type of magic that involves music. It's been strongly hinted at throughout the books that music has its own sort of magic, and we know that music is part of what Kvothe lost. We also know there's a group called the Singers, and it's possible they know the secrets of this magic. Perhaps the unseen lock on the thrice-locked chest is in need of some sort of musical key. The third silence was not an easy thing to notice. If you listened long enough, you might be able to feel it in the chill copper of the Waystone's locks, turned tight to keep the night at bay. It lurked in the thick timbers of the door and nestled deep in the building's gray foundation stones, and it was in the hands of the man who designed the inn as he slowly undressed himself beside a bare and narrow bed. The man had true red hair, red as flame. His eyes were dark and weary, and he moved with the slow care of a man who was badly hurt, or tired, or old beyond his years. The Waystone was his, just as the third silence was his. The end of the prologue explains the third silence, and again, there's so much info in this small section. The Waystone Inn has copper locks to protect against namers, or to keep naming from working within the inn. It's also revealed that the inn is built on gray foundation stones, and Kvothe didn't simply buy the inn, he's the one who designed it. These stones are without a doubt the same gray stones found all throughout Temerant, known by the Edema Ruh as a symbol for good luck, and also said to be gateways to the Fey realm. And from chapter 1 of The Name of the Wind, we can now gather that the fireplace would also be made from this same stone, and this one happens to be standing. There's literally a standing waystone in the Waystone Inn. Now, when this innkeeper is described as being badly hurt, tired, or old beyond his years, I'm pretty sure it's likely all of the above. And of course, the prologue ends with the iconic line, "It was the patient, cut flower sound of a man who was waiting to die." So what is he preparing the inn for? Why has it been built to protect against namers? And what purpose do the gray stones serve? He's definitely put a lot of thought into the design, but to what end? Well, it's about time we dive into some theories. Okay, so we have a few theories to go over here, and I'll be saving my favorite one for last. We've seen that Kvothe has been very specific about the design of the Waystone Inn, even from the very beginning of Book 1 with the fireplace and the mounting board made from roa wood that's used to hang Folly, a sword that possibly could have been taken from Cinder. Both swords are described to be very similar. Now, it could be that Kvothe is playing a beautiful game and setting a trap at the Waystone. Maybe by the end of day 3, after his story is told and he's mentioned all the Chandrian names to the chronicler a handful of times, they'll arrive at the inn to confront him. He'll break open the thrice-locked chest and regain his true name and powers. And to finally claim vengeance on the lives of his family and troop, he'll sacrifice his own life to kill all the Chandrian in one spot. After all, we know that this story is a tragedy. Theory number 2. Eax, also known as Jax, is a powerful shaper who pulled the moon into the Fey realm, which sparked the Creation War. And it's said that he's now shut beyond the doors of stone. Now in Book 3, Kvothe will set Eax free from his prison beyond the doors of stone, or the four-play door of the university. I'd recommend watching my theory video on what's behind the four-play door if you haven't yet. Setting Eax free has messed up everything in the present day, which is why there's now skin dancers and Skrael on the loose. Kvothe will lure Eax to the inn, possibly by using the piece of the moon that's sealed away in the Lackless box. At the inn, he'll utilize everything that he's set in place, even using the gray stones in the foundation to turn the entire inn into a gateway to the Fey realm to trap Eax there. I mean, the inn is called the Waystone, and it's made from Waystone, so maybe its purpose is to act like one, and be a literal gateway to the Fey. Now, I've also seen some theories on Reddit that the chronicler is not who he says he is, and that his identity could actually be Eax himself or one of the Chandrian. I'm not sure if I fall for that one, but I think it's really interesting. Stemming off from this theory, there's the idea that the Chandrian are not as terrible as the stories make them out to be, and Kvothe eventually becomes something of a Chandrian himself, with silence being his sign. Maybe after killing Cinder, he needs to take Cinder's place. He'll need to work with the Chandrian to contain Eax or destroy him, and end the curse that's been put upon them. I know that one's a little out there, it would be a big twist for him to be working with the Chandrian, but it's a fun theory. Theory number 3. Now, this was my first thoughts after reading the prologue, and honestly, I think I sort of buy this theory the most. It all just kinda makes sense. Now, I wanted to see if anyone else had the same thoughts after reading the prologue, and found this post by Reddit user NoAlbatross8767, which I'll link in the description. The room that Kvothe enters in the crockery has walls and ceilings made from gray stone. It has a copper door and window frames, and there's something strange about the air, almost like it's soundproofed. This sounds very similar to the information we have about the Waystone Inn, but the strange thing in the air here is the third silence. He's designed the Waystone Inn to be like one of the rooms in the crockery. Kvothe is not trying to keep something out, he's trying to keep himself in. He's built a place that can limit his naming abilities, and maybe even his other abilities. Now, this could possibly explain why he was able to fight Skrael outside of the inn but lost to bandits while inside. His powers are dampened. This would also explain why he can't unlock the chest if his powers are limited inside the Waystone. He could be using the Inn as a way to mask his powers from the Chandrian or some other group that's after him. I'm guessing that in Book 3, he maybe loses control and hurts somebody that he loves, maybe Simon or Denna, and he decides to design a place to keep his abilities in check so he won't do it again. And I think a lot of this comes back to the curse of the Cthaeh. The Cthaeh is responsible for many of history's greatest tragedies. It's believed to have spoken to Jax before he stole the moon, and to Lanray before the fall of Myr Terinial. We know that in the present day, Kvothe has caused a lot of the world's problems. I think he's finally realized how dangerous it is that someone as hot-headed and at times thoughtless as he is can be such a danger to the world. So he's found a way to make a prison to contain himself. This lines up with the cut flower sound of a man waiting to die. He's cut off from his powers and waiting to die so that he'll no longer be a danger to the world after speaking to the Cthaeh. Either that, or he actually is stuck in a room in the crockery, and he's been imagining this entire story. The town of Noir is nowhere on the map, so what if it's all just the hallucinations of a madman? Throughout the Kingkiller Chronicle, Kvothe is not known to trust many people. We often see him keeping secrets from his closest of friends. In the frame story, we still don't know why Kvothe has changed his name and is hiding his identity as a simple innkeeper at the Waystone. It could be that he's setting up the Waystone Inn as a trap for the Chandrian, or even using the inn to imprison himself to hide the destructive influence of the Cthaeh. I went over several theories about the Waystone Inn in my analysis of the Doors of Stone prologue, but whatever the case, there's one person that he's chosen to be his companion at the Waystone. For some reason, he's chosen Bast, one of the Fae, to be his apprentice and to go into hiding with him. It seems that he must truly trust Bast, and in turn, Bast seems to care deeply for Kvothe, and wants his Reshi back to his old self. The charming side of Bast seems to fade behind closed doors, where we see a very dark side to him. After all, he did threaten the Chronicler, and he was the one who hired the soldiers to attack Kvothe at the end of the Wise Man's Fear, and later tracked down and killed the very men that he had hired. So the question is, who really is Bast, and what purpose does he serve in the story? In this video, I'll be going over everything we know about Bast, theories on what Kvothe is teaching him, what his motive is, and theories about his relations. I'll go over the theory that Bast is Kvothe's son, the mother being Felurian. I'll also go over theories on whether he's tied to Eladin, and even Taborlin the Great. If you like these Kingkiller videos, make sure to subscribe because there's still a lot of theories that I need to touch on. Chronicler, I would like you to meet Bastus, son of Remin, Prince of Twilight, and the Telwyth Mail. The brightest, which is to say the only student I've had the misfortune to teach. Glamourer, bartender, and, not last, my friend. Bast is described as dark and charming with sharp and delicate features and cunning blue eyes. It's not until after Chronicler realizes what he truly is and calls the name of Iron to attack him that we find out he's actually a Fae under a Glamoury, a type of Fae magic that makes a thing seem like something else without changing its inherent nature. The other type of Fae magic we know of is Gramarye, which is the craft of making things be. Felurian uses Glamoury and Gramarye to make herself seem and be the most beautiful for everyone. Now the true appearance of Bast is very similar, but his eyes are all blue with no whites, and his feet are actually cloven hooves. And it's worth noting his similarities to the Greek god Pan. Pan is well known for his seduction, and much the same, Bast is implied to have relations with many of the women in the town of Noir, and in the short story The Lightning Tree, he seduces multiple women with his Fae magic, on one such occasion using some enchanted reed pipes to seduce a young lady. And of course, Pan is known for his reed pipes. You could also make the comparison with a satyr, and what's interesting is that satyrs happen to exist, or at least mythology of them does, in the four corners of civilization. Outside of the Aeolian, there's a fountain with a statue of a satyr chasing a group of half-clothed nymphs. Also, bonus fact about the Aeolian, the etymology of this word comes from Aeolus, a minor Greek god who was the divine keeper of the winds and king of the mythical floating island of Aeolia. Anyway, in Temerant, it could be that satyrs are a species of fae, and it's even possible that this statue is a depiction of Bast himself, who knows? Now, while Bast shares similarities to the god Pan, he also shares a name with the ancient Egyptian goddess of protection, childbirth, and cats. The warrior daughter and defender of Ra. This goddess is often portrayed as a cat or a human with a cat's head, and Bast is often described as having cat-like grace and mannerisms. Now, as for his age, we know that he's over 150 years old, but time moves differently in the Fae, so who's to say if this makes him young or old by Fae standards? Judging by his almost childlike personality at times, I would say he's pretty young. He throws tantrums, he often converses with children, as we see in the Lightning Tree, he has an odd possessiveness and admiration for his teacher, he's terrified of the Cthaeh, while Felurian didn't react in such a shocked way, and he reacts strongly on his emotions and doesn't care about the consequences of his actions. Not to mention he even wraps himself in a blanket with a heart sewn on it when he's sad. More on that later in the video. Though the Fae are creatures of desire, so it could be that they all act like this. The backstory on how Kvothe and Bast met has yet to be revealed. We know that Bast is the apprentice and Kvothe is his Reshi, and at some point he even meets Denna. But what does Reshi mean? Well, Pat derives a lot of his etymology from Latin, Old German, Greek, Hebrew, and Sanskrit, and Reshi or Rishi is Sanskrit for an accomplished and enlightened person. Rishis are believed to have composed hymns of the Vedas, and post-Vedic tradition of Hinduism regards the Rishis as great yogis or sages who have realized the supreme truth and eternal knowledge, which they composed into hymns which they sang. Now, Bast using the term Reshi is probably referring to him as a wise sage, but the connection to hymns or music is interesting as well. Possibly Reshi is giving him the title of singer. After all, Kvothe sang the song he saw in Felurian's eyes to regain control of himself. And we know that singers are one of the enemies of the Chandrian. Bast is his student, it begs the question, what is he learning? We see Bast often pretending or neglecting to read Selim Tentur, a common educational textbook about alchemy. This is the same book that Kvothe stole from Caduceus after fleeing the mayor's estate. He later gave this stolen book to Devi as a present, and he's frequently reminding Bast to read parts of the book as a preparation for their lessons. But Bast considers it extremely boring and does what he can to procrastinate reading it. In the Lightning Tree, Kvothe makes sure that Bast has it before leaving to do errands on Felling Day, and instead of reading, Bast leaves the book in a tree nearby, and a young boy named Reich steals it to blackmail Bast into speaking with him. Now, it's interesting that he's trying to teach alchemy to Bast, since Kvothe not knowing anything about alchemy is a reoccurring theme in the book. It's mentioned that Bast has only started studying from this book a month before the frame story began in the Name of the Wind, so it's likely that he was teaching him something else beforehand. Maybe since he's now living among humans, Kvothe is teaching him how to be human. I don't really know. There's a part in the Lightning Tree where it's highlighted that Bast now feels conflicted with his own desire. Creatures from the Fae have little concept of what we would call right and wrong. Things only exist in the context of their desire. But his desires are growing complicated and are constantly conflicting with each other. Could this be because he's beginning to feel human emotions, and it's uncomfortable for him to care for people? We see him interacting with children and trading lies and information for secrets, and we also see him show some actions of kindness, like helping Nettie find the wild beehive and capturing its queen. If you have any ideas on what you think Kvothe is teaching him, then let me know in the comments. Now, I do want to go back to alchemy for a minute because Bast does have reasoning to learn it. In the prologue of The Wise Man's Fear, we see a dark-haired man sneaking to the basement of the Waystone Inn. This is clearly Bast, and he's keeping quiet so that his master doesn't hear him. Now, in the prologue for The Doors of Stone that Rothfuss read in a live stream, we get some info as to what's in the basement. In the basement of the Waystone, there was the smell of coal smoke and seared iron. Everywhere was the evidence of hurried work. Tools scattered, bottles left in disarray. A spill of acid hissed quietly to itself, having slopped over the edge of a wide stone bowl. I really don't think Kvothe would leave his work area in disarray like this. So after thinking about it, I'm pretty sure that this is Bast. I think he's trying to make some alchemical concoction to melt the locks on the thrice-locked chest. The chest that likely stores Kvothe's true name and some of his power. We know that he wants his Reshi back, and I think he's willing to open Pandora's box to do so. I also think that all the prologues in each book is actually taking place during one day, and it's likely the third day building up to some big event that's gonna happen at the Waystone Inn. Now we know that Bast is a noble in the Fane courts. He's introduced as Prince of Twilight and the Telwyth Mail. We can assume that Telwyth Mail is a location in the Fae given the context, and we have had a few mentions of the Mail. After the Skin Dancer attacks the inn, Bast says, "It was not my kind. The Mail doesn't even share a border with us. It's as far away as anywhere can be in the Fae." Then, in Wise Man's Fear, Bast again makes a reference to Kvothe stopping a creature from the Mail. And later, during his time spent in the Fae realm, Felurian tells him detailed stories about the politics of the Fane courts, and mentions the Tain Mail. Now this seems to suggest that the Mail is not only part of the Fae, but that it's divided into pieces or separate districts. Tain Mail and Telwyth Mail being two of these. Now Bast says he doesn't even share a border with the Mail, yet he's the Prince of Telwyth Mail. There's just not really enough information to go on, so I'm not sure what to think about this. But let's look into what Telwyth means. Now the Tylwyth Teg is Middle Welsh for fair family. It's the term used for the mythological fairy folk, corresponding to those in Irish folklore known as the Ae-She. Now the word male is an old Celtic name that became popular in France and means chief or prince. So basically, Telwyth Mail would mean Prince of Fairies, if it was a title. But again, I think Rothfuss is just using these two words to give a name to a location. Now as for Prince of Twilight, the Fane realm is vast and filled with factions and courts and types of beings that are far more varied and numerous than the human world. And we know that in the Fae, it gradually gets lighter or darker depending on which direction you travel in. And Felurian is found in a moonlit grove and is known as the Lady of Twilight. So it's likely that Bast has some relation to her. And the most common theory about Bast is that he's the offspring between Kvothe and Felurian. Now you may have noticed that only Kvothe and Bast are given descriptions of their eye color changing along with their moods. We also know that Bast calls him his Reshi, which most assume means teacher, but it could possibly mean father. After all, Kvothe does act very fatherly towards Bast, by teaching him, encouraging his studies, and even occasionally reprimanding him. And Bast seems to look up to him. Well, actually, he kind of idolizes him. He's practically obsessed with trying to bring his old Reshi back. And the unusual way that time passes in the Fae could give Bast the chance to catch up to Kvothe in age and even surpass him. Now, Felurian's title, Lady of Twilight, and Bast being Prince of Twilight is definitely enough to suggest a connection between them, but honestly, I don't think that Bast is Kvothe's son. And there's very good reason for this. His father is Remin, which yes, you could argue is another nickname given to Kvothe, but the Rothfuss-endorsed deck of Fae cards by Pairs gives us a depiction of Remin, and that's not Kvothe. If there wasn't this counter argument, I'd probably be on board with this theory. Also, speaking of this card pack, there's a lot of interesting Fae cards here. You can find them all on the Kingkiller wiki, and there's cards depicting a Tinker, Scarpy, Auri, Kvothe and Denna, and also Elodin, all of them in the Fae realm. Now speaking of Elodin, 2 years ago at PAX, Rothfuss revealed that Elodin has Fae blood. I actually plan on making a video on Elodin in the future where I'll go over all of this in detail, but I do think it's possible that Elodin and Bast could be related. There's actually a part in Wise Man's Fear when Felurian was trying to describe Fae words and terms, and Kvothe says, "At times I felt like I'd found myself a quieter, more attractive version of Elodin." Could this be Rothfuss trying to link them together as a hint? There's not really a lot of evidence to support this theory, but I do think the fact that Elodin is part Fae is very interesting. We still don't know anything about Remin, but what if I told you that Remin is Taborlin the Great? Let me explain. I do think that Taborlin is symbolic. He's a storytelling device to show how regular events can be passed down through time and end up sounding far-fetched and spectacular when the perspectives of stories change from person to person. This exactly parallels Kvothe's adventure and the legendary retellings of his adventures. But it doesn't mean that Taborlin wasn't a real person, and I think he could be living the rest of his life in the Fey realm. In the Eld Forest, the topic of Taborlin's cloak of no particular color comes up, and we're given 3 different perspectives on what it could look like. Dark with no color, like Kvothe's shade. All washed out in gray, like Trappist's robe, so that the original color was lost. Or Kvothe puts out the idea that it could be patchwork from years of repairs, so that it's so many different colors that it's hard to guess what the original was. Kinda reminds me of Tom Maryland's cloak from the Wheel of Time. Now this reminds me of the description of Bast's blanket, which is made out of patchwork and has a little heart sewn on it. Now the reason I think that a heart would be sewn on it is because Taborlin gave it to Bast as a keepsake, something for him to hang on to so he can remember his father when he ventures out into the human world. So I'm proposing the idea that Taborlin the Great had a child with Felurian, and that child is Bast. Now there is one detail to counter this theory. Felurian says that she's heard of Ilion, the most famous of the Ruh, who composed the Lay of Sir Savian. She's heard of Orin Velocitor, but she's never heard of Taborlin the Great. So this does put a hole in the theory, but it could be as simple as the fact that he changed his name to Remin when he decided to live in the Fae. It would mirror how Kvothe changed his name to Kote before going into hiding. Now in the Name of the Wind, shortly after the Skrael attack, a caravan arrives in town, and when a traveler recognizes the innkeeper as Kvothe the Bloodless, Kvothe orders Bast to drug the man, and recites his cover story for Bast to spread. The next night, after Kvothe lures out the rest of the Skrael in the woods and defeats them with an iron bar, Bast sews up his wounds, and later in the night, he sings a strange lullaby. A lullaby suggesting that Bast wishes he could lend some of his own fire, or some of his own soul, to help reignite the dwindling soul of his master. And later in Book 2, he performs a sort of healing magic where he takes the pain and injury from Kvothe and transfers it to himself. It seems like the only motive that Bast has is to restore his teacher's power by making him remember his past and all the things he's accomplished. And of course, the Chronicler is his only chance to accomplish this. At the end of Book 1, Bast sneaks into Chronicler's room in the night, and he reveals that he was the one who let information slip, like a message in a bottle. He'd been waiting for months for someone to come, anyone, and the Chronicler just happened to be the first person to take the bait and come looking. He says that this place is killing his master. People thought of Kvothe as a hero, and he played the part. Now they see him as an innkeeper, and worse, he sees himself as Kote the innkeeper. But by telling his story to the Chronicler, it could help him remember what he once was. Then their conversation takes a turn when Bast gives a detailed and sadistic threat on what he'll do if he doesn't listen to him. You think I'm playing at some game? You think iron will keep you safe? Hear my words, manling. Do not mistake me for my mask. You see light dappling on the water and forget the deep, cold dark beneath. Listen, you cannot hurt me. You cannot run or hide. In this, I will not be defied. And ends it by saying, what do I get out of this? I get my Reshi back. It's hard to say why Bast cares so much about his Reshi, but it's evident he'll go through great lengths such as hiring soldiers to attack him in order to get him back to how he was. And we learned that until a year ago, Bast was afraid of nothing, but now he's afraid of silence. Afraid of the weary silence that gathers around his master at times, like an invisible shroud. Now Bast has some powerful magic of his own, so I don't think he's after what Kvothe knows, or what magic he knows. While it is possible that Bast has a more selfish goal, this seems to be his one and only motive, and I think he's doing what he thinks is for the greater good. The Edema Ruh. Now, of course, everyone who has read the Kingkiller Chronicle is going to be familiar with this particular cultural race, as our fiery-haired protagonist himself is of Ruh blood. That, or maybe you just listened to the song named Edema Ruh by the symphonic metal band Nightwish, and in that case you're going to learn what the song was named after. The Edema Ruh are a nomadic tribe of entertainers. They wander the four corners of civilization, sharing their many talents in storytelling, juggling, acting, and playing music. If you picture a traveling circus or a troupe of gypsies, then you're on the right track. In fact, they're most well recognized by their gypsy-like wagons. Who knows, maybe you'll even find a strong man or a bearded lady or two in there. Having nowhere really to call their home, Ruh are bound under the principle of being one family, which is represented in their symbol of an unbroken circle. In fact, one doesn't have to be born into a Ruh family to be part of the one family. A tradition of offering wine and water when meeting a wanderer is a test to see if the wanderer is part of the one family. Occasionally, a troop of Ruh will have a wealthy patron who gives them leave to travel freely under his protection, and he gives them permission to use his name and colors. The mutual benefit being that the Ruh perform in the patron's court, building his reputation. However, much of the population has a mistrust towards the Edema Ruh. There have been instances where a band of thieves kill a Ruh troop and take their identities, and go on to depreciate the Ruh name. We see this happen in The Wise Man's Fear when Kvothe, to say the least, does not take the false troop lightly. He kinda slaughters them all and brands them with a broken circle, indicating that they are not of the Edema Ruh. Arladin and Lorien, Kvothe's parents, were leaders of one such troop that traveled under a patron, Baron Greyfellow. Of course, we know of the tragedy that befell Kvothe's parents and troop when they were slaughtered by the Chandrian for singing songs about them. But what are the Edema Ruh's origins? There are many fan theories out there with quite a bit of concrete evidence, however no one can say for sure. Some say the very first Ruh, Ilian, could quite possibly have been a Fae due to Felurian recognizing the name. There's also the odd connection between Edema and Grey Stones, or Waystones, and we know that those stones somehow connect to the Fae realm. Others say Edema could stem from the word Adem, the evidence being that the Adem people used to have a nomadic-like lifestyle before settling in Adem Re and starting the Ademic schools. Haliax, leader of the Chandrian, once said to Cinder,
Who keeps you safe from the Amyr, the singers, the sea, from all that would harm you in the world?
But who are these singers? Could it be that these singers are indeed the Edema Ruh?
Whenever I see criticism for the Kingkiller Chronicle, a lot of that criticism usually revolves around not liking the protagonist, which is fair. I mean, Kvothe is a very polarizing character. A lot of people love him, and a lot of people hate him. Considering the majority of the story is told through his perspective as he details the events of his life, your enjoyment's gonna hinge on whether you like this character or not. He's a storyteller. He's talented, clever, and quick-witted, but he can also be arrogant and boastful, and has been known to tell lies in order to build up his reputation. But one criticism I often hear from those who didn't enjoy these books is the complaint that Kvothe is a Mary Sue. What is a Mary Sue? I'm glad you asked. Sometimes people say Gary Stew or Marty Stew for the male equivalent, but in most cases, people just say Mary Sue regardless, so we're sticking with that. A Mary Sue originates from Star Trek fanfiction. It's become a useful term, yet an often misused one for a character that is perfect. They do no wrong and lack any noteworthy flaws. Often a young prodigy who performs better at tasks than should be possible given their experience or training. And these characters primarily function as a wish fulfillment fantasy for the author or the reader. The story wraps and warps to fit around the Mary Sue character rather than moving naturally on its own. Often you'll see this term thrown around for characters like Bella from Twilight, Anastasia from 50 Shades of Grey, Luke Skywalker, or Rey from Star Wars. And there's also lots of disagreements over whether or not certain characters are Mary Sues, like Harry Potter, Captain Marvel, Superman, or Katniss Everdeen. Now let me say that a Mary Sue character is not necessarily a bad thing. Usually it does hold negative connotations because these characters can get very tiring and boring to read if they're not written well, but it's perfectly fine to still like a Mary Sue character. After all, Beowulf is a Mary Sue. Some people argue that Katara and Goku are Mary Sues, though I think that's debatable. Do you think Kvothe falls into this category? Do you think he's a Mary Sue? Let me know, because this is a channel where differing opinions are accepted and welcomed. Even if your opinion in this case is wrong, mine is right, obviously. He's an undeniably gifted and talented character with a wide range of skills, but that's really where the comparisons end, since when has intelligence been equivalent to perfection? You don't have to read too far into the text to understand that Kvothe is very flawed and he's a broken person. I'm gonna show you why he simply doesn't fit the definition of a Mary Sue. If anything, his character is subverting that trope.
I'll be doing a deep dive on certain events in his life so that we can try and understand this character and effectively debunk this criticism. Kvothe is by no means flawless. He's his own worst enemy. He's thoughtless, impatient, and imprudent. His moral compass is crooked at times, and he's obsessed with the Chandrian and his lust for revenge. If you wipe your binoculars a bit and actually examine this character, you're going to see a deeply flawed one that's not only the hero, but is actually his own villain. A portrait of post-traumatic stress and a self-proclaimed disaster that's brought upon his own tragedy and caused many of the problems going on in the world. In his youth, he was brilliant, but prideful and hot-headed, unable to set aside his own ego, but through skill and many lies, and not to mention a lot of luck, he's been able to achieve legendary status. In the D&D party, he's not just the powerful wizard, but the charismatic bard and the lying thief. At surface level, Kvothe does appear to be sort of a Mary Sue, a jack-of-all-trades, sort of wish-fulfillment character. I would kind of agree with that if I had formed my opinion early on and didn't continue reading. Really, in RPG terms, he's more of a min-maxer, and a min-maxer is someone who sacrifices stats in many abilities to be incredibly good in a limited number of things. For instance, his intelligence and charisma are both pretty high, way above the average. His dexterity isn't too bad, his strength and constitution are pretty average, and his wisdom is really quite low. He can try to avoid his weaknesses by playing to his strengths, but when he's forced into a situation where he needs to use his lower stats, he pays the price. We know he's intelligent and clever, but because of his lack of wisdom, he rarely considers his consequences, and we see he has a major lack of common sense and rushes into things headlong. And this is something Elodin even calls him out on. He's often trying to force feed him some common sense. Kvothe often lets his arrogance and his hot-headedness get the better of him. As a young boy, Kvothe was smart and he knew it, and his quick wit was noticed by others, including Abinthy, who told his parents this.
He will leave his mark on the world as one of the best. Whatever he chooses, if he stays here, I don't doubt he'll become the next Ilian. If he decides to become an arcanist, I bet he'll have a royal appointment by the time he's 24. If he gets it into his head to be a merchant, I don't doubt he'll own half the world by the time he dies.
Later on, Abinthy explains how it can be dangerous giving a sword to a thoughtless person, and says,
You're clever, we both know that, but you can be thoughtless. A clever, thoughtless person is one of the most terrifying things there is. Worse, I've been teaching you some dangerous things.
And then the rest of the book basically shows us how clever yet thoughtless he is. And I think this is what trips a lot of people into thinking he's a Mary Sue. Honestly, having a main character who's much smarter than the average fellow, meaning it's easy for them to slip into this perfect, overpowered character template. But that's not really what Kvothe is at all. Mary Sues are not all about power and skill or even intelligence, but they're about a lack of struggle. Mary Sues are impossible to surpass and they don't make mistakes. And with every page we get of Kvothe being a brilliant prodigy, we get several more of him failing or messing things up or struggling to survive. No doubt Kvothe is academically gifted and he has the advantage of learning all kinds of things, including sympathy from Abinthy, while other children his age were out playing games. And for the most part, he grew up around a troupe of talented adults, which likely made him mature faster, and Kvothe is also musically gifted, being one of the Edema Ruh. Music flows in his veins. He was born into it, molded by it. And the time that he spent in the woods after his troupe was murdered, he spent perfecting his skill. He obsessively played his father's lute, one of the only personal possessions he had left. But despite all of his talent, he can also be very thoughtless. Take for example his near-death experience as a young boy when he tries to call the name of the wind using a sympathetic binding, where he bound the air from his lungs to the air outside, making it impossible to breathe. It's his thoughtlessness that's often leading him to folly. Now, Kvothe suffers from PTSD after the traumatic experience of his entire troupe being murdered. Understandable. And in Tarbean, he turns into an almost feral animal who's doing everything to just survive. He steals, lies, and begs, and gets beaten like a street dog. This is not a goody two-shoes Mary Sue. In fact, we often have to question Kvothe's morals. I still remember my surprise during the scene when Kvothe finds Pike's sentimental items, his prized possessions from the boy's likely dead mother. To me, this made me think, well, maybe Pike isn't such a monster. Even if he did beat Kvothe and break his father's loot, maybe he's redeemable. But then Kvothe proceeds to destroy these items, and he stays a little too long, relishing in his revenge, before Pike shows up to break his ribs and stab him with a shiv. And what does Kvothe do? He escalates things to the extreme by luring the boy into an alley, throwing alcohol on him, and setting him on fire. You know, setting a kid on fire and walking away is a clear sign we're not dealing with the typical noble hero. This is not how you write a Mary Sue, it's how you write an anti-hero. Now, before I go on to talk about his time at the university and this darker side we see to him in Book 2, I just want to jump to the frame story for a moment. I love the juxtaposition of his current and past self, the young, hot-headed, and charismatic hero, and the weary man at the inn, who's a shadow of his former self. He's a broken man who's waiting to die. He's lost his true name and seemingly all of his power. In the current frame narrative, the world is a mess. There's a civil war going on, Skrael attacking people, skin dancers on the loose. It's a very dangerous world, and we know that Kvothe says this was all his fault. This is something that he's caused. This is coming from a man who's changed his name to Kote, meaning disaster. Now, when a skin dancer attacks the inn and Shep is killed, Kvothe tries to stop it. He tries to use sympathy, but he fails. He wasn't able to save Shep. This is not a flawless hero. Also, when the two soldiers that Bast hired enter the bar, Kvothe gets his butt kicked again. He wasn't able to awaken any of his power. You see, Kvothe is a tragic hero in the classical Greek tradition. He's hyper-competent, but also hyper-flawed, which ends up leading to his downfall. It's the wasted potential that makes his story so tragic. Pretty much, it's the story of a talented and clever person who's also an idiot and screws things up so bad that he ruins everything. Rothfuss clearly drew a lot of inspiration from Greek and Irish mythologies as well as others, and I think it's fair to say this is where Kvothe's characteristics of brilliance and hubris come from. Now, if anything, he allows these exaggerations and these legends to form and build themselves up around him so that he appears to be this Mary Sue, this invincible being. Yet as he tells his tale, we discover the simple truths behind all of the legends. And often these truths involve luck, lies, or just misinterpretations. This is a story where storytelling itself is an incredibly important aspect. It revolves around legends, myths, and folklore. And one thing we do need to keep in mind is that Kvothe is a liar. I am a myth, a very special kind of myth that creates itself. The best lies about me are the ones I told. One of the consistent messages throughout these books are that stories don't need to be factually accurate to be true. You have to be a bit of a liar to tell a story the right way. Too much truth confuses the facts. Everything we know about the Chandrian, Telu, Eax, or even naming, they all come from stories, and then Kvothe and the reader attempt to extract the truth. As time goes on, we're able to piece together various stories in order to find something that perhaps is true. We find the reality behind the stories. Now, Kvothe is constantly engineering his own myth, and I think Rothfuss purposefully wants the reader to wonder how much is true. And there's many fans that think he's an unreliable narrator. Personally, I think he's slightly unreliable. I think he exaggerates and he glosses over some of his mistakes, and possibly he's not telling us the full truth, but I do think the majority of the story is true. Now, after spending years living on the streets, Kvothe has also become a very untrusting person. At the university, this trauma follows him. He's unwilling to share anything about his past to his closest friends, Will and Sim. And he also struggles to share his true feelings towards Denna. He's someone who would probably even put his friends in danger if it meant helping his cause. In fact, he tries to get Will to risk his position as a scriv to sneak him into the archives, and he manipulates Minette into finding a way into the archives. And he's also not the most skilled person in the university, like many who dislike these books would say. I've seen people claim that he's the perfect student who's good at everything, which is not true. Kvothe really struggles with both math and chemistry by his own account. I mean, alchemy is one of his worst subjects, which is why we barely see him mention it, because he's the one telling the story. And why would he want to focus on his weaknesses? He's very good at sympathy, but he's not nearly as good at sympathy as any of the masters. In fact, Kilvin at one point does a 6-way binding like it was nothing. Devi is also a much more powerful sympathist. He got into the university very young, but Elodin got into the university at an even younger age, and is obviously a much better namer than Kvothe. Even Fela, who's relatively close in age to him, masters the name of stone quicker than Kvothe learns the name of the wind. Kvothe does seem to have some innate ability when it comes to naming, such as when he unwittingly names the horse One Sock, or when he tries to guess the name of Denna's patron. And we also see him gain control over Felurian's true name. But he has an incredibly hard time trying to grasp and gain control of naming, and he's by no means a master. At the university, we get many examples of how he lies and exaggerates in order to build up his reputation. When he jumps off the roof of the crockery, he later hides the embarrassment by telling people that Elodin pushed him. Before he's lashed as a punishment, he takes Nalroot as a precaution to stop him from fainting, and it also has the added effect of stopping him from bleeding. He does this in order to hide any weakness, and after this, rumors begin to circulate at the university that he's a demon, or has fey blood, or can see in the dark. However, we don't yet know why he has this desire to make himself a legend. It could be he just wants to be the next Taborlin the Great, or it could have some purpose in his goal for revenge. But let's go back to how he doesn't think sometimes. He breaks into Ambrose's room to get Denna's ring back. This is an incredibly stupid risk and could possibly see him expelled. He doesn't think through the fact that Ambrose likely has precautions set, and he ends up setting a trap that almost gets himself caught. When escaping, he falls off a roof onto his knees and gets really banged up, and this of course sets into motion Ambrose using malfeasance against him. This whole scene was a complete disaster and a very stupid thing to do, and the way that he keeps provoking Ambrose and causing problems is not the work of a flawless hero. Then he further gives himself a headache by accusing Devi of using malfeasance and attacking her, which puts him in bad standing with her for a while. Now, Kvothe is hot-headed. He often doesn't think, but instead reacts on his emotions. Later on, we see the Iron Law being called down on the university because of him. The masters are furious, and he ends up needing to leave the university, all because of his own actions. This is what I mean when I say that Kvothe is the main cause of all of his problems. When he leaves the university, again, we see this darker side to Kvothe begin to show itself. He uses a dead body like a voodoo doll in order to brutally slaughter the bandit group in the Eld Forest, slashing throats, stabbing eyes and kidneys, etc. He then tries to call down lightning on them by essentially making a lightning rod out of the tree using sympathy. Now, whether this was his work or the work of Telu and the angels, like Martin was praying for, is debatable. Anyway, he completely massacres them, and yes, this was a defensive act. He was trying to protect his friends, so it's understandable and defensible, but it was still brutal and very much the action of an anti-hero. Then later on, we see him actually murder people, some of which were defenseless. The fake Edema Ruh troop. He poisoned them so that, some of them can barely stand, and then tracks down and kills every last one of the fake troop. Now yes, these were obviously bad people and they were abusing the two girls, so I understand why Kvothe did what he did, but still, he is a murderer of defenseless people. I'm sorry, but this just doesn't fit the template of a Mary Sue character. Even when Kvothe later breaks down crying at the old healer's home, it's out of fear that he isn't normal, not out of, genuine guilt. And every once in a while, we see this dark, almost psychotic or sociopathic version of Kvothe appear, like when he heard about blue fire at the Mothin farm. He goes to the stable master and excessively threatens him, going so far as to threaten to cook and eat him as all the neighbors watch. And in Ademre, Vachette speaks of something dark within him, something the Lethani cannot mend. This means I cannot trust any word you say, as it comes from fear. You are clever and charming, and a liar. I know you can bend the world with your words, so I will not listen. Early on, I noticed a gentleness in you. It's a rare thing in one so young, and it was a large piece of what convinced me you were worth teaching. But as the days pass, I glimpse something else, some other face that is far from gentle. I have dismissed these as flickers of false light, thinking them the brags of a young man or the odd jokes of a barbarian. But today, as you spoke, it came to me that the gentleness was the mask, and this other half-seen face, this dark and ruthless thing, that is the true face hiding underneath. There is something troubling inside you. It is not a lack of the Lethani, But this makes my unease more, not less. That means there is something in you deeper than the Lethani, something the Lethani cannot mend. Now, I know a lot of criticism of him being a Mary Sue comes from his time spent with Felurian in the Fae. After having fairy sex in the Fae, he comes back more confident and sort of becomes more of a ladies' man after that. And I know a lot of people find the whole fairy sex goddess thing ridiculous. I've seen some people even accuse Rothfuss of adding in his own fantasy here, which, okay, it's fine if you don't like something, but this is a classic trope. Femme fatale, whether it be a Jezebel figure, or Lilith, or sirens luring sailors to their death, or succubi appearing in dreams to seduce men. Supernatural seductresses is a trope that goes back many centuries, and it's seen in a lot of mythologies, including those that the Kingkiller Chronicle was inspired by. This is a play on folklore, not a horny teen wish fulfillment like some people seem to think. Felurian is a deadly being of pure desire and lust, and she perfectly fits in with this trope. Now, I've seen a lot of people, even some of my YouTube friends, misrepresent this scene as Kvothe is so good at sex that the sex fairy lets him go, and this simply is not what happened at all. During their encounter when Felurian is trying to destroy his mind, Kvothe, in a time of need, invokes her true name and breaks her power over him. Interesting enough, he mentions a star on his forehead like a pinprick of light, which is oddly similar to how Scarpi described the angels having silver stars on their foreheads. Anyways, it's after this that she treats him more or less of an equal, and the only way he's able to escape her is that he manipulates Felurian by using her own vanity against her, and basically holds a song hostage in order for her to let him go. This sounds like something that could easily have been in a Greek myth. So no, it's not that Kvothe was so good in bed that he was able to survive Felurian, it's that he called her true name in order to break her power and then used her own vanity against her. Now, I do understand people having problems with this scene because it does seem to come out of nowhere. It does have a purpose to show that the Fae are completely alien creatures of desire, not reason. Now, I've also seen similar criticism saying that Kvothe goes to the Adem and becomes this master swordsman fighter, and how cheesy that is, and it makes him a Mary Sue. But this, again, isn't what happens. Kvothe repeatedly gets his butt kicked by a 10-year-old Adem girl. Any properly trained Adem fighter would have torn him to shreds without breaking a sweat if it came to it. That doesn't sound much like a Mary Sue to me. He spends all that time with them, and he barely makes it up in their ranks at all. He's not a master by any means. He's not even as good as Sheehan or Tempe, and Tempe is pretty much a lower rank Adem. Tempe would definitely beat him in a fight, and yes, he does learn how to fight from them. He's better in combat than he was before, but he's by no means a skilled master. Now, I do understand why Kvothe is such a polarizing character and why he doesn't click with some people. He's clever to the point of arrogance, but charming enough to cover for it. He's likable, but constantly does morally gray stuff. He's a prodigy, but he is hot-headed and makes impulsive decisions. He's an extremely flawed character. He steals, lies, threatens people with murder if they don't do what he wants. Honestly, he almost seems like a sociopath, which is a topic for a whole other video. The thing is, he's much too complex of a character to be a Mary Sue. When you take a step back and analyze everything, you need to start questioning whether Kvothe is even the hero in the story. He's the protagonist for sure, but he's also the cause of many of the world's problems. And if he is a hero, I think it's likely that his story ends in tragedy. Brand new Kingkiller theory, let's go. I am so excited because this is a completely original theory. I haven't seen anybody else connect this before. I think I just discovered a secret hidden on the cover of the 10th anniversary edition of The Name of the Wind. It's hidden right in plain sight. It feels very suiting, it makes sense to me, and I want to know what you guys think of this theory. So all of this started when I was doing some research for the book I'm writing. I was looking into the history of alchemy, sacred geometry, the secret teachings of all ages, that kind of stuff. None of which is really relevant. I just wanted to show how you can fall down some very deep rabbit holes while doing writing research, because somehow I ended up researching Roman mystery cults, which led me into looking into various Roman artifacts, and from that I came across the Bocca della Verita. Now, if you're a vintage film buff, this face may look familiar to you. The most famous scene in the 1953 film Roman Holiday, starring Gregory Peck and Audrey Hepburn, takes place in the Church of St. Maria in Cosmedin in Rome, Italy. At one point in the film, Peck and Hepburn's characters visit the Bocca della Verita, the mouth of truth.
The legend is that if you're given to lying, you put your hand in there, it'll be bitten off.
The underlying significance of the scene is that neither character is what they seem. Peck portrays a conniving journalist pretending to be a regular Joe to get an exclusive on the young woman who is a runaway princess incognito. And this results in the famous scene where Peck pretends that his hand was chewed off. While this was part of the script, we get the genuine surprise reaction of Hepburn when he hides his hand in his sleeve to show her the remaining stump. This was an improvised prank on the actress, and you can see her genuine reaction as she starts to laugh when she holds him. Just bear with me, this is gonna connect to the Kingkiller Chronicle. Just be patient. The marble stone mask that is the mouth of truth was first recorded as a chastity or fidelity test in 1450 and had become a general lie detector by 1800. And droves of expectant tourists line up to this day to test their hands at it, including many celebrities. Even Sigmund Freud once made an oath with the stone to return again to the city. Now tourists, Freud included, have participated in the animistic myth that regarded this massive relic of antiquity as a terrible demon who cautioned against lying on pain of amputation. Superstitions like this became wildly popular during the Middle Ages, but it's ironic that this myth still continues to prosper, because while the Bacca condemns the lies of others, it refuses to give up its own secrets. Despite its worldwide fame, we really know next to nothing about the original meaning of the Mouth of Truth. Archaeologists unsatisfied with Roman folklore have attempted to identify the face on the marble disc as Jupiter, Mercury, the Nile, a faun, and even a totem of a man-eating lion from Asia Minor. Though the most accepted theory is that this face depicts the Greek titan Oceanus, and that the famous lie detector was actually originally a drain cover for a temple dedicated to Hercules. Over time, it was changed to a lie detector, whether that be a white lie or a terrible one. You lose your hand to the all-knowing truth. I could see somebody putting this in the center of their town to try and make their community more honest. Now, not all that info and history was relevant, I just found it interesting. But let's talk about for a moment how this looks very similar to the face on the 10th anniversary edition of The Name of the Wind. You can't tell me there isn't a resemblance. And it's interesting that this face is placed on a pillar. In Paris, there's a famous statue depicting a woman placing her hand in the mouth, and this is also placed on a pillar. It makes me wonder if the cover artist, Sam Weber, gained inspiration from the Mouth of Truth, or maybe even consulted with Patrick Rothfuss. And if so, it's possible this holds importance with the story. We know the Chandrian are drawn to those who speak their true names, but could there be more to this? Maybe the Chandrian are required to punish anyone who spreads lies about them or lies about the history of the Creation War and its aftermath. Cinder, representing the Mouth of Truth, is depicted above a smashed lute. This would suggest that the song sung about them, the song that Arledin, Kvothe's father, wrote, was a lie.
Someone's parents have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs.
Now that I've connected the cover with the Mouth of Truth, let's branch out and connect this with some other theories. We know that verita means truth, and Merriam-Webster defines the Latin word veritas as truth is mighty, its origin coming from the Roman goddess of truth. Now you may notice veritas is commonly used in the motto of several universities, such as Harvard. And in the heart of the archives of the university, there's a 4-plate door, and it has the word Veleritas carved into it, which is quite similar to veritas. It's likely this word is related to truth. This mysterious door in the university is locking away the truth. Almost to taunt Kvothe and the reader, the answers we want could be hidden behind this door. Could it contain books that detail the true story of the Chandrian and their motivation, or the real history of the Creation War? I'll also point out that the word Veler means to surround with stone, so Veleritas could be related to the doors of stone instead. One of Kingkiller's overriding themes is how myths and stories grow and the complex intermingling between truth and fiction, how stories can warp and change when being told over time. This means Scarpy's story could likely be incorrect or warped in some way, but it's this story that reminds Kvothe of his terrible encounter with the Chandrian and sets him off towards the university. Now, throughout the Kingkiller Chronicle, Kvothe is driven by his revenge. We see evidence of this in The Name of the Wind, where he hears talk of blue fire at the Mothen farm and suddenly forgets all of his worries and violently threatens a horse trader before riding the horse hard for 60 miles in order to get to Traben and investigate. The Chandrian killed his troop, and he believes the story told by Scarpy that Lanray was a hero who fell and became Haliax, the leader of the Chandrian, and betrayed the legendary hero Celatos. Now, just because Kvothe believes this story to be true doesn't mean that it is the correct history. It's very likely he could be blinded and even being manipulated by some other force. As we know, Denna has a different story, as we see in her Song of Seven Sorrows. This song is the result of extensive research done by Denna and her patron, and is based on a version she found in an old book. The song contradicts Scarpy's story about Lanray being a traitor. In this version, Lanray is the tragic hero who was betrayed by Celatos. Both versions of the story have Celatos placing a curse on Lanray, but in Denna's version, Lanray's not the villain. Celatos is the one with cruel and biting words. The thing is, we don't know which version is right. It could be possible Kvothe is being fed lies. The truth is being concealed, just like with what's behind the door in the archives. The Chandrian don't just kill people because they have knowledge of their true names. Look at the Mothen Farm massacre. The Vays didn't have any info on their names that we know of. Instead, I think they're trying to cut out lies about the Creation War and its aftermath. Or possibly, they're trying to conceal that part of history to prevent anyone else from contacting Eax. Eax, or Jax, was a powerful Shaper who made contact with the Cthaeh. Going against the Knowers, the Shapers wanted a place to practice their skill unhindered, so they created the Fane Realm. After doing this, each Shaper built a star which they placed into the empty sky. However, unsatisfied with only a star, the greatest Shaper, Eax, used his ability to pull the moon into the Fae, causing it to phase between both worlds. And this was the act that sparked the Creation War. And as we know, during the war, the Knowers, including Lanray and Lyra, sealed Eax behind the doors of stone. So Eax appears to be one of the biggest threats there is in this universe, along with the Cthaeh. It's safe to assume it would be pretty worrisome if someone were to free him from his prison, or open themselves up to being influenced by him. Now, it's very likely that Lanray was influenced by Eax while trying to seal him behind the doors of stone. Or more specifically, Eax has a skin dancer that hitched a ride. After all, in the story of Jax told by Hesp, she mentions that some say he had a demon riding his shadow. And in the Waystone Inn, Kote tells us that skin dancers are supposed to look like a dark shadow or smoke when they leave. According to Scarpy, and again, Scarpy's story likely holds inaccuracies, Lanray died in the process of shutting away Eax, and was revived by Lyra, but he later became Haliax when Lyra dies, and he sought knowledge better left alone. Knowledge from the Cthaeh, the same entity that Eax contacted before messing the world up. Now I should note that Eax is the last 3 letters of Haliax, and Hal is the Latin word for breath. So Haliax loosely translates to the breath of Eax. The skin dancer from Eax transferred over to Haliax. Now, Haliax also seems to have connections to the moon, as described on the piece of pottery recovered from the Mothen farm. Now, there is another detail I need to point out. Bast mentions a skin dancer can make you pull out your own eye. Who is the only character we know that's done this? Celatos. I think Celatos was possessed by a skin dancer that danced out of Eax and into Lanray. Maybe Lanray was never even corrupted until Celatos put the curse on him. I really don't buy the idea that Celatos is good. His Amyr are motivated by revenge alone. They are above the law and act for the greater good. And this is easily a corruptible mindset. Look at the Duke of Gibeah, for example, who did horrific medical experiments. Now also, just theorizing here, but I think that skin dancers could be acting as the eyes and ears of the Cthaeh. They're the way this creature is able to pull the strings in the human world. After all, we know the Scythe, the ones who keep people from talking to the Cthaeh, are said to have skill in hunting skin dancers, because they don't want this monster to have any influence over anything. Now, if it is true that the Chandrian are destroying lies about them, or possibly preventing knowledge that could lead to the release of Eax, then I think we can safely assume that Scarpy's story is not accurate. If it were, he would have been killed a long time ago. Arladin succeeded in linking Lanray to the Chandrian before the troop is killed, and Scarpy does the exact same thing, so you would think it would be easy to track him. Now it could be that Scarpy is protected by the Amyr. The Amyr had affiliation with the church for a long time, and Scarpy says that he has friends in the church. So that is a possibility. It's hard to say exactly what Eax is or what would happen if he was freed from his prison, but we know that his power is equal to or greater than Celatos and Lyra. We know this because Celatos and Lyra fought on the same side, and it still took them hundreds of years to bind Eax. With all the foreshadowing and the clues, the story seems to be leading us to the idea that Kvothe is going to open the doors of stone and mess everything up. And this was an idea that was likely planted in him by the Cthaeh. During his encounter with the Cthaeh, the creature bound to the tree seems to be playing a beautiful game. He's setting Kvothe up to go after Cinder. Specifically, it seems to be linking Cinder to Denna's patron. And while I do think there is reason to believe that Denna's patron could be Cinder in disguise, I think it's more likely the Cthaeh is planting this connection in order to sabotage Kvothe and cause as much chaos as he can. Personally, I don't think her patron actually is Cinder. Now, why does the Cthaeh want him chasing the Chandrian? Well, it mentions that maybe this Cinder did him a bad turn once. I mentioned in a previous video the idea that the Cthaeh is actually Encanis and is bound to his wheel that's now inside of a tree. And maybe Cinder literally turned the wheel at some point. It also could be that Haliax and the Chandrian are rebelling against the Cthaeh and preventing anyone from releasing Eax, so that the Cthaeh's chaotic poison can't spread any further. That's a theory anyway. We know the Cthaeh is poisonous, and we know the betrayers of the 7 cities were poisoned by the enemy, so it stands to reason that the Chandrian are the betrayers and were poisoned after Lanray contacted the Cthaeh. They've been bitten or altered in some way. Now, when Kvothe returns to Felurian, broken by the Cthaeh, she makes a point of examining him to see if he was bitten. She concludes that he wasn't, but what if she's wrong? Now, I have a whole theory about Kvothe being possessed by a skin dancer, but I'll go into that in a future video, since this one is going a bit off track. But whether Kvothe was bitten by the Cthaeh or has a skin dancer, I come to the conclusion that the Cthaeh achieved its purpose with Kvothe. He evoked the horror of the troops' massacre and then added fuel to Kvothe's anger of Cinder by tying him to Denna's patron. We know that he's responsible for the current civil war in the Frame story because, you know, he killed a king as well as an angel. He's likely going to be opening the doors of stone in book 3 and everything else. He's now waiting to die just like how Haliax is hoping for death. Okay, I branched off a lot with this theory, but to go back to my original theory, linking the cover to the Mouth of Truth. Now, the Chandrian do not like people singing the wrong sorts of songs, and they must have reasoning for this, other than just trying to destroy evidence of their names. While the Chandrian are clearly not good, they could fall in a gray zone, where they don't want information getting out that will lead to Eax being freed, so they need to strike whenever this information starts to spread. If Eax is set free, it's likely going to cause catastrophe, and it's most likely that's what's happened in the Frame story, and why everything seems to be in chaos. I want to know what you think of the idea of the Chandrian hunting down these lies about them, that maybe the history that we're learning is not exactly the truth. Do you believe in Scarpy's story or Denna's song? Do you think the Cthaeh is playing a beautiful game with Kvothe and is setting him up for tragedy? There's no doubt that many fantasy authors take a long time to finish their series, and I'd say that currently, the two most popular unfinished fantasy series that fans have been the most impatient about include Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire and Rothfuss's The Kingkiller Chronicle, the latter being one of my favorite series. I've made a lot of theory videos on it, and I'm currently hosting a Kingkiller read-along on my Discord server. The first book, The Name of the Wind, released back in 2007, and it was a huge success, often being considered the debut novel of the decade. Its sequel, The Wise Man's Fear, came a bit later in March 2011, meaning that this month marks the 10th anniversary since the last addition to Rothfuss's series. These two books, along with the novella, has made Rothfuss one of the current most best-selling living fantasy authors, and they've sold over 10 million copies. Now, I'm assuming at some point this year we'll be getting news about a 10th anniversary edition for the second book to go with the beautiful Name of the Wind anniversary edition, but what we're all waiting for is news about the third book. No, I do not know when it's coming out. Nobody does. Unless, Pat, if you wanna contact me and give me the information you got,
You can trust me.
I keep getting people DMing me about it as if I got some insider information. I don't. That's exactly what somebody would say if they did have insider information. Back in 2020, there were a ton of clickbait articles saying that the book would release in August 2020. That was a lie. That was literally just an Amazon placeholder date. We've seen them do that plenty of times before, and with other books as well, and Pat himself has said that if he has any news, he'll announce it on his blog or on Twitter or whatever. So don't fall for clickbait articles. Anyway, the purpose of this video is not to bash on Pat for taking his time, and it's also not to blindly defend Pat either. I might as well just give my opinion to get that out of the way. I don't feel like authors owe us anything, and I feel like as consumers, we often get very entitled and impatient, and we forget that writers are also human. Unless you're Brandon Sanderson, I am now fully convinced that he is an unstoppable government writing machine. My point is, you never know what's going on in someone's day-to-day life, and I would rather have a book that has a good, worthy ending than have a mediocre book that feels like it's been rushed and the author isn't happy with it. There's plenty of other books to read in the meantime. The main point of this video is to go over the history of all of the leaks and rumors, as well as some of the new information that we've been given, and then I'm going to end it by going over a checklist of all the things we can expect to happen in the Doors of Stone. So is the Doors of Stone already written? Yes and no. It's complicated. After The Name of the Wind was published, Pat had said in early interviews that he had already written them, so we won't have to wait forever for the books to come out. They'll be released on a regular schedule, one per year. His next two novels are already good to go. That didn't age well. As you know, The Wise Man's Fear didn't come out in 2008 as planned, it came out in 2011. However, since then, Pat stated that I was an idiot. I had just been published for like 2 months, and I had no idea what I was talking about. So while yes, he did finish his first draft for the entire Kingkiller Chronicle trilogy back in 2000, it was just the skeleton of a complete narrative. It changed substantially since.
Is the incorporation of new ideas stalling your writing? No. The problem is I wrote the whole thing, and then I worked on the first piece of it, turning it into The Name of the Wind for years, like years and years and years. And then we sold it to the publisher, and then I revised it more. And I didn't go on and change the rest of the book. And then I worked on Wise Man's Fear for a long time, and there were a ton of problems with it. And it didn't match up with the first book anymore in a lot of places because I had changed so much and improved it, and characters had been added and character stories had been developed and expanded on. So then I had to do all of that. Plus I was a better writer then, so I really fleshed things out and did a bunch of stuff. Originally, what was the third part of this huge story, a lot of it was written so long ago, I was not as good a writer, and even the parts of it that are good writing didn't match up with the parts of the book that I had changed to make the story function better.
Rothfuss's problem was that he overpromised. After stating that the books were completed and would be released annually, he later realized how much work needed to be done, and the perfectionist in him led to years and years of revision and fine-tuning. Now, he's also dealt with a lot of stress since his books were published. Both his mom and his dad passed away, and he's also dealt with a mood disorder disorder, as well as anxiety and depression, not to mention he started a family and became a father. And he's talked about how the pressure of writing book 3 messed him up for a long time. All of this has obviously hindered his progression on it.
How am I enjoying the process of writing the third book? The actually writing it is usually good and fun. I enjoy the process of writing. The pressure of it is not good.
In a recent interview, actually just this month, I'll have it linked down in the description, he says, "I only get to do this once." We all saw the third Matrix movie, and you know I could effectively travel backwards in time and ruin this thing that so many have enjoyed, so I'm obsessing about that. He later says, "I wish to hell I could have already given you book 3 a long time ago, and by you I mean everyone out there, and I'm sorry." And he goes on further to talk about dealing with toxic aspects of the fandom and how he's kind of over it, and he's able to handle that a lot better. Now, from my experience, I've met a lot of amazing people on the Kingkiller subreddit and the Crockery Discord server, but there's also, unfortunately, a lot of toxic people. There seems to be a lot of people in this fan base that are just very angry that the third book isn't out yet.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow, so just do it!
Rothfuss has been sent death threats, he's been stalked online, he's been criticized for streaming video games and running his charity drives at Christmas, and even for spending time with his kids instead of writing. They're angry that he's made appearances at conferences and Comic-Con and has generally been having a more active online presence. They're angry he's worked on board games and all types of other merchandise, which, to be fair, it does seem like he's milking this series for all it's worth. Even if he mentions other writing projects, they're angry that he's not writing enough of what they want to read. And I believe this has soured his relationship with his fans. There's been a couple times on live streams where he did come off as pretty rude when asked about the third book. And I don't think that was the right way to react at all, but I also can't imagine dealing with that amount of pressure and anger from your fans, especially when you're also dealing with your own mental health. Now, the most common worry that I hear, at least from people commenting on my Kingkiller videos, is that people worry there's no possible way he can wrap up the story in one final book, or they're worried that he doesn't know how to end it.
Pat, with as much as you've added to the books during revision, is there a danger of book 3 becoming too large for one volume? No, there isn't. You said you had the ending in mind way back in the day. Has that ending changed? No. Have you considered splitting book 3 into more books? No.
I don't think we need to worry about that. It's more so about everything in the middle being tied together nicely. I've seen a lot of people say there's no way he can answer everything in the third book, and the thing is, he doesn't need to. I believe he actually mentioned this in an interview, but books don't always need to answer everything, and I'm hoping that we're left with a little bit of mystery. Though I think there is answers to some of the main mysteries that will tie multiple things up at once. I'm gonna quickly go over a timeline of some of the things that we know. In February of 2013, Pat sent out beta versions of The Doors of Stone to his beta readers, and we got to see a picture of the manuscript. So this is when we know he had at least one version of the book that was complete, and later on in interviews he kind of hinted that the third book could be releasing in 2014. Now that didn't happen, but he must have at least thought that it was getting better. In 2014, the short story The Lightning Tree was published, as well as his novella The Slow Regard of Silent Things. We also learned that he was working on a companion story called The Tale of Laniel Young Again, which he originally envisioned as a novella, but it grew into a 1,000-word novel. After writing around 2/3 of it, he decided to shelve it in order to focus on The Doors of Stone. In 2015, The Hollywood Reporter announced that Lionsgate had won the rights to adapt the Kingkiller Chronicle for the screen. The complex deal involved the development of multiple movies, a television show, and a video game. A while later, in 2017, the TV adaptation landed at Showtime, with Lin-Manuel Miranda attached as executive producer. And since then, Rothfuss and Miranda have become good friends. Now, the TV show was planned to be a prequel series following two traveling musicians from the Edema Ruh. However, in 2019, Showtime passed on the deal, and now it's being shopped to other networks. We know that Rothfuss has plenty of ideas to expand the world of Temerant, and he's mentioned that while Book 3 will be the ending to this trilogy, it will not be the final book in this world. In fact, it's a prequel for a future series. Which would be a lot more exciting if we did have some sort of update on the third book. It does make sense. Kvothe is telling his story about the past, and there's all this stuff going on in the present day, so I'm assuming his next series of books is going to pick up during the present day. In 2016, he mentioned that that he had just dismantled a big part of the Doors of Stone and that it was looking a bit better. As he was trying to get things set up for a stream, a page from the third book was revealed, and this page doesn't reveal a whole lot. It's only page 9, and it takes place on the morning of the third day, where we see Kvothe and Bast talk about his injuries from fighting the bandits. That's pretty much it. However, a folder with the book's files was also revealed, which gives us the file sizes, and this led to people estimating the word count to be around 191,412. And from that, it's estimated the pages complete to be just under 5,000. We can see many different drafts of the book, with the most recent save being just a few weeks prior. Now, it seems like Rothfuss was not happy with this leak, and he wiped any trace of this leak from Twitch, and even now, it's pretty difficult to find. And this brings me to July 2020. Rothfuss's editor and publisher Betsy Wolheim said in a Facebook comment that I've never seen a word of Book 3, and that she doesn't think Rothfuss has written anything since 2014. Everything said, if I get a draft of Book 3 by surprise sometime, I will be extraordinarily happy, joyous actually, and will read it immediately with gusto. I love Pat's writing. I will instantly feel forgiving and lucky to be his editor and publisher. Now, even if that's true, I do feel like it's a bit unprofessional for an editor to be talking about that on social media. Now, since then, Rothfuss has actually been a lot more open about answering fan questions about Book 3, and he said that he feels a lot better about his writing this year than he did in 2020, and he's overall just in a better headspace.
I managed to square away certain elements of my life that leave me with enough emotional space to do more work and have it be better work.
He also revealed the current part of the book he's working on involves a Barrow king named Phaeja, the first king of Vintas. And he showed off a new coin that you can find on Shire Post Mint. I went over all of this in detail in a previous video if you want to check that out. So Pat runs a charity. He's got hobbies and he's got a family with 2 young kids that require a lot of attention, and he's also written 2 big books, and he's written a handful of short stories and is also working on a companion standalone novel. And he's still got plans to finish the 3rd book, as well as hopefully write another series in the future. Yeah, I think it's understandable to be a little impatient, but at the same time, I think people need to calm down with the fact that he's still not satisfied with Book 3. He feels terrible that it's not out yet, and he's still working on it, even if slowly. So just, I don't know, read something else. Anyway, for the last bit of this video, I'm going to talk about everything we can expect to happen in the Doors of Stone. First of all, Kvothe has to kill a king. There's a lot of speculation as to who this king is, and that's a topic for a whole nother video. We also need to get some sort of conclusion as to what's going on with the Chandrian, the mysterious, cursed, and possibly immortal group of 7 who serve as the main antagonists. We also need to get some answers about the Holy Order of Amyr. We know that there's an order of them that were believed to be founded by the Telyn Church, but we also know from Felurian that the original Amyr were not human. I'm hoping we're gonna learn what the heck that's about. We also know he needs to steal a princess from a sleeping Barrow king, which once again I made an entire video on who this sleeping Barrow king is, and we know he needs to talk to gods. I don't think we've seen that happen yet. Now there's a good handful of mysterious doors in the Kingkiller Chronicle, and I'm sure in the 3rd book, we're gonna get some answers as to what's up with these doors. There is the 4-plate door in the archives of the university, there's also the Lackless door at the Lackless estates, and there's the Doors of Stone that the man who stole the moon was locked behind. And some of these doors might even be one and the same, I don't know, I just wanna know what's behind them. We need to know how he came across Folly, which a lot of fans believe could be Cinder's sword, and we need to know what's inside of the thrice-locked chest. Most likely he locked up his true name or something like that, and I just want to see him open it. There's also the Lackless box, which could be related to the Cthaeh in some way. It might hold the obsidian that Celatos used to poke out his own eye, or possibly it has a piece of the moon. We don't know, but we need some answers. We pretty much know for a fact that he's going to confront Denna's patron, because he swore an oath that he wouldn't. And considering he's got the tendency to mess everything up, we know he's going to break this oath. He swore it on his name and his power, and he swore by his good left hand. And in the Waystone Inn, we know that he no longer has his name or his power, and his left hand is injured, and he's no longer able to play music. So yeah, he definitely confronts Denna's patron, which many fans believe could be Cinder. We also know that he's probably going to meet Scarpy again, considering that the chronicler mentions that him and Scarpy are friends, and we need to figure out how he met Bast, because that's kind of a big thing. And what exactly is he teaching Bast? Also, Bast needs to meet Denna. Now, if you've read closely, then you know it's basically a fact that Kvothe's mom is actually Natalia Lackless, and judging by Kvothe's hair and color-changing eyes, I don't think Arledin is his real father. In fact, I think that he's either part Fae or perhaps related to Eax or Ilian. And of course, we need to know how he screwed the world up so badly, and if he's presumably going to try and fix it. But maybe not, since we know this is a tragedy, and we need to figure out exactly how this story ends in tragedy. He is a man waiting to die after all, and I kinda have the feeling that perhaps he will die in the third book. Now, I'm probably forgetting a few things. I think in the future I'll make an entire prediction video on the Doors of Stone, but let me know down in the comments if there's anything that needs to happen in the third book that I didn't mention.
It's almost March, baby!
The read-along!
You know you want to read me again and again and again.
Oh no, it's so soon. Are you dancing? Is that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
You should stop that.
How about this one?
Are you doing the worm? You're not even doing it right. It's more like, you know, you gotta, it's...
Read me, read me, read me, read me, read me.
I guess it's time.
Read me.
And there we have season 1 of my Kingkiller Chronicle theories. It has been a journey revisiting some of these, and I genuinely cannot wait to share what's in store for season 2. I have a bunch of new videos going up this month, and I'll be dropping some more throughout the year, so make sure to stay tuned, and I'll see you guys soon with another Kingkiller video.